Frobisher stood behind the desk in his office, overlooking Aberdeen Harbour, and reread the summons he'd just received. Was it his imagination, or was Wolverston anxious? Royd had received many such summonses over the years Wolverston had served as England's spymaster. The wording of today's missive revealed an underlying uneasiness on the part of the normally imperturbable ex-spymaster. Either uneasiness or impatience, and the latter was not one of Wolverston's failings. Although a decade Wolverston's junior, Royd and the man previously known as Dalziel had understood each other from their first meeting, much as kindred spirits. After Dalziel retired and succeeded to the title of the Duke of Wolverston, he and Royd had remained in touch. Royd suspected he was one of Wolverston's principal contacts in keeping abreast of those intrigues most people in the realm knew nothing about. Royd studied the brief lines suggesting that he sail his ship, the Corsair, currently bobbing on the waters beyond his window, to Southampton, to be provisioned and to hold ready to depart once news arrived from Freetown. The implication was obvious. Wolverston expected the news from Freetown, when it arrived courtesy of Royd's youngest brother Caleb, to be such as to require an urgent response. Namely, for Royd to depart for West Africa as soon as possible, and, once there, to take whatever steps proved necessary to preserve king and country. A commitment to preserving king and country being one of the traits Royd and Wolverston shared. Another was the instinctive ability to evaluate situations accurately. If Wolverston was anxious, "I need to see him." The voice, more than the words, had Royd raising his head. "I'll inquire. And I need to see him now. Stand aside, Miss Featherstone." "But—" "No buts. Excuse me." Royd heard the approaching tap of high heels striking the wooden floor. Given the tempo and the force behind each tap, he could readily envision his middle-aged secretary standing by the reception desk, wringing her hands. Still, Gladys Featherstone was a local. She should know that Isobel Carmichael on a tear was a force of nature few could deflect. Not even him. He'd had the partition separating his inner sanctum from the outer office rebuilt, so the glazed section ran from 6 feet above the floor, his eye level, to the ceiling. When seated at his desk, he preferred to be out of sight of all those who stopped by, thinking to waste the time of the operational head of the Frobisher shipping company. If callers couldn't see him, they had to ask Gladys to check if he was in. But he'd been standing, and Isobel was only a few inches shorter than he. Just as the glazed section allowed him a view of the peacock feather in her hat, jerkily dipping with every purposeful step she took, from the other side of the outer office, she would have been able to see the top of his head. Idly, he wondered what had so fired her temper. Idly, because he was perfectly certain he was about to find out. In typical fashion, she flung open the door, then paused dramatically on the threshold, her dark gaze pinning him where he stood. Just that one glance, that instinctive locking of their gazes, the intensity of the contact, was enough to make his gut clench and his cock stir. Perhaps unsurprising, given their past. But now... Nearly 6 feet tall, lithe and supple, with a wealth of blue-black hair, if freed the silken locks would tumble in an unruly riot of large curls about her face, shoulders, and down her back. But today the mass was severely restrained in a knot on the top of her head. She stared at him through eyes the colour of bittersweet chocolate, set under finely arched black brows. Her face was a pale oval, her complexion flawless. Her lips were blush pink, lush and full, but were presently set in an uncompromising line. Unlike most well-bred ladies, she did not glide. Her movements were purposeful, if not forceful, with the regal demeanour of an Amazon queen. He dipped his head fractionally. "Isobel." When she simply stared at him, he quirked a brow. To what do I owe this pleasure? Isobel Carmichael stared at the man she'd told herself she could manage. She'd told herself she could handle being close to him again, without the protective barrier of any professional facade between them, too. That the urgency of her mission would override her continuing reaction to him, the reaction she fought tooth and nail to keep hidden. Instead, just the sight of him had seized her senses in an iron grip. Just the sound of his deep, rumbling voice, so deep it resonated with something inside her, had sent her wits careening. As for seeing that dark brow of his quirk upward, while his intense gaze remained locked with hers, she hadn't brought a fan. Disillusionment stared her in the face, but she mentally set her teeth and refused to recognize it. Failure wasn't an option, and she'd already stormed her way to his door and into his presence. His still overwhelming presence. Hair nearly as black as her own fell in ruffled locks about his head. His face would make Lucifer weep, with a broad forehead, straight black brows, long cheeks below chiseled cheekbones, and an aggressively squared chin. The impact was only heightened by the neatly trimmed moustache and beard he'd recently taken to sporting. As for his body, even when stationary, his long-limbed frame held a masculine power that was evident to anyone with eyes. Broad shoulders and long, strong legs, combined with an innate elegance that showed in the ease with which he wore his clothes and the grace with which he moved. Well-set eyes that saw too much remained trained on her face, while she knew all too well how positively sinful his lips truly were. She shoved her rioting senses deep, dragged in a breath, and succinctly stated, "I need you to take me to Freetown." He blinked, which struck her as odd. He was rarely surprised, or at least not so surprised that he showed it. Freetown? He'd stiffened too, she was sure of it. Yes, she frowned. It's the capital of the West Africa colony. She'd been sure he would know. Indeed, she'd assumed he'd visited the place several times. She stepped into the office. Without shifting her gaze from his, she shut the door on his agitated secretary and the interested denizens of the outer office and walked forward. He dropped the letter he'd been holding onto his blotter. Why there? As if they were two dangerous animals, both of whom knew better than to take their eyes from the other, he too kept his gaze locked with hers. Halting, she faced him with the reassuring width of the desk between them. She could have sat in one of the straight-back chairs, angled to the desk, but if she needed to rail at him, she preferred to be upright. She railed better on her feet. Of course, while she remained standing, he would stand too, but with the desk separating them, he didn't have too much of a height advantage. She still had to tip up her head to continue to meet his eyes, the colour of storm-tossed seas and tempest-racked Aberdeen skies, and so piercingly intense. When they interacted professionally, he usually kept that intensity screened. Yet this wasn't a professional visit. Her entrance had been designed to make that plain, and Royd Frobisher was adept at reading her signs. Her mouth had gone dry. Luckily, she had her speech prepared. We received news yesterday that my cousin, second cousin or so, Catherine Fortescue, has gone missing in Freetown. She was acting as governess to an English family, the Sherbrooks. It seems Catherine vanished while on an errand to the post office some months ago, and Mrs. Sherbrooke finally saw her way to writing to inform the family. Still holding his gaze, she lifted her chin a fraction higher. As you might imagine, Iona is greatly perturbed. Iona Carmody was her maternal grandmother and the undisputed matriarch of the Carmody clan. She wasn't happy when, after Catherine's mother died, we didn't hear in time to go down and convince Catherine to come to us, Instead, Catherine got some bee in her bonnet about making her own way, and so took the post as governess. She'd gone by the time I reached Stonehaven. Stonehaven was 12 miles south of Aberdeen. Royd would know of it. She ploughed on. So now, obviously, I need to go to Freetown, find Catherine, and bring her home. Royd held Isobel's dark gaze. Although he saw nothing obvious about her suggestion, he knew enough of the workings of the matriarchal Carmodies to follow her unwritten script. She viewed her being too late to catch and draw her cousin into the safety of the clan as a failure on her part. And as Iona was now perturbed, Isobel saw it as her duty to put matters right. She and Iona were close, very close, as close as only two women who were exceedingly alike could be. Many had commented that Isobel had fallen at the very base of Iona's tree. He therefore understood why Isobel believed it was up to her to find Catherine and bring her home. That didn't mean Isobel had to go to Freetown, especially as there was an excellent chance that Catherine Fortescue was among the captives he was about to be dispatched to rescue. As it happens, I'll be heading for Freetown shortly. He didn't glance at Wolverston's summons. One hint, and Isobel was perfectly capable of pouncing on the missive and reading it herself. I promise I'll hunt down your Catherine and bring her safely home. Isobel's gaze grew unfocused. She weighed the offer, then, determinedly and defiantly, shook her head. No. Her jaw set, and she refocused on his face. I have to go myself. She hesitated, then grudgingly confided, Iona needs me to go. 8 years had passed since they'd spoken about anything other than business. After the failure of their hand-fasting, she'd avoided him like the plague, until the dual pressures of him needing to work with the Carmichael shipyards to implement the innovations he desperately wanted incorporated into the Frobisher fleet, and the economic downturn following the end of the wars, leaving her and her father needing Frobisher Shipping Company work to keep the shipyards afloat, and forced them face-to-face again. Face-to-face across a desk with engineering plans and design sheets littering the surface. The predictable fact was that they worked exceptionally well together. They were natural complements in many ways. He was an inventor. He sailed so much in such varying conditions, he was constantly noting ways in which vessels could be improved for both safety and speed. She was a brilliant designer. She could take his raw ideas and give them structure. He was an experienced engineer. He would take her designs and work out how to construct them. Against all the odds, she managed the shipyards and was all but revered by the workforce. The men had seen her grow from a slip of a girl child running wild over the docks and the yards. They considered her one of their own. Her success was their success, and they worked for her as they would for no other. Using his engineering drawings, she would order the workflow and assemble the required components. He would call in whichever ship he wanted modified, and magic would happen. Working in tandem, he and she were steadily improving the performance of the Frobisher fleet, and for any shipping company, that meant long-term survival. In turn, her family's shipyards were fast gaining a reputation for unparalleled production at the cutting edge of shipbuilding. Strained though their interactions remained, professionally speaking, they were a smoothly efficient and highly successful team. Yet through all their meetings in offices or elsewhere over recent years, she'd kept him at a frigidly rigid distance. She'd never given him an opportunity to broach the subject of what the hell had happened 8 years ago, when he'd returned from a mission to have her, his hand-fasted bride, whom he had for long months fantasized over escorting up the aisle, bluntly tell him she didn't want to see him again, then shut her grandmother's door in his face. Ever since, she'd given him not a single chance to reach her on a personal level, on the level on which they'd once engaged so very well, so intuitively, so freely, so openly. so very directly. He'd never been able to talk to anyone, male or female, in the same way he used to talk to her. He missed that. He missed her. And he had to wonder if she missed him. Neither of them had married, after all. According to the gossips, she'd never given a soupçon of encouragement to any of the legion of suitors only too ready to offer for the hand of the heiress who would one day own the Carmichael shipyards. It had taken him mere seconds to review their past. Regardless of that past, she stood in his office, prepared to do battle to be allowed to spend weeks aboard the Corsair. Weeks on board the ship he captained, during which she wouldn't be able to avoid him. Weeks during which he could press her to engage in direct communication, enough to resolve the situation that still existed between them sufficiently for them both to put it behind them and go on, or to put right whatever had gone wrong and try again. In response to his silence, her eyes had steadily darkened. He could still follow her thoughts reasonably well. Of all the females of his acquaintance, she was the only one who would even contemplate enacting him a scene, let alone a histrionically dramatic one. One part of him actually hoped. As if reading his mind, she narrowed her eyes. Her lips tightened. Then quietly, she stated, "You owe me, Royd." It was the first time in 8 years that she'd said his name in that private tone that still reached to his soul. More, it was the first reference he'd made to their past since shutting Iona's door in his face. And he still wasn't sure what she meant. For what did he owe her? He could think of several answers, none of which shed all that much light on the question that, where she was concerned, filled his mind, and had for the past 8 years. He wasn't at all sure of the wisdom of the impulse that gripped him, but it was so very strong, he surrendered and went with it. "The Corsair leaves on the morning tide on Wednesday. You'll need to be on the wharf before daybreak." She searched his eyes, then crisply nodded. "Thank you. I'll be there." With that, she swung on her heel, marched to the door, opened it, and swept out. He watched her go, grateful that she hadn't closed the door, allowing him to savor the enticing side-to-side sway of her hips. Hips he'd once held as a right as he buried himself in her softness. Registering the discomfort his tellingly vivid memories had evoked, he grunted. He surreptitiously adjusted his breeches, then rounded the desk, crossed to the door, and looked out. Gladys Featherstone stared at him as if expecting a reprimand. He beckoned. "I've orders for you to send out." He retreated to his desk and sank into the chair behind it. He waited until Gladys, apparently reassured, settled on one of the straight-backed chairs, her notepad resting on her knee. Then he ruthlessly refocused his mind and started dictating the first of the many orders necessary to allow him to absent himself from Aberdeen long enough to sail to Freetown and back, to complete the mission that Melville, First Lord of the Admiralty, had, via Wolverston, requested him to undertake, and to discover what possibilities remained with respect to him and Isobel Carmichael. Dawn wasn't even a suggestion on the horizon when Isobel stepped onto the planks of Aberdeen's main wharf. In a travelling gown of bone-coloured cambric, with a fitted bodice, long buttoned sleeves, and full skirts, with a waist-length fur-lined cape over her shoulders, she deemed herself ready to sail. A neat bonnet with wide purple ribbons tied tightly beneath her chin, soft kid gloves, and matching half-boots completed her highly practical outfit. She'd sailed often enough before, albeit not usually on such a long journey. She paused to confirm that the 5 footmen, between them carrying her 3 trunks, were labouring in her wake. Then she turned and strode on. Flares burned at regular intervals, their flickering light dancing over the scene. The smell of burning pitch and the faint eddies of smoke were overwhelmed by the scent of the sea, the mingled aromas of brine, fish, damp stone, sodden wood, and wet hemp. The Frobisher berths were already a bustle, a veritable hive of activity. Stevedores lumbered past with kegs and bales balanced on their shoulders, while sailors bearing ropes, tackle, and heavy rolls of canvas sail clambered up gangplanks. Accustomed to the noise and the cursing, she shut her ears to the crude remarks and boldly walked toward the most imposing vessel, a sleek beauty whose lines she knew well. The Corsair was one of 2 Frobisher vessels making ready. Over the gunwale of the company's flagship, Isobel spied Royd's dark head. She halted and studied the sight for an instant, then turned and directed her footman to deliver her trunks into the hands of the sailors waiting by the Corsair's gangplank. She was unsurprised when, on noticing her, the sailors leapt to assist. All the men on the wharf and on the nearby ships knew her by sight, much as they knew Royd. Throughout their childhoods, he and she had spent countless hours in these docks and the nearby shipyards. At first unacquainted with each other, they'd explored independently, although Royd had often been accompanied by one or more of his brothers. In contrast, she had always been alone, the only child of a major industrialist. In those long-ago days, these docks had been Royd's personal fiefdom, while the shipyards had been hers. In that respect, not much had changed, but when Royd had hit 11 and his interest in shipbuilding had bloomed, he'd slipped into the shipyards and stumbled, more or less literally, over her. She'd been a tomboy, far more interested in the many and varied skills involved in building ships than in learning her stitches. Although she'd initially viewed Royd's incursion into her domain with suspicion and a species of scorn, she'd quickly realized he hadn't known anywhere near as much as she had. He'd equally quickly realized that, as James Carmichael's only child, she had the entree into every workshop and vessel in the yards, and no worker would ignore her questions. Despite the 5 years that separated them, an age gap that should have prevented any close, long-term association, from that moment, Royd had dogged her footsteps. And once she'd realized that, as the eldest Frobisher brother, he had access to the entire Frobisher fleet, she had dogged his. From the first, their relationship had been based on mutual advancement, on valuing what the other brought in terms of knowledge and the opportunity to gain more. They'd both been eager to go through the doors the other could prop wide. They'd complemented each other even then. As a team, a pair, they'd enabled each other to intellectually blossom. They'd encouraged each other, too. In terms of being single-minded, of being driven by their passions, they were much alike. They still were. Isobel watched her trunks being ferried aboard and told herself she should follow them. This was what she'd wanted, what was necessary. Her travelling with Royd to Freetown so she could fetch Catherine back. That was what was important, her first priority. Her second... When she'd informed Iona of her intention to ask Royd to take her to Freetown, to browbeat him into it if she had to, Iona had looked at her for several seconds, too long for comfort, then humphed and said, "We'll see." When she'd returned from Royd's office and told Iona of her success, her grandmother had scrutinized her even more intently, then said, "As he's agreed, I suggest you use the hiatus of the journey there, and, if necessary, the journey back, to settle what's between you." She'd opened her mouth to insist that there was nothing to settle, but Iona had silenced her with an upraised hand. "You know I've never approved of him. He's ungovernable, a law unto himself, and always has been." Iona had grimaced and clasped her gnarled hands on the head of her cane. "But this state you're both in, as if a part of your life has been indefinitely suspended, cannot go on."
Neither of you have shown the slightest inclination to marry anyone else. For both your sakes, you and he need to settle this before you become too set in your ways. I wouldn't want that for the Frobishers any more than I would wish it for you. Living your life alone isn't a state to aspire to. The pair of you, together, need to decide what is and what isn't. Accept that reality, and then move on from there.
Iona had held her gaze, and Isobel hadn't been able to argue. Despite settling things between Royd and her being much easier said than done, she had to acknowledge that Iona had it right. For multiple reasons, the current situation couldn't go on. But Iona's reaction to Royd agreeing, and when Isobel had reviewed the exchange, she'd realized he'd agreed without any real fuss, had raised the question of why he had. Did he have some ulterior motive in mind with respect to her? Just because she'd seen no sign of any such ambition on his part didn't mean it wasn't there. Not with Royd. She glanced up at the ship, then nodded a dismissal to the waiting footman, hauled in a breath as if strengthening invisible shields, raised her skirts, and started up the gangplank. She couldn't understand why Royd hadn't married someone else. Once he did, her way forward would be clear. But he hadn't, so now she was faced with the necessity of exercising their past and putting it to rest once and for all. That was her secondary objective for this trip, to kill off the hopes that haunted her dreams and prove to her inner, still yearning self that there truly was no hope of any reconciliation between them. He'd hand-fasted with her, warmed her and her bed for 3 weeks, then disappeared on some voyage for the next 13 months, with no word beyond his initial assurance that the trip would take a few months at most. And then, without warning or explanation, he'd returned. He'd expected her to welcome him with open arms. Needless to say, that hadn't happened. She'd told him she hadn't wanted to see him again, and had shut the door in his too handsome face. Handsome is as handsome does, one of Iona's maxims. To Isobel's mind, she'd lived that, and as witnessed by the past 8 years, it hadn't gone well. But for some godforsaken reason, her fascination with Royd had still not died. She needed to use this journey to convince that naive, yearning self who had once loved him with all her heart that Royd Frobisher was no longer the man of her dreams. She needed to use this journey to eradicate every last vestige of buried hope, to extinguish the kernel of her once great love. She'd been walking upward with her eyes on the wooden plank. She reached the gap in the ship's side, raised her head, and looked into Royd's face. The very same face she would dearly love to strip of its power over her witless senses. She was a long way from succeeding in that. Her heart performed a silly somersault, and her nerves came alive simply because he was close. Then he added to her difficulties by extending his hand. She was quite sure he did it on purpose, to test her, to try, in his usual challenging way, to discover what she intended on the voyage, whether she would insist on the rigid distance she preserved while sailing with him when testing their latest innovation, or whether she was going to acknowledge that this voyage was different, that this was personal, not professional. In for a penny, in for a pound. If she was going to use the journey to resolve what lay between them, she might as well start as she meant to go on. Steeling her nerves and every one of her senses, she placed her gloved fingers across his palm and clamped down on her reaction as his fingers closed firmly, possessively, over hers. "Welcome aboard, Isobel." Inclining his head, he handed her down to the deck. He released her, and she could breathe again. She nodded regally. "Again, thank you for agreeing to let me sail with you." She raised her gaze and met his.
I know you didn't have to.
A quirk of his black brows spoke volumes.
Captain!
Royd's quartermaster, who'd been backing toward them while relaying orders to crew in the rigging, swung around, saw her, grinned, and bobbed his head.
Miss Carmichael, always a pleasure to have you aboard, miss. Thank you, Williams.
She knew and was known to all of Royd's crew. All had sailed with him for years. She glanced at Royd.
I'll get out of your way.
He waved to the stern deck. If you want to remain on deck until we're at sea, you'll be least in the way up there. She assented with a nod and walked to the ladder. Royd followed, but he knew her well enough to allow her to climb unaided. She was more than accustomed to going up and down ladders while wearing skirts. She felt his gaze on her back until she gained the upper deck. She stepped away from the ladder, then glanced back and down. Royd had already returned to Williams, and they were discussing which sails Royd thought to deploy for sailing out of the harbour. Once they hit the open seas, he'd fly most of the canvas, but negotiating the exit from the basin and the mouth of the Dee required a fine touch and much less power, courtesy of the improvements she and Royd had made. When under full sail, the Corsair was the fastest ship of her class afloat. Another reason she'd petitioned him to take her to Freetown. Quite aside from the assured speed, she was eager to see how the alterations she'd tested only on short forays into the North Sea performed on a much longer journey. Lifting her gaze from Royd's dark head, she looked along the main deck. From all she could see, they were almost ready to cast off. Turning, she saw Liam Stewart, Royd's lieutenant, standing ready at the wheel. He glanced her way and smiled. She smiled back and nodded.
Mr. Stewart.
Miss Carmichael, welcome aboard. I hear you're sailing south with us all the way to Africa.
Indeed, I have business in Freetown.
She realized that where Royd had been, so too had Stewart.
I take it you visited the settlement before?
Stewart nodded. We've sailed into the harbour there several times, but not in the past. It must be 4 years. He cast her an apologetic glance. Being a relatively new settlement, it will have changed significantly since last we were there. She grimaced, but Stewart wasn't the man who would be by her side when she ventured into the settlement in search of her cousin. I need to run through the checks on the rudder. Royd and I normally do that together, but... Stewart nodded down the ship. He's busy resetting those rigging lines. Would you like to stand in for him?
Nothing would give me greater pleasure.
She walked purposefully toward him. Meeting his widening eyes, she smiled sweetly and reached for the wheel.
But if you think I'm going to be the one hanging over the stern, you're sadly mistaken.
He grinned sheepishly and surrendered the wheel. While she swung the wheel, halting at the usual positions, he checked that the rudder responded freely and swung to the correct angle. By the time they were done, Royd was calling for the lines to be cast off. He strode down the deck and came up the ladder in rapid time. Straightening, he saw her standing behind the wheel. She savoured his blink of surprise. Then she stepped aside and gestured to the vacated position.
Your wheel is yours, Captain.
He cast her a look as he strode forward, but the instant his hand touched the polished oak, his focus shifted. One glance confirmed that the lines had been freed. He glanced at Stewart as he came to stand by the rail on the other side of the wheel. Very well, Mr. Stewart. Let's get under way. Stewart grinned.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Isobel gripped the rail and watched as, with Stewart acting as his spotter, Royd eased the Corsair from her berth, working with only a jib. As he feathered past the ships anchored in the basin, he called up more sail, but gave the canvas only enough play to have the hull gliding forward. Then they were through the narrows and turned, and the mouth of the Dee lay ahead, unobstructed by any other vessel, and Royd called for full mainsails. Topsails and topgallants followed in rapid order. Then he called for the royals, and the ship lifted. Literally lifted as the wind caught the unfurling sails and powered the vessel on. Feeling the wind buffeting her bonnet, Isobel pushed it back so it lay across her nape, the better to appreciate the ineluctable thrill of speed. And yet more speed as the sky sails unfurled. She listened with half an ear to the rapid-fire instructions as this sail was drawn in, that eased, and the ship, now well out from the shore, heeled to the south. She couldn't stop smiling. As he had several times since they'd left the wharf, Royd glanced at Isobel's face. Let his eyes drink in the sheer joy displayed there, openly, for anyone to see. Emotionally, it was like looking into a mirror. This was something they'd always shared and patently still did. This love of the sea, of racing over the waves, of harnessing the wind and letting it have them. Yet another strand in the net that still linked them. Usually on a voyage, after steering the ship past the river mouth and into the ocean swells, once he felt the hull riding smoothly and was satisfied with the set of the sails, he would hand the wheel over to Liam, who normally stood the first watch from port. Today, when his lieutenant sent him a questioning look, he shook his head and remained where he was, with his hands on the wheel and Isobel beside him. When she sailed with him during the testing of their improvements, she rarely stood anywhere near him. If she came up to the stern deck, she would stand at one rear corner where, from his position at the wheel, he couldn't see her. So although she'd sailed with him often in recent years, this was different. He wanted to prolong the moment, to wallow in the connection, in the shared passion that still linked them, and the magic that still reached to their souls, to experience again the mutuality of the sensitivity that had them glorying at the feel of the wind in their hair and of the deck surging beneath their feet. She didn't look at him. He would have felt her gaze, so he looked at her frequently. He drank in her delight and felt the same joy move through him, and felt closer to her than he had in years. Patently, this element of their togetherness was still there, alive and very real, strong and apparently immutable. If this aspect of their long-ago connection, the plethora of shared needs and desires that had urged them to the altar and seen them handfasted, had survived the years unchanged, what else remained? He had to wonder, and wonder too about the past 8 years of being so very definitely apart. Why had she turned from him? And why had he allowed it? The latter wasn't a question that had occurred to him before, yet, standing alongside her again, aware of all he felt for her still, it was a valid question. Eventually, their tack took them farther from land, and he reluctantly brought the magical moment to an end. With a few words, he surrendered the wheel to Liam, stepped back, and turned to Isobel. Instinctively, Isobel swung to face Royd. Her senses leapt, and she realized remaining close had been a tactical error. Then again, wasn't this what she wanted? To explore what remained between them, put whatever that was into some more mundane context, and, hopefully, cauterize her ridiculous sensitivity to his nearness. She couldn't retrain her senses if she didn't allow herself to dally close to him. That said, she pushed away from the railing. "Perhaps someone can show me to my cabin?" From long experience, she knew that the only way to deal with Royd was not just to keep the reins in her hands, but to use them. His face was always well nigh inscrutable. She could read nothing from his expression as he inclined his head. "Of course." He waved her to the ladder. She walked across, turned, and went quickly down. He followed and dropped lightly to the deck beside her. She'd assumed he would summon one of his men, his steward, Bellamy, for instance, and consign her into their care. Instead, he stepped to the companionway hatch, pulled it open, and waved her down. "I've moved my things out of the stern cabin. It's yours for the duration."
"Thank you."
With a haughty dip of her head, she went down the stairs. She stepped into the corridor and started toward the stern.
"What cabin are you using?"
Having worked on the Corsair over the past years, she knew the ship's layout. Unlike most vessels of this class, Royd's personal ship had fewer cabins, but each cabin was larger. His captain's cabin took up the entire width of the stern and was unusually deep. "I've taken the cabin to the right." The captain's cabin had doors connecting to the cabins on either side, creating a multi-roomed stateroom. She'd gathered such spaciousness and the luxurious fittings were a reflection of the quality of passenger Royd occasionally ferried to and fro. He rarely did anything without calculation and some goal in mind. She walked unhurriedly along the corridor, striving to appear entirely unaware, even though, with him prowling at her heels in the confined space, her every nerve was alert and twitching. Clearly, she had a long way to go to eradicate her Royd sensitivity. The door to the stern cabin neared, and she slowed. Then she stiffened as, in one long stride, Royd closed the distance between them, reached past her, grasped the knob, and sent the door swinging wide. Ignoring the warmth washing over her back, tamping down her leaping nerves, she inclined her head in thanks and swept through the door. Her gaze landed on the figure kneeling on the window seat. She halted. He'd been staring out at the dwindling shore. She raised her gaze and saw the last sight of land vanishing into the sea mist, but he'd turned his head and was looking at her. Panic gripped. Hard. Every iota of air left her lungs. She swung on her heel, slammed both palms to Royd's chest, and tried to shove him back so he wouldn't see. Too late. He'd halted in the doorway. He didn't move, didn't shift an inch. One glance at his face confirmed that he was staring across the cabin, transfixed. Her pulse hammered, unable to, not daring to, shift her gaze from his face. She watched as realization dawned, as he grasped the secret she'd hidden from him for the past 8 years. Then shock stripped all impassivity from him. He dropped his gaze to hers. Fury burned in his eyes, mingled with utter disbelief. She couldn't breathe. Through the roaring in her ears, she heard the thump as Duncan's feet hit the floor.
"Mama?"
Royd's breath caught, and he wrenched his gaze from hers. He looked across the room, then his eyes narrowed, his features set, and he looked back at her. She stared into his eyes. So many emotions roiled and clashed in the grey. Anger, accusation, hurt. She couldn't take them all in. Her senses wavered, then swam. Her vision greyed. Royd was already reeling when Isobel's lids fell, and her head tipped back, and she started to crumple. With a muttered oath, he caught her. It took a second for him to register that she truly had fainted, that she was limp and unconscious. He'd never known her to faint before. Panic spiked and swirled into the cauldron of emotions surging through him. He juggled her, then hoisted her into his arms and straightened. He felt as if he was swaying, but the sensation owed nothing to the motion of his ship. A rush of footsteps neared.
"What did you do to her?"
The boy skidded to a halt an arm's length away. He looked up at Royd, sparks and daggers flashing from eyes that were all Isobel, his young face pale, Isobel pale, but his jaw setting in a way Royd recognized. Fists clenching, the boy glared up at him.
"Let her go!"
The command thrumming in the words was recognizable too. Royd dragged in a breath. Looking into a face so like his own was only adding to his disorientation. She fainted. At present, that was the most critical issue. He hefted her more securely against his chest. We should lay her down. The boy's glare barely eased.
Oh.
He glanced around.
Where?
The bed. Royd nodded to the bed hidden behind its hangings. Draw back the curtains. The boy rushed to do so. He grabbed handfuls of the heavy tapestry fabric and hauled the curtains to the bed's head and foot, revealing the sumptuously plump mattress and large pillows. Royd knelt on the bed and laid Isobel down with her head and shoulders on the pillows. He'd never dealt with a fainted female before, and that it was Isobel only added to his near panic. He undid the ribbon holding her bonnet in place, then raised her head, pulled the now crushed bonnet from under her, and flung it aside. He eased her back to the pillows, loosened the ties of her cape, then smoothed her hair back from her face. She didn't wake. The boy scrambled up from the foot of the bed and crawled to kneel on her other side. He peered at her face.
Mama?
Royd sat on the side of the bed. He picked up her hand, drew off her glove, then chafed her hand between his. He'd seen someone do that somewhere. The boy studied what Royd was doing, then picked up Isobel's other hand, tugged off her glove, and roughly rubbed her hand between his own, his gaze locked on her face as if willing her to wake. Royd found his gaze drawn to the boy's face, his profile, but the strangeness of looking at himself at an earlier age was too confounding. He forced his gaze to Isobel. He frowned. Does she often faint? The boy's lips set. He shook his head.
I've never seen her do this before, and the grandmothers have never said anything, and they yammer about such things all the time.
Grandmothers, plural. Royd made a mental note to investigate that later.
Will she be all right?
The boy's quiet words held a wealth of anxiety. Royd wanted to reassure him, but wasn't sure what he should say, or do. After flailing through the clouds of distraction in his mind, he reached for Isobel's wrist, checked her pulse, and found it steady and strong. Relief flooded him. Her heartbeat's steady. I doubt there's anything seriously wrong. The boy had watched what he'd done, but wasn't sure. Here, let me show you. Royd reached across and lifted Isobel's hand from the boy's. He traced the veins showing through her fine skin. Put your fingertips just there. Press a little, and you'll be able to feel her heart beating. He waited while the boy tried. The lad's face cleared as he felt the reassuring thud of his mother's heart. What's your name? The boy glanced briefly his way.
Duncan.
Royd forced himself to nod, as if that wasn't an earth-shattering revelation. The firstborn sons of the Frobishers bore one of three names in rotation: Fergus, Murgatroyd, and Duncan. He let his gaze skate over the lad. All long, skinny limbs and knobbly knees, gangly like a colt. He'd been the same. So had Isobel. How old are you?
I'll be 8 in October.
He could have guessed that, too. He looked at Isobel's still unresponsive face. He had so many questions for her, he could barely think of where to start. But first, what did one do to revive a woman who had fainted? I don't have any smelling salts. Bellamy might have some somewhere, but Isobel would hate the crew learning of such uncharacteristic weakness. A cold cloth on her forehead might help. He rose, crossed to the washstand, and dipped a small towel in the pitcher. After wringing most of the water from the cloth, he returned to the bed. Duncan helped him drape the cold compress across Isobel's brow. Royd stood back and watched. Duncan sat back on his ankles, waiting expectantly. Isobel didn't stir. "Let's try raising her feet." Royd grabbed 2 of the extra pillows and handed them to Duncan. "I'll lift her ankles. You push those underneath." Once that was done, they waited another minute, but Isobel remained comatose. Royd frowned. "I'm certain she's only fainted." She'd been so stunned, so shocked to find Duncan there. He looked at the boy. "She's safe here. She can't roll out of the bed." It was a ship's bed. It had raised sides. "I suggest we leave her to recover in peace. Meanwhile, we can get some air." He needed to breathe, deeply. He needed to feel the wind in his face, to let it blow the fog from his mind. Then he needed to grapple with the reality of the son he hadn't known he had. At the mention of getting some air, Duncan's attention had deflected to him.
"You mean go up on deck?"
Royd held his son's gaze, so much like Isobel's. "You're too young to go into the rigging, so yes, on deck." For a second, Duncan wavered. He looked at Isobel again. Then he shuffled back down the bed and hopped off. He straightened and tugged the short jacket he wore into place. After one last glance at Isobel, Royd led the way to the door. Duncan trailed after him. When he reached the door, Royd glanced around and saw Duncan staring back at the bed.
"She will be all right, won't she?"
he asked. "Is she often ill?" Royd would have wagered on the answer being no.
"Hardly ever."
"Well then." He opened the door and led the way out. "Let's leave her to rest." More quietly, he added, "Perhaps she needs it." She was going to need to be very wide awake when next he got her alone. 15 minutes later, among other startling revelations, Royd had learned that this was Duncan's maiden voyage. Small wonder he was so eager to see and try everything. Royd had taken him up to the stern deck and reclaimed the wheel, to Duncan's transparent delight. He clung to the forward railing, peering down the deck and peppering Royd with questions. Then the companionway hatch flung back, and Isobel emerged. Erupted from the depths was nearer the mark. Royd had seen her wild many times before, but he'd never seen her this frenzied. Her gaze landed on him and Duncan. Then, her expression curiously blank, she strode for the ladder. Despite her skirts, she was up in a blink. She stepped onto the deck, her gaze already locked on Duncan. Royd clenched his jaw. From Duncan's prattle of the past minutes, it was plain the boy had been starved for all things nautical, yet the desire to be on the sea, to sail, ran in his blood. What had Isobel been thinking to keep him landlocked? But that question would keep until later. First, he would stand by and listen to her deal with their son. Aside from all else, she was focused on Duncan to the exclusion of literally everything else, even him. Yet another surprise for him to assimilate. Duncan released the railing and swung to face her. From the corner of his eye, Royd saw the boy straighten, stiffen. He didn't hang his head. Rather, he tilted it upward a touch, to an angle Royd recognized. He struggled not to grin. Sea meet granite crag. He'd had enough clashes with Isobel to recognize the signs. He shifted his stance so he could keep mother and son in view without being obvious. Isobel halted before Duncan, her hands rising to grip her hips.
"What are you doing here?"
Her tone was low but unsteady, a warning of imminent explosion. Evenly, fearlessly, the boy replied,
"You said you were off on this voyage, that it was just a trip, and there was no danger involved."
He cut a glance Royd's way, for all the world as if, having now met Royd, he was re-evaluating her veracity. Then he looked back at her, and his features set.
I'm on summer holidays for weeks and weeks yet, and you know I've always wanted to sail. If there's no danger, then there's no reason I can't sail with you."
Royd kept his eyes forward, and his expression non-committal, but he rather thought Isobel had been hoist with her own petard. Her gaze boring into Duncan's, she folded her arms across her chest.
"So you stowed away. How?" "In your trunk, the brown one."
From the corner of his eye, Royd watched her stiffen.
"What happened to the clothes and shoes I had in there?"
Her normally low voice rose an octave.
"Good God, where are they?" "In your other trunks. I just squished things a bit more than they already were, and they all fitted. There was plenty of room."
Isobel stared at her errant offspring and didn't know what to say, not with his newly alerted father standing behind him. But at least Duncan had had the sense not to jettison her clothes. Wrinkled clothes could be ironed. Given her height, replacing clothes was much more difficult. She eyed him.
"What about your clothes?" "I brought 2 other sets in my satchel, and my comb."
The most horrible thought struck.
"Heaven help us! What about those at home? Did you think? I left a note to be delivered to great-grandmamma."
Duncan's tone was the one normally accompanied by a glance heavenward, but he was clever enough not to add the action.
"She'll have it by now."
Her wits were still giddily reeling. Her breathing hadn't yet steadied. She was still too easily pitched off kilter by the revelations that just kept coming. She drew in a deep breath, exhaled, then determinedly drew in another. She was not going to faint again. Refocusing, she discovered that 2 pairs of eyes were watching her closely, with near identical looks suggesting their owners were poised for action, such as catching her if she swooned again. Lips setting, she fixed Duncan with a commanding stare.
"Go down and wait for me in the cabin."
She saw his expression harden and close, and rashly relented.
"Or down there, if you prefer."
With a wave, she indicated the main deck.
"I need to talk to Captain Frobisher."
"Tell him." She inwardly started at Royd's dictate. His tone made the words exactly that. Her eyes leapt to his face, and she met his hard grey gaze. Before she could even begin to think, he reiterated, "Tell him now." She stared into Royd's implacable gaze, felt the brutal force of his will. She could stand against him, but at what cost? To them both, and to Duncan too. And given Duncan had almost certainly guessed, was there any point in putting off the moment? Given the timing of his birth, Duncan's paternity had never been in doubt, but she'd steadfastly refused to name his father, to confirm or deny, which had made it easier for others to let matters lie and treat Duncan as solely hers. But she'd never lied to Duncan, and she couldn't lie to Royd. And the look in his eyes made it clear that he wasn't going to allow her to quit his deck without making a clean breast of it. She drew in a long, deep breath. Ignoring the way her heart thudded, she clasped her hands and lowered her gaze to Duncan's now curious face. She looked into his eyes, her eyes in a young Royd's face.
"I've always said I would tell you who your father is one day. It seems that day is today."
Her voice threatened to quaver. So much would change the instant she said the words, but she firmed her chin and forced her voice to an even tone.
"Your father is Captain Royd Frobisher."
Duncan didn't even blink. His gaze swung to Royd, taking in his features, not so much noting the similarities, he'd already done that, but confirming them.
"Truly?"
The question, laced with inquisitive interest and a touch of hope, was directed at Royd. He shifted his gaze to meet Duncan's. Yes. And no. I didn't know either. With that, father and son looked at her, and she found herself the focus of twin gazes, carrying a wealth of unspoken accusation. She had no idea how to counter it, how to respond. She felt as if she was swaying entirely out of time with the rolling of the deck. Breathing grew difficult again. She cleared her throat. I'll leave you two to get acquainted. I believe I need to lie down again. With that, she cravenly turned tail, walked stiffly to the ladder, and started down. Royd watched her go, a frown in his mind, if not on his face. He'd never seen her run before, certainly never from a potential confrontation. She thrived on drama and challenge, and what could be more challenging and dramatic than this situation? He glanced at Duncan and saw much the same perturbation openly displayed on the boy's, his son's, still expressive face. Clearly, Duncan knew his mother's proclivities and also thought her retreat somewhat strange. Royd looked down the length of his deck. He noted the crew members here and there. None were close enough to overhear conversation on the stern deck. Yet it was true that what Isobel and he had to discuss would be better addressed in private, away from eyes as well as ears, and without the object of their discussion standing between them. Perhaps her retreat had been strategic. Duncan had remained beside him, his hands lightly resting on the forward railing, his gaze, as far as Royd could tell, fixed forward, most likely unseeing. Royd waited, expecting that, with their relationship confirmed, Duncan would have questions. When the silence from that quarter continued, he glanced, faintly puzzled, at the boy. Just as Duncan turned to look up at him, the boy's features had grown stony. Royd realized Duncan's expression was now closed, forming not just a screen for his thoughts, but a shield. When Duncan continued to study his face, as if trying to make up his mind about something, Royd arched a brow in unspoken invitation. Duncan straightened, squared his shoulders, then drew in a breath and asked, "Are you married, then? To someone else, I mean?" Royd blinked. What? For a second he was at sea. What had prompted Duncan to ask that? Then he realized. Good God, no! His tone underscored the denial in an entirely convincing way. Even as the words left his lips, light dawned and reality struck. He paused to let his mind trace the connections that had suddenly become so very clear. Rapidly, he reviewed the scenario revealed and checked his understanding. Then, as much to himself as Duncan, said, "Now I think of it, I believe I'm married to your mother." He was as good as, wasn't he? And that, in large part, was why she had never told him about Duncan. Royd spent the rest of the day fielding eager questions from his son. Most of the barrage concerned ships and sailing, but here and there a query about the Frobishers crept in. For his part, when he could get a query in, he learned that Duncan lived at Carmody Place and had been schooled with the rest of the children on the large estate by governess and tutor, but the discussions were being held about him going to a grammar school next year. Royd and his brothers had attended Aberdeen Grammar School. He made a mental note to inform Isobel that Duncan would be attending there too. No need to send the boy away, a decision that found ready favour with Duncan. Once he'd extracted an assurance from Royd that he would always be welcome to explore any Frobisher ship in port, Duncan wasn't going to readily accept any circumstance that would prevent him from taking up the invitation. Royd didn't get a chance to discuss anything with Isobel until after night had fallen, until after he and she sat down to dinner in the main cabin with their son, just like a normal family. As it happened, the meal went off without even one awkward moment. Duncan led the way, leaving his parents to follow. Later, Isobel put Duncan to bed in the cabin to the left of the captain's cabin. Royd watched from the main doorway, noting all the signs of mother-son affection that, regardless of the situation, were evident. When Isobel reached to turn down the lamp, he tipped his head toward the companionway. "I'll wait for you on deck." She met his gaze and nodded. He went up to the stern deck to check with his navigator, William Kelly, who presently had the wheel. They exchanged comments about their route southward, then fell into a comfortable silence. Royd leaned against the stern railing, looked up at the night sky, and waited. As the hours had passed and his new reality had taken shape and taken hold, his fury had abated, replaced by a powerful need to examine, learn, reassess, and then reform and rebuild, if he could, if she would. Several minutes later, Isobel emerged from the companionway hatch. She'd thrown a shawl about her shoulders. Knotting it against the breeze, she saw him heading for the ladder down to the main deck. She crossed her arms, holding the shawl close, and led the way to the bow. When he joined her, she was leaning against the starboard gunwale, staring out at the darkness ahead. The ship was running hard before the wind. He and his men knew this route like the backs of their hands, and he needed to reach London with all speed. Although clouds had blown up and now covered the moon, sufficient starlight remained to paint the occasional crest phosphorescent bright, creating flashes of brilliant white on the rolling night-dark sea. He halted behind Isobel and, with a hand on the smooth upper rail, braced himself against the irregular pitching. None of the watch was close enough to hear them, and the wind would whip away their words regardless. The stance she'd deliberately taken meant he couldn't see her face, but at this point, that might make the discussion they had to have easier. Certainly easier to keep on track. She remained silent, but he'd expected that it would be up to him to lead. He started with what was, to him, the most pertinent question. Why? He sensed rather than heard her sigh, but her head remained high, and her voice, when it reached him, was strong. You weren't there. You'd left and hadn't come back. But I did come back. Why didn't you tell me then? Why didn't you tell me I had a son? Because if I had, you would have taken him from me. Given Duncan was a child born of a failed hand-fasting, all rights regarding him would have rested with you as his father. I would have had no say in his upbringing or his life, no right to keep him with me. He frowned. Why would he have taken? His perception whirled like a kaleidoscope. When the facts settled again, they formed a different pattern, one altered to accommodate what he'd just heard, what she'd just revealed. The only reason for her hiding Duncan's existence was if she had decided she didn't want to marry him. Yet there was still something out of alignment. The pieces still didn't fit. In all the years since, she'd never even encouraged any other suitor. Isobel, you would have. There was so much conviction underlying the words, he felt forced to consider. And he had to admit, if she'd wanted to marry another, and he had known about Duncan. In a rush of emotion, he remembered how he'd felt when she told him to go away and had shut the door of Carmody Place in his face. She was the mercurial one, but in truth, he wasn't far behind her when it came to temper, although he burned cold while she flamed hot. He'd been frigidly angry and hurt, a dangerous combination. She'd been one of the few people who could truly hurt him. He'd given her his heart, after all, and she had. She'd crushed his heart and flung it back at him. Or so he'd thought. She was right. Regardless of what she'd intended to do, If he'd known about Duncan then, he couldn't say what he might or might not have done. She shifted fractionally and tightened her grip on the shawl.
Know one thing. I will never allow you to take him from me. Remember that. Believe that.
He had no trouble doing so. He knew her nature, how passionate and devoted to her causes she became, how she gave her whole heart, and even her soul, to protecting and nurturing those she loved, like Duncan, like Iona, like Catherine Fortescue. More than any other, he'd been the recipient of her passion and devotion once upon a time. And he missed that, too. He had every day since she'd slammed that damned door. Looking back, he couldn't explain, even to himself, why he hadn't tried harder. He had attempted to talk to her in the days that followed, but after twice meeting a blockade, manned by her family, admittedly, he hadn't succeeded in speaking directly to her, but had assumed they'd acted with her blessing. He'd ended in an even fouler temper and had walked away and never gone back. He'd given up on her, on them, and on all the promise that he'd thought they'd had. And he'd felt righteous and entirely justified in doing so. She had rejected him, after all. Pride had risen up, sunk its claws deep, and ridden him. To his mind, he'd returned a conquering hero, albeit one not publicly acknowledged. That mission had been covert first to last. He'd been riding high, sailing home with his ego inflated by the immense satisfaction of a job done better than anyone could have hoped. It had been a quiet triumph. Regardless of her not knowing the details, he'd expected her, his hand-fasted bride, to welcome him with one of her brilliant smiles and open arms. Instead, the reality had been so very different. He'd struck back by turning and walking away. She hadn't lived up to his dreams, the dreams that had kept him alive, his skills and talents honed and focused through all the preceding hellish months. He'd wanted to hurt her as she had hurt him, so he'd walked away and left her. He hadn't appreciated then what he'd been walking away from. Not just a son, but the one woman, the only woman, with whom he would ever contemplate sharing his life. His soulmate. His younger self hadn't understood the magnitude of all that title encompassed, but he'd always known that she was his other half, his anchor in life's storm. He'd been adrift from the moment he'd turned his back on her. With the benefit of the years and the wisdom of hindsight, he could admit that, if she hadn't behaved as he'd expected, equally, he hadn't lived up to her expectations, what most would consider entirely reasonable expectations of a hand-fasted partner either. But because they were soulmates, he'd expected her to overlook his shortcomings, and for all between them to be exactly as it had been when he'd sailed away. He hadn't known about Duncan, hadn't known she'd borne his child alone. She would have been surrounded by her family, but she hadn't had him, and he knew her well enough to comprehend that more than anything else, his absence then was a large part of what had pushed them apart. He wanted her back. He'd already decided that. Learning of Duncan only strengthened his determination. Duncan was his. He wanted the boy openly acknowledged and legitimate. Reclaiming her would achieve that, too. Reclaiming Isobel was the route to the future he was now adamant he wanted and needed. They, had wasted 8 years. He wasn't about to waste any more. But getting her back wasn't going to be easy. She would be prickly, barricaded. He would need to undermine her defenses one by one. A sliver of her profile was all he could see. He studied it, then said, "Tell me what happened 8 years ago from your point of view. What happened after I left?" Over her shoulder, she threw him a brief, frowning glance. After fleetingly meeting his eyes, and confirming he was, as she'd supposed, in earnest, Isobel faced forward. Why had he asked that? Long inured to his silences, she'd waited, every nerve tense, ready to engage and defend in whatever way his attack, when it came, might require. But that... She'd jettisoned any notion of keeping him at a distance while she re-evaluated their situation. Duncan's appearance had put paid to any chance of not explaining all to Royd. She couldn't in all conscience refuse to answer his questions, not when even she recognized that he had a right to know. Yet the question he'd asked wasn't one she'd been expecting, not phrased in that way, and she knew him. If he wasn't reacting quickly and instinctively, but rather after considered thought, then he would have some goal in mind. What that goal might be, in the circumstances, she couldn't even guess. But he was being reasonable, so avoiding the question wasn't an option. He was far too canny to give her an excuse to take refuge in her histrionic side. She couldn't get away with enacting some drama and distracting him, as she could with almost anyone else. Not with him, and not with Iona. All others she could manage, but not those two. Very well. If that was the tack he wanted to take, she would follow and see where it led. You left 3 weeks after our hand fasting. You told me you expected the voyage to last for a month, 2 at the most. You sailed away. I went to live with Iona at Carmody Place. She wanted the company, and as we'd hand-fasted, I no longer needed to live with Mamma and Papa and attend balls and dinners. It suited me to go to the place and not have to bother with society. You know I was never enamoured of the social round. An understatement, yet in drawing back from society, she'd unwittingly laid the groundwork for what came later. I settled with Iona, then realised I was pregnant. I was thrilled and so happy. She'd been over the moon. I didn't tell anyone. I thought to wait for you to return to tell you first. She couldn't stop her tone growing colder. But you didn't return. At first, I just waited. But after 3 months had passed with no word from you, I went to the Frobisher office and asked when they expected you back. I was told they didn't know. They smiled and assured me you would return as soon as you could. I left but went back a week later and asked if there was some way to contact you. I wanted to send you a letter, but they explained that there was no way to get any message to you at that time. And they confirmed they hadn't heard anything from you any more than I had. She paused, feeling the memories draw her back and pull her into the roiling vortex of emotions she'd experienced then. A week later, I went back and asked them how, given they'd heard nothing from you or any others on your ship. They knew you were still alive. They'd hemmed and hawed, and ultimately admitted that they didn't precisely know, but as they hadn't heard otherwise. In short, they couldn't confirm that you still lived. All they would say was that they were sure you would eventually turn up. Needless to say, I wasn't reassured. You didn't speak to my father or any of my brothers? Your father was out of town at the time, and I think Robert, Declan, and Caleb were at sea. She hesitated, then asked, Would I have got a different answer if I'd asked them where you were? She shifted her head enough to, from the corner of her eye, catch his grimace. After a moment, he replied, Probably not from my brothers, but my father might have understood enough to reassure you. Well, he wasn't there. She looked forward again. And while I did think of speaking to your mother, she was off with your father. And later, by the time your parents were back in Aberdeen, I'd rethought things. What things? If he'd sounded demanding, she might have found it more difficult to go on. As it was, he was still Royd, the one person in all the world she'd unreservedly shared her thoughts, wishes, and dreams with, once upon a time. The link, the connection, was still there. She could tell him anything. Even this.
Things like why you'd wanted to marry me. I realized that it wasn't as I'd supposed, that I'd been naive in ascribing to you the same motive that applied to me.
Even though she now viewed that time from the insulating distance of 8 years, and she had, she firmly believed, come to accept the reality, the surge of remembered devastation still swamped her. Not having to meet his eyes helped, allowed her to draw breath and reasonably, evenly say,
I always knew I was an unlikely princess to your prince. I was too tall, too unfeminine in so many ways, not least in my aversion to feminine pursuits and my determination to succeed in being allowed to build ships.
She paused, then, as calmly as she could, went on.
As you know, I was told from an early age, by supporters and detractors alike, that the only reason any man would seek to marry me was to gain control of the shipyards.
She raised one shoulder in a slight shrug.
I'd thought you were different, but when you stayed away and didn't even write, I realized I'd misread things. I'm sure you recall it was Iona who insisted on us handfasting and not formalizing a marriage immediately. She'd seen the truth that I hadn't.
Blindly, she gestured toward him.
And of course, you, as the future head of Frobisher shipping, had the greatest incentive of all to want to gain control of the Carmichael shipyards.
Despite her best efforts, the breath she drew shook, but she clung to her dignity and went on.
As I wanted more from marriage than you were able to give, I realized I couldn't go forward and formalize our marriage. Once I'd reached that understanding, there was no reason to do anything other than wait to tell you if you ever got back.
Royd stood behind the woman, who, despite the years, still held his heart, and felt as if he'd been turned to stone. He'd known of her belief that she wasn't attractive, and that her temperament made her unsuitable to be any gentleman's wife, ergo that no gentleman would offer for her hand other than to gain control of the shipyards. He vividly recalled the day he'd gone to meet her at the yards, but hadn't been able to find her. He'd been certain she was there somewhere, so he'd hunted, and eventually he'd found her hidden away on a perch overlooking the ribs of a hull in production. She'd been hunched in on herself, and had been, if not actively crying, then deeply upset. He'd had to tease the reason for her uncharacteristic downheartedness from her, but in the end, she told him, gifted him with, the raw truth. The truth as she'd seen it. The same truth she'd just handed him. But then, she'd been all of 14. Despite the difference in their ages, at that time, she'd been as tall as he, all long limbs and bony elbows and knees. He remembered that girl quite well. He'd talked her around, convinced her that she didn't need to worry about any gentleman marrying her, that everything would change by the time she was ready to walk down the aisle. Even then, he'd intended to be the man waiting to meet her at the altar. It had never occurred to him that that fragile and vulnerable girl of long ago still existed inside the confident, exuberant 20-year-old young lady he'd handfasted with, much less inside the woman she now was. Didn't she have a mirror? But no, he knew perfectly well that if one was convinced of a truth, one didn't necessarily see reality. He'd used that human failing to his advantage many times over the years. He'd been actively doing exactly that, letting people think they saw what they expected to see, while she'd been giving birth to his son. How to open her eyes? especially given that Iona would have held up his behaviour of 8 years ago as proof of his motives for marriage. Her grandmother had always viewed him and his involvement with Isobel askance, and he couldn't argue that he wasn't the prime candidate for wanting control of the shipyards. He was. Yet that had never figured in his determination to marry Isobel. If she had nothing whatsoever to do with the shipyards, he would still want to marry her. Intellectually, at least, he, with the help of others, could convince her that, even by the age of 20, her ugly duckling had transformed into a swan. But with her, that was only half the problem, and over the years, the other half, her unfeminine behaviour and her devotion to and passion for the active practice of shipbuilding, had only grown more real, more confirmed, more blatantly a part of her. And for the very same reasons she'd believed he'd wanted to seize the shipyards via marriage, he would never urge her to change her involvement in shipbuilding. Put simply, she and her talents and skills were far too vital to his and Frobisher Shipping's future. He wanted her as she was, on every count. All those thoughts reeled through his brain at mind-numbing speed. He felt pummeled by realizations, but he was too experienced to leap into actions that might prove counterproductive. Winning Isobel again, claiming her again, was a battle he needed to approach with all due caution. He focused on the sliver of her face that he could see, faintly lit by the ship's running lamps. Simply telling her the truth, his version of the truth, the real truth of why he'd wanted to marry her. Would she believe him? He doubted it. Putting himself in her shoes, based on what she currently knew, he didn't think he would believe him either. When she'd dismissed him so decisively and refused to see him again, he'd walked away and done his damnedest to appear unaffected and unconcerned, especially in ways he knew were likely to be reported back to her. Behaving openly as if her dissolving their hand-fasting hadn't bothered him had been his way of striking back, and he had a lowering suspicion he'd succeeded all too well. He usually did. He'd screened his true feelings from everyone, too hurt, and yes, too wounded not to. Attempting to rewrite the truth he'd encouraged not just her, but everyone else to believe, wasn't going to be any easy matter. One fact, however, was now crystal clear. She'd hidden Duncan from him as a direct consequence of him knowingly concealing a significant section of his life from her. The 8 years they'd spent apart, the nearly 8 years of Duncan's life he'd missed, were the price he, and unwittingly she and Duncan, had paid for him keeping a secret mission secret. He could swear and rail against a fate that had conspired to so tangle them in their own strengths and weaknesses, their own vulnerabilities, but to what end? They were where they were now and had to go forward from there. The past was the past. They needed to put it behind them and move forward. In that order. She was comfortable with his silences. Few were, but she remained patiently waiting. One of the few things about which she'd learned to be patient. She knew him better than anyone else in the world. He was fairly certain she still felt something for him, but he didn't feel confident as to what that something was. Not now. Still, she was a passionate woman, yet she hadn't encouraged any other man. As far as he'd heard, and when it came to her he'd kept his ear to the ground, she'd never taken any other man to her bed. Why was that, if not? An alternative answer came with his next heartbeat. She hadn't taken up with any other man because of Duncan. Because, according to the laws under which they'd handfasted, she was still plighted to him, Royd, even if he hadn't known it. Another realization buffeted him. He narrowed his eyes on her face. "You've been waiting for me to marry."
Obviously.
He managed not to snort, as if that was going to happen. He'd long ago accepted that he wouldn't be marrying anyone else. For him, it had always been her or no one. As things stood, that also meant that for her, there would be no one. Or at least, no one else. Not unless he agreed to release her from their troth. He couldn't imagine doing that, certainly not while any hope of re-winning her remained. Had she really believed? As if reading his mind, she added, "Once you married, I intended to approach either you or your wife and petition you to release Duncan formally into my care." He bit his tongue against the impulse to inform her that, regardless of the circumstances, once he'd learned of Duncan's existence, he would never have let the boy go. He'd known his son for only a few hours, yet he knew he'd fight anyone who thought to separate them again. Yet although she wasn't normally skittish, this unexpectedly vulnerable Isobel required careful handling. Even under normal circumstances, her ability to surprise knew few bounds. Insistently, his mind returned to her earlier words. "I'd been naive in ascribing to you the same motive that applied to me." And the revelation by implication buried therein. What had been her motive in handfasting with him? Was it what he'd always believed it to be? And did that mean she still loved him? He couldn't be certain, and was long past taking anything about her as a given. Regardless, could she come to love him as she once had? He reviewed the tangled skeins of their lives, and had to believe that there was a real chance of that it was definitely a possibility. But the human heart was such a complex organ, and love could be impacted by so many other factors. One conclusion stood out, one absolute in the morass of uncertainties. He wanted her to love him again with the same wholehearted, wild and open-hearted passion she'd once lavished on him. And he wanted that with a desperation that reached to the bottom of his soul. He was a renowned strategist. This might not be his usual sort of mission, but he had to believe he could pull it off. He had to believe she hadn't ceased loving him, but rather, his behavior, as she'd interpreted it, had caused her to lose faith in him, trust in him, and she'd drawn back. His behavior, all unwitting on his part, had caused her old vulnerability to rise up, and she'd withdrawn and barricaded herself against him. His behavior, as she'd perceived it, was his first problem, the first issue he needed to address. Inwardly, he grimaced. She trusted him implicitly, from the bottom of her heart, from her earliest years. In acting as cavalierly as he had, he'd taken that trust for granted. He hadn't honored the reality that trust needed to be reciprocated, needed to be earned and deserved. By not telling her the truth of where he was going and why, and never explaining his prolonged absence, he'd broken her trust. Irreparably? He hoped not, had to believe not. Where trust had once been, surely it could be built again. He had to believe that. He had no other choice, and no other way forward. He needed to rebuild her trust in him before he would have any chance of reclaiming her love. And in rebuilding her trust, he had to ensure he never, ever led her to imagine that he might assert his rights and effectively force her into marriage. Another man less wise in her ways might use the hold he now had over her via Duncan to force her to the altar. But any step in that direction would result in immediate resistance. She would fight him every step of the way, and so would her family. But more critically, such a move wouldn't gain him what he wanted. He wouldn't regain her love and all that went with that. He pushed away from the ship's side, caught her hand, and drew her around. "Come below. There's something I want to show you. Something you need to read. He didn't have to glance at her to know she frowned at him. But she obliged and, despite her start, instantly suppressed when his hand had closed around hers, didn't pull away, but allowed him to tow her back to the aft hatch. He opened it and, releasing her, waved her through, then followed her down the stairs. He nodded past her as he joined her in the narrow corridor. The main cabin. Isobel led the way into the stern cabin. Immediately, she crossed to the connecting door to the cabin on the left. She looked in, saw Duncan's face faintly flushed in sleep, and gently shut the door. Will our voices disturb him? Royd had paused by the side of the desk. She shook her head.
He's a sound sleeper. Even more so than you.
As if he'd heard her unvoiced comment, Royd humphed and continued to the large, glass-fronted bookcase built into the wall to the right of the desk. He opened the doors and reached to the second highest shelf. His long fingers skimmed the spines of the narrow volumes packed along the shelf's length. Then his hand halted, and he eased one slender volume from the rest. He closed the bookcase doors, turned, and held out the book. I believe you'll find the contents of interest. Premonition tickled her spine. She approached and took the book from him. It appeared to be a journal.
What is it?
She turned the book in her hands and opened the cover. The date leapt out at her, inscribed in his strong, blatantly masculine hand. February 24, 1816. The day after he'd fatefully sailed away. She stilled. She sensed, knew, that he'd put the answer to her most vital question into her hands. It's an account of the mission I sailed on, the one that unexpectedly kept me from home through 1816 and into 1817. It's all there, just bare bones. But if you want to know more on any point, ask, and I'll explain. When she looked up at him, feeling again as if the world was rocking independent of the waves, he met her gaze. But she could read nothing at all in his expression. He tipped his head toward the desk. Sit. Read. Once you've finished, if you wish to read any of the others. He gestured to the bookcase. Feel free. Returning her gaze to the journal, she sank against the front edge of the desk. He crossed to the main door, but paused with his hand on the latch. When she glanced at him, he said, It just occurred to me. The mission that separated us is similar in many ways to the one we're presently on. Before she could ask what he meant by that, he nodded at the book in her hands. Read that first. I'll tell you the rest later. With that, he opened the door, stepped out, and quietly shut the door behind him. She stared at the panel for several seconds, then looked down and refocused on the journal's first page. Royd entered the cabin he'd moved into. He shrugged off his coat and hung it up, then started unknotting his cravat. With something this important, the rescripting of their pasts with a view to shaping a shared future, a wise man would take his time and set each foundation stone properly and securely in place. She didn't yet know it, because he hadn't yet explained, but they would be stopping in London for several days, possibly as long as a week. Then would come the voyage to Freetown, whatever action awaited them there, and the voyage back to London, and eventually the journey home to Aberdeen. He had weeks, possibly as many as 5 or even 6, in which to execute his campaign. His quest to win Isobel Carmichael again. Isobel read far into the night. Royd's journal didn't just cover the events of his long-ago mission. but also included snippets of his personal life. As well as learning what had kept him from her for more than 13 months, she read of his frequent wish to send word to her, an act he drew back from again and again. Finally, she reached the end of the volume and laid it aside. Having her world as she'd known it turned upside down for a second time in one day was exhausting. She fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. She didn't re-emerge onto the deck until the morning was well advanced. On waking late, she'd been unsurprised to find herself alone in the stern cabins. She'd breakfasted in solitary state, while sampling some of the other volumes in the bookcase, some earlier, some later. Most of Royd's missions, for the voyages detailed in the journals were transparently that, had been short, only a month or two. A few had stretched for nearly a year. Some had occurred during the late wars, while others had been more recent, after she'd ended their handfasting. Of those later missions, certain of the details he'd jotted down in nonchalant vein would have induced panic if she hadn't known he was still hale and whole. He'd always harboured a certain disregard for danger, a trait she in large part shared, yet some of his actions in those later missions seemed ridiculously risky, even for him. Via the logs filling the third shelf of the bookcase, she'd confirmed that, in between missions, he'd sailed on Frobisher company business, ferrying personages of wealth and influence, often royalty, across various seas. Those were the voyages she and others in Aberdeen, and no doubt elsewhere, knew of and associated with Royd Frobisher. The missions were something else entirely. She'd led a relatively sheltered existence, yet even with her limited knowledge, she could imagine just how dangerous some of the undertakings he'd been involved in must have been. Last night, he'd intimated that this voyage was a mission similar to the one that had disrupted their handfasting. Even more than a need for fresh air, curiosity sent her up on deck. She took several of his journals and logs with her. One glance confirmed that he was at the wheel, and that Duncan stood by his side, the wind whipping his hair about his eager face. She returned her son's wave, and returned Royd's sharp look with a non-committal nod, then headed for the bow. A triangular bench filled the bow's tip. The spare anchor was stored beneath it. She climbed up, wedged her shoulders between the gunwales, and settled to read. The more she learned about the man she'd thought she'd known, but evidently hadn't, the better. Eventually, Bellamy came forward to speak with her.
"If you're ready for luncheon, miss, I'll summon the captain and the young master."
"Thank you." Isobel allowed the old sea dog to gallantly assist her off the bench. Then she gathered the journals and logs. "I'll go down directly." Young master. She wondered whether Royd had made any announcement regarding Duncan. Then again, he wouldn't have had to say a word for his crew to know exactly whose son Duncan was. Just seeing father and son together was declaration enough. Bellamy accompanied her to the aft hatch. While he went on to the upper deck, she went down the stairs and back to the main cabin. She returned the journals and logs to the bookcase. She was closing the doors when she heard Duncan's feet pattering down the stairs, then thundering along the corridor. She turned in time to catch him as he hurled himself against her.
"Mama!"
He flung his arms around her waist, tipped his head back, and smiled delightedly up at her.
"We saw seals! Big ones! And lots of gulls!"
She couldn't resist that smile. She ruffled his hair.
"And have you been asking lots of questions?"
She knew her son.
"Endless questions."
Royd followed Duncan in. His tone was long-suffering, but his face was alight as Duncan's. The large desk was their table. Isobel sat at one end, while Duncan took the place at the front of the desk, facing Royd, who'd settled in his accustomed chair. While she smiled at Bellamy and complimented him on the finely sliced corned beef he set before them. She wondered what tack Royd's calculating mind was taking with respect to Duncan, and herself. In the instant Royd had set eyes on Duncan, their lives, Duncan's, hers, and Royd's, had irreversibly changed. What she didn't yet know was where that change had landed them. While she would have infinitely preferred to control everything to do with Duncan, now Royd knew of his existence, there was no point imagining she could sit back and hope that Royd would grow bored with the demands of parenthood and lose interest in his son. She'd told him she would never let anyone take Duncan from her, but from what she'd seen of their interactions, of Royd's protectiveness, and the patience he displayed in dealing with Duncan's incessant questions, Royd releasing Duncan to her sole care was not going to happen either. They, she and Royd, and Duncan too, were going to have to find common ground. But exactly what such ground might look like, at this stage, she couldn't begin to guess. Duncan didn't speak, but applied himself assiduously to taking the edge from his ever-present hunger. Royd watched his son, studying Duncan while he too ate. Isobel watched them both, curious as to how they were getting on, curious to see how Royd managed. She'd definitely thrown him into deep water in terms of dealing with a son. Then again, in all contexts, Royd was an excellent swimmer. With the worst of his hunger assuaged, Duncan looked at Royd and started asking about ropes and knots. Royd answered easily. Isobel kept her attention on her plate. But eventually, Duncan looked at her. She felt his gaze, looked up, and, for once, couldn't define the expression in his dark brown eyes. Then he transferred his gaze to Royd.
You said you're married to Mama, so what's my name? My proper full name?
Royd's gaze swung her way. She met it, but not knowing what he'd said to Duncan, and unable to dispute that, in a way, they were indeed married, she didn't know what to say. Royd looked at Duncan and met his gaze levelly. What name have you been going by?
Duncan Carmody.
Royd nodded, as if having expected that. He probably had. Your full name is Duncan Carmody Carmichael Frobisher. He glanced at her and arched a brow. When Duncan looked at her, she forced herself to nod.
Yes, that's correct.
She met her son's gaze.
That is your full name.
Silently, Duncan repeated the 4 words, then grinned.
Good.
He'd finished his meal. He set his cutlery down and reached for the apple Bellamy had left for him. Duncan crunched into the fruit, chewed, swallowed, then asked,
Can I go back on deck?
She'd eaten enough. Royd had cleaned his plate and was sitting back in his chair, observing. A touch unnerved by the apparent domesticity, she pointed to the glass in front of Duncan.
Finish your milk, and then we'll go up.
Duncan seized the glass, drained it, then he grabbed his napkin and wiped off the resulting milky moustache.
I'm ready.
She rose, so too did Royd. She followed Duncan from the cabin, and Royd followed her. Once again, she retreated to the bench in the bow, and while watching Royd and Duncan, revisited the questions to which she still lacked answers. Royd opted to leave the wheel in Liam Stewart's care, and spent the next half hour teaching Duncan a set of basic nautical knots. Eventually consigning Duncan to the tutelage of his bosun, Jolly, to learn more about where and when the different knots were used, Royd strolled to the bow. On reaching Isobel, he met her dark gaze, then turned and sat by her feet. He rested his forearms on his thighs and clasped his hands. Well? He was perfectly sure she had questions.
The mission you were sent on after we hand-fasted. You originally expected it to last only for a month or so.
Why did it take so long? He knew what he'd written in his journal. He'd reread it many times over the years, whenever the question of whether he could have done anything other than what he had, and thus not lost her, became too insistent and had to be once again put to rest. The original mission was to infiltrate the court of the Dey of Algiers and confirm that he was capturing, holding, and eventually selling Europeans as slaves. In order to do that, I had to pose as a half-French emissary of an Arabic slave trader. I succeeded in getting access to the Dey's slave pens, where I discovered over 3,000 Europeans. That was a far larger number than anyone had imagined. Originally, I was supposed to simply learn the number and then get out and report to Exmouth, who was supposed to be at Gibraltar. But Exmouth came in early and stood off the port of Algiers, thinking to intimidate the Dey into releasing his European captives. And instead, the Dey dug in his heels. He nodded. Rather than report to Exmouth in person, I sent Liam Stewart. I wasn't all that sure I could keep a civil tongue in my head, but more importantly, I couldn't risk being seen and recognized boarding Exmouth's ship. And with Exmouth flying the flag in such a bellicose fashion, I couldn't risk taking the Corsair, which was masquerading as a Corsair's vessel, out of the harbour. But sending Liam turned out to be a miscalculation. Unknown to me, Exmouth had demanded and been given command over my mission. I hadn't expected that, but it was around the time Dalziel, my previous commander, was pulling back. Whitehall assumed Exmouth would deal with the Dey without any great problem, and I was, after all, a privateer. Giving an admiral command over my mission seemed appropriate to them. By sending Liam, I missed our only chance to retake the reins of the mission, at least as related to me and the Corsair. Liam was in a position to receive orders, but he wasn't in a position to refuse orders, as I might have done. So it was Exmouth's orders that kept you in Algiers? Initially. But the longer the stalemate went on, the more essential it became that I remained in position in the Dey's court. Without the intelligence I provided, Exmouth had no way of knowing what was going on inside the walls, what was happening to the slaves, and what the Dey was planning. He paused, then added, "It became impossible for me to pull back." She'd read his notes. Now she had the broader context. He waited, knowing the most critical of her questions was yet to come. Eventually, she said, "You dithered over sending me a letter. You never dither." He snorted. She was right. But over that... Once I realized I was stuck, and the negotiations between the Dey and Exmouth looked set to drag on for months. I wanted to write, at least to let you know that I was unavoidably detained. But by then the blockade was increasingly tense. I couldn't leave the city. By then I couldn't easily leave the palace. My men were running messages out to Exmouth. While the Corsair could slip out of the harbour, the fleet knew her and would have let her past. She wouldn't have been able to sail in again, not without being marked as an enemy, along with all those on her. He paused, remembering. Several of my crew, Stewart, Bellamy, Jolly and others, offered to take a letter and, using a rowboat, slide around the blockade in order to get the letter out to you. They would have had to go to Gibraltar, but the French were hanging off, beyond the fleet, looking to make mischief. They didn't dare bother Exmouth, especially as he had the Dutch fleet at his back. But if the French had intercepted a letter from me, as me, to you, they would have taken great delight in informing the Dey as to whom exactly he was entertaining. The risk was too great. He looked at his clasped hands. My life, my crew's lives, and the lives of over 3,000 captives. That was what hung in the balance. He wasn't overstating the matter. I had to let all notion of contacting you go. And he'd believed she'd loved him enough to overlook his silence. In retrospect, that had been his biggest miscalculation. But even now, he couldn't imagine doing anything other than what he'd done. Exmouth bombarded Algiers in late August. He may as well give her the complete picture. All the targets in the city that were hit were ones I'd identified. The armory, the magazine, the barracks. The Dey capitulated and surrendered the European slaves, but he sent out only just over 1,000, those from one set of pens. So I had to remain until we got all the Europeans released. It took until March the following year. Only once that was done was I free to drop my disguise, reboard the Corsair, and sail home. In what had turned into a very bitter victory. Minutes ticked past. Neither of them spoke. The bow rose and fell. Water susurrated against the sides as the prow cleaved through the waves. She stirred. Looking back at what happened, it was inevitable in the circumstances. It was no one's fault. A few days ago, he wouldn't have agreed, but after hearing her version of events, inevitable because you didn't know why I'd stayed away. Yes. Isobel hesitated, but she'd always wondered about what had happened next. And you didn't try to explain. After I told you to go away, you walked away and left it at that. No. For the first time since he'd sat by her feet, he turned his head and, frowning, met her gaze. I tried twice to see you, precisely to explain. She frowned back. When? The first time was 2 days after. It took me that long to convince myself I had to speak to you. He faced forward. That I needed to make you understand. He paused, then said, I was met at the door by one of your older cousins. She told me in no uncertain terms that you didn't want to see me. A chill touched her heart. In a low voice, she said, I never knew you'd come. He looked down at his clasped hands. I thought perhaps you were still in a snit. I tried again a week later. Another cousin turned me away with a flea in my ear. She looked at Duncan, sitting cross-legged beside Jolly and busily knotting rope. They were trying to protect me. They knew about Duncan. A shudder ran through Royd's large frame. She glanced at him. He was staring at his linked hands. His fingers were gripping hard. Then abruptly they eased. In a low, almost tortured voice, he said, I'd been the central cog in a long and difficult mission. I'd saved 3,000 lives and got away with my crew and myself unharmed. I was a hero by anyone's standards. Yet you didn't want to know. That's how I saw it. His chest swelled. Her gaze locked on his profile. She didn't expect him to say more, yet she waited, breath bated. I was so damned hurt. No, worse. It felt like a wound, a stab wound more deadly than any I'd ever taken. His voice was raw, his tone harsh. You were the only one I'd ever let so close. You were the only one who could ever have hurt me like that. And you did. The sounds of the sea, of the wind, the waves, the sails, and the gulls, surrounded them and held them in a cocoon of remembered pain. Then he drew a huge breath and, raising his head, exhaled. So yes, I walked away. From you, from us, from everything we'd been to each other. More evenly, he stated, "There was no other way for me to go on." She didn't need to think to know that everything he'd said had been the literal truth. His expression might be unreadable, impenetrable, but this was Royd. She'd always been attuned to his moods, his emotions. His feelings rippled over her awareness. She sensed them in the same way a blind person used touch to read. "I thought then," he went on, once again gazing at his clasped hands, "that while I'd been away fighting for king and country, you'd fallen out of love with me, that you'd changed your mind, that whatever had been between us, it hadn't been love, the sort that never died, that hadn't been a part of our equation at all." He lifted one shoulder. What else was I to think? Rocked by the intensity of his feelings, she'd forgotten how powerful his emotions were. She felt as if, once again, she was reeling. Then he turned his head and looked at her. The unshielded emotions in his grey gaze sliced effortlessly through her defences. They might as well not have been there. Then he said, his tone hard but even, "You didn't fight for us, either." She held his piercing gaze. "I didn't know there was an us worth fighting for." Royd held to the contact, to the steadiness in her dark brown eyes. She'd ever been his anchor, his safe harbour through any storm. But this storm raged between them, created of them. Yet it seemed they now stood at the eye, with the past behind them, but no clear view of what might lie ahead, of what future they might have. "Your future will be what you make of it." His father's words. Oh, so true. Now we both know the truth of what happened 8 years ago. Is there an us worth fighting for now? The critical question. She didn't look away. She felt the weight of the moment as acutely as he. After several silent seconds, she drew breath and simply said, "I don't know, but there might be." Her gaze flicked past him, down the deck. "And then there's Duncan." He followed her gaze to where their son was diving headfirst into his heritage. He considered the sight, then replied, "As there is, indeed, Duncan, I suggest might be is a possibility you and I need to explore." She returned her gaze to his face. He turned his head and met her eyes. Her gaze was steady and unwavering. He realized he was holding his breath. Then she nodded. "To confirm or eliminate, we can't go forward without knowing what might be." Royd spent the rest of the afternoon with William Kelly, going over charts and plotting the fastest route from Southampton to Freetown. He made no attempt to advance his position with respect to his de facto wife and his son, until, seated about his desk in the main cabin, the three of them had dined, and after having cleared their plates, Bellamy produced a blancmange for Duncan. How his steward had managed to concoct such a thing while at sea, Royd couldn't imagine. But as he watched Duncan's eyes light, he couldn't help but smile. Duncan babbled his thanks, then attacked the treat. Satisfied, Bellamy withdrew. Duncan glanced at Royd and, predictably, posed another question. Having learned of knots and ropes to his immediate satisfaction, his interest had shifted to sails. Royd dutifully listed the sails the Corsair flew, expounding on when each set was deployed and what weather conditions limited their use. Throughout, his senses remained trained on Isobel. The task of re-winning her was going to be a great deal more demanding than winning over Duncan, even though he suspected that more of what she'd once felt for him remained in her heart than she'd yet let him see. As far as he could tell, he had reason enough to hope that, under her prickly carapace, she still loved him. God knew, he still loved her. After their discussion in the bow, which he didn't want to revisit even in his mind, just the thought of what had fallen from his lips left him feeling naked and vulnerable, she'd retreated somewhat. Just half a step, enough to think things through. That was her way. She tended to stand back and assess before stepping forward, while he forged on, assessing as he went. That was why, in all their childhood adventures, she'd always followed rather than led. Not because she was any less adventurous, but because she possessed at least one cautious instinct. He wasn't sure he possessed any such instincts at all. Any caution he brought to bear derived from a single-minded drive to succeed, to win, a recognition that sometimes winning required caution. In pursuit of a prize, he could be cautious, he could be patient. He was going to have to be patient to win the particular prize he'd set his heart on. Dealing with Isobel had never been easy. Challenging, exhilarating, and satisfying, undoubtedly. Easy, no. But she'd admitted to a might be, and at present, that was enough. He wasn't going to push her. That way lay dragons. That didn't mean he couldn't shore up his position. Not sharing all aspects of his life with her had been his critical misstep in the past. That wasn't a mistake he would make again. By the time Duncan had scraped every skerrick of blancmange from the bowl and downed the last of his milk, Royd had decided on his next step. He waited while Isobel oversaw Duncan's nighttime ablutions, then tucked him into the bed built out from the ship's side and dropped a motherly kiss on his forehead. Royd stepped back from the doorway as she returned to the main cabin. Once she'd shut the connecting door, he tipped his head toward the door to the cabin he was using. Now you've caught up with the past, perhaps you'd like to learn what I know of what's going on in Freetown. Curiosity flared in her eyes. His words hadn't been any real question. He didn't wait for an answer. She followed readily as he walked to the connecting door, opened it, and went in. He'd left a lantern burning. She hesitated on the threshold, then her gaze fixed on the documents he'd left on the bed's coverlet. He waved her to them. That's all the information I've received to this point. The letters are in order. She walked in, picked up the sheaf, sat on the bed, and started reading. He leaned against the washstand and indulged himself by watching her. The decision to show her the letters hadn't been a difficult one. He'd unwittingly taught her she couldn't trust him to be entirely open with her. It was therefore up to him to demonstrate that he'd changed his tack, and that she could henceforth have confidence that he would share all with her. 15 minutes later, she reached the end of the last missive, Wolverston's recent summons. She set the sheet down on top of the inverted pile, then raised her head and met his gaze. You said you were on a mission that echoed that one 8 years ago. I can see why. It's white slavers again. And in Africa, although a different part. Her eyes searched his face. In the letter from Declan, he said his wife, Lady Edwina, believed several young women had been taken by the slavers. Do you think Catherine might be among them? He caught her gaze. It's possible, perhaps even likely, but with luck, we'll learn if your quest and my mission are one and the same soon enough. He paused, only then realizing she might not be all that keen to meet his brothers again, not in his company, not in the present circumstances. Regardless. The Corsair is headed for Southampton, to provision for the voyage to Freetown. But I have to go to London, to receive my orders, learn everything Declan and Edwina, and also Robert and Miss Eileen Hopkins can tell me, and most important of all, to be there when Caleb gets back, so I can hear his report firsthand and glean the most detailed information on the slavers and the suspected mining camp. If I'm to successfully take the camp, I need to learn as much about it as I can." She gestured at the letters. "They don't spell it out, but I take it your mission will be to rescue those taken and capture the villains behind the scheme." He nodded. "In that order, at least in my mind. As you no doubt noted, there's political pressure building over bringing the perpetrators to justice, and from the tone of communications thus far, I expect to be charged with securing evidence sufficient to convict whoever's involved. I will if I can. However, my overriding objective will be to get the captives, however many there are and whoever they are, to safety." "Indeed." She folded her hands in her lap and met his gaze challengingly. "I'll accompany you to London." She expected an argument. He hid a grin and inclined his head. "We'll leave the ship tomorrow morning. I'll have Liam lay into Ramsgate so we can go ashore. Then the ship will proceed to Southampton, provision, and stand ready." She frowned. "Duncan." After a second of staring into space, she refocused on his face. "Do you think there's any viable way to send him back to Aberdeen?" "Quite aside from the battle you would have to pry him from the ship, I can't imagine any way I would want to risk it." He paused, then said, "He stowed away. From what I gathered, he managed the feat of escaping Carmody Place and all those who no doubt keep an eye on him there, and managed to get himself to the docks and aboard the Corsair, all by himself. If you try to send him home now, after he's had his boots on my deck, what do you think is most likely to happen?" She grimaced. Dryly, he added, "You only need to consider how his parents would react in the same situation. He is, after all, both of us combined. Attempting to send him home at this point will be wasted effort, and, incidentally, effort and time neither you nor I have to spare." Isobel stifled a sigh. "You're right. If we try to send him home in the care of anyone but you or me, I wouldn't put it past him, glib-tongued and quick-witted as he is, to slip his leash and board some other ship bound for Freetown. And the risks of such an action don't bear thinking of." She paused, then refocused on Royd. "So what do you suggest?" He told her. Of course, he'd already seen the potential problem and had worked out a solution. She had to admit it was a workable plan, one that would assuage her motherly concerns, while at the same time allowing Duncan to do what he now needed to do, namely, to get to know his father. And that was best done on the Corsair. Regardless of what happened between her and Royd, Duncan's relationship with Royd was now a nascent reality, one that needed to be given time to develop and evolve. She'd always felt deeply guilty over denying Duncan the father he desperately wanted. Now that, viewed through his ship-mad boy's eyes, he discovered his father far surpassed most normal mortals, she couldn't in all conscience deny him more time with Royd. And she harboured no doubts that on the Corsair, Duncan would be safe. "All right," she thought, then added, "If you can convince him to stay aboard while we go to London, we'll follow your plan." That plan hadn't specifically covered what to do with Duncan while they detoured to London, but Royd nodded. "While in London, I'll need to focus on the mission, on learning everything I can and dealing with Wolverston and Melville, especially Melville and his political pressures. I assume you'll be similarly involved in pursuing all pertaining to Catherine and her whereabouts. Leaving Duncan in the care of people he doesn't know, and with whom he shares no affinity, would be senseless, and neither you nor I will need the additional distraction of having to explain his existence to Declan, Edwina, and Robert at this time." As usual, he saw the situation as she did. She was well acquainted with his natural protectiveness, She could rely on him to ensure their son was safe. Truth be told, it was something of a relief to have someone she trusted with whom to share parental responsibility. A lightening of the burden she'd carried entirely by herself since Duncan was born. Although Royd had remained leaning against the washstand, as far from her as he could reasonably be in the confines of the cabin, even though she'd left the door to the main cabin open, she was nevertheless intensely aware of him, his physical presence, that he was just a yard or so away, and she was sitting on his bed. A sort of sensual fluster, a tempting distraction, had risen inside her, but she'd be damned if she let him see any hint of her abiding susceptibility. She fought to maintain her expression of calm focus. "Very well." She raised her gaze and met his eyes. "When in the morning will we reach Ramsgate?" He almost gave her the time in bells. She saw the fractional hesitation as he worked out the hours. The instant his boots hit a deck, he converted to ship's time, but she'd never been able to keep ship's bells in her head. "About 10 o'clock. It depends on the tide." Deliberately regal, she inclined her head and rose. "In that case, I'll start packing." She walked to the door to her cabin. She paused in the doorway. Without looking back, she said, "Thank you for telling me about the mission." She tipped her head. "Good night." She walked into her cabin and closed the door on his low-voiced, darkly sensual, "Good night," and only then allowed a reactive shiver to course through her. His tone had evoked memories of sliding sheets, naked skin, hot, hard muscles, and bone-deep pleasure. Frowning, she banished the images and busied herself, getting one of her trunks ready for a short sojourn in London. She wished she'd asked Royd how long he thought they would be there, but suspected even he didn't know. If they were waiting on Caleb and the prince to return from Freetown, there was no telling how long that might be. Later, after she'd changed into her nightgown, turned out the last lamp, and slid between the sheets, she lay on her back and stared at the starlight washing across the cabin's coffered ceiling. She didn't try to stop her mind from replaying their recent exchanges. In looking back over the years, at a past she now knew a great deal more about, it seemed as if their hand-fasting had attracted the notice of some malignant fate, one that had arranged for the mission that had called him away and ensured he hadn't been able to come home or to contact her. His absence had allowed her doubts to rise and gain strength, and because she had doubted herself so much, she hadn't believed in him. She'd lost faith in what had been between them, had convinced herself the link was too weak to sustain a marriage. But what lay between them had been far stronger than she'd thought. It had sunk its claws into him as much as it had her, and it had never eased its grip. It certainly hadn't died. It hadn't even withered from neglect. That bond still thrummed and thrived, in every glance, every touch, in every meeting of their minds. And now there they were, setting off on a different yet similar mission, this time together with their son by their side, and her cousin, by all accounts, among the captives they would fight to free. "Fate," she murmured, "moves in decidedly cynical ways." But it wasn't fate that occupied the center of her mind. It wasn't even Duncan. Royd was there again. He'd never slipped from her mind entirely, but he hadn't commanded that central position for the past 8 years. Now he'd reclaimed it, becoming the linchpin in the wheel of her existence. And the revelation of his other life, of the missions he'd run, the dangers he'd faced, the risks he'd taken for king and country, had only repainted her long ago somewhat faded picture of him in bright, intense hues. The Royd of now was infinitely more vibrant, vital, and virile than her memories. He was everything she dreamed he might grow to be, and more. He now possessed dimensions that hadn't been there before, and they called to her even more powerfully. He'd reclaimed that place at the center of her soul as if by fiat, by right. The irony of it was that it had been she who had marched into his office and insisted he deal with her on a personal level again. She who had invited him to resume that dominant position. Not that she'd imagined he would reclaim it, much less so effortlessly. That hadn't been a part of her calculations at all. Thinking of calculations, she wasn't at all sure what his were, exactly what steps he had in mind. He'd made her privy to his past, something he hadn't needed to do, yet had. He'd allowed her to see more than anyone would have expected him, a man like him, to reveal of how their fraught past had affected him. Then he'd shared all he knew about his current mission before she'd asked, and topped it off by readily acquiescing to her accompanying him to London, and, although they hadn't specifically discussed the point, insinuating herself into the mission, by his side. She was intimately acquainted with how his mind worked. He always had a goal in mind. With respect to her, to them, she didn't yet know what his desired goal was. He hadn't yet shared that detail with her. Perhaps he didn't yet know himself. The Lord knew she was still at sea as to what the possibilities were, what options they might have. From her point of view, what lay between them was a sea of uncertainty. Yet as he'd suggested, there might, even after 8 years apart, be something between them worth fighting for. A proper marriage and a shared future? That had been the goal that once had glowed ahead of them, almost within their reach. But they'd stumbled at the last, courtesy of fate. Now they'd come around again. But were they on the right tack to secure the same goal, or had they lost their way entirely and were sailing on some other sea? Her thoughts merged into dreams before she caught even a glimpse of an answer. Isobel stood at the starboard rail and watched Ramsgate draw nearer. The headland to the north of the town slid smoothly past. Flocks of seagulls rising into the air and settling again marked the harbour just beyond. The day had dawned fine, the sky clearer now they were farther south. The seas were running reasonably smoothly, no impediment to them being rowed into the harbour and to the main wharf. Earlier, over breakfast, she'd sat back and let Royd break the news to Duncan that they would be leaving the ship to go to London, while he remained aboard and travelled on to Southampton. If she'd thought more about it, if she'd put herself in Duncan's shoes, she might have realised that this reaction would be one of relief. At his age, London held little allure, while the prospect of spending more time aboard the Corsair, under Liam Stewart's wing and with unlimited access to the rest of the crew, was Duncan's idea of heaven. Royd, in typical Royd fashion, had immediately capitalised on Duncan's rapture to address the next stage of the adventure. Royd had made his expectations clear. Once he and she rejoined the Corsair in Southampton, Duncan could decide whether he wanted to return to Aberdeen in the company of one of Royd's men, or sail on with them to their destination. However, if he chose the latter, once they reached Freetown, Duncan would have to remain on board, without complaint, throughout the time they were in the tropics. Your choice, Royd had concluded. Think about it during the days you're in Southampton. While there, you can accompany the crew onto the docks and into the town, as long as you first get Liam's approval. While I'm absent, Liam's word is law on the Corsair. But once we return, if you elect to sail on with us, I will need your word that you will remain on board until we reach Southampton again. Duncan was clever enough not to rush into making a decision. He'd nodded soberly. All right. So matters with Duncan were as settled as they could be, which left her able to focus on her quest to find and rescue Catherine, and on the more immediate and distinctly fraught question of how to deal with Royd, of deciding what to do about him, her, and their future. Courtesy of Duncan stowing away, Royd and she clearly now had a future, but what shape it might take. Despite all she'd learned over the past days, rescripting beliefs held for years couldn't, she'd discovered, be accomplished overnight. Even though she now understood the why of Royd's behavior 8 years ago, her emotions, her feelings, hadn't yet seen the light. Hadn't yet let go of their entrenched resistance, much less lowered the shields she had, for nearly a decade, deployed. In time, that might come, but meanwhile, she still felt very much on guard around him, still instinctively kept her heart shielded. She'd once been utterly open to him, and he'd hurt her. That was a truth, too, one her emotions hadn't yet accepted could be excused and forgiven. Rescripting emotions appeared akin to resetting a building's foundations. Difficult, and once done, other things needed to be changed to keep the building stable, similar to altering a ship's hull and having to change structures throughout the vessel to compensate. In short, such a change was not a simple one. And Royd was rarely patient, not over anything he'd set his mind to achieving, but presumably he too would be struggling with similar inner difficulties. As Ramsgate Harbour came into full view, and Liam swung the wheel and called for the wind to be spilled from the sails and for all canvas to be lowered, she turned to look back along the deck, and saw Royd pacing toward her. His eyes were fixed on her, although his features told her little. The intensity of his gaze suggested he'd already moved past any difficulties he might have had. For an instant, she felt bathed in the force of his will, the invincibility of his intent. It took effort to drag her gaze from his, to look to where the crew were readying the tender to swing it over the side, to remember how to breathe. He halted beside her and looked at the tender. "I had them load your bandbox in the brown trunk. That was the right one, wasn't it?" Surreptitiously, she cleared her throat. "Yes." Where did this fluster come from? She knew this man, had for years, yet... She glanced around. "Where's Duncan?" "By the winch." The sight of her son, their son, calmed her. He was standing beside Jolly, listening intently to the boatswain's crisp orders and avidly watching every move the sailors made. His gaze on her face, Royd said, "I told him he couldn't go in the tender. Not this time, but that he'd have plenty of opportunity to ride in it and learn to row while in Southampton." As usual, their minds travelled on similar lines. "No telling who might be on the wharf to see him farewell us." "Indeed. But in Southampton, the wharves will be so crowded, it's unlikely anyone will pay much attention to one boy, even if he's with my crew." "Even if they did, they'll assume he's a cabin boy." The tender had been swung over the side and steadily lowered. It landed in the sea with a small splash. 4 sailors slid down the ropes to land in the bobbing vessel, followed by Williams, Royd's quartermaster. In the gap where the ship's side had been opened, Jolly, assisted by Duncan, sent a rope ladder unrolling toward the tender. Together, Isobel and Royd walked to the gap. Isobel peered out, and was relieved to see that the end of the ladder reached the tender's side. She could drop the last yard easily enough. She turned to Duncan, and he flung himself at her and hugged her. "Goodbye, Mama!" He tipped his head back and looked into her face, and the delight that radiated from him slayed any whisper of worry that he was secretly bothered by them being parted, however temporarily. He grinned exuberantly. "I'll see you in Southampton!" Her heart twisted a little as she smiled back. Then she hugged him close and bent to press a kiss to his forehead. the only sort of public bussing he would currently permit.
Be good.
She released him and stepped back. Royd briefly met Isobel's eyes, then hunkered down beside Duncan, bringing his head level with his son's. He caught and held Duncan's gaze. Remember, on board ship, the captain's word is law, and Mr. Stewart is captain while I'm ashore. If you break the law, then you won't be able to remain aboard. If that happens, we, with a brief glance he included Isobel, will be forced to send you back to Aberdeen with an escort. He returned his gaze to Duncan's now sober, dark eyes. That's what happens when someone breaks ship's law. They don't get to board that ship again. Entirely serious, Duncan shook his head from side to side.
I won't break ship's law.
Royd grinned, man to man, and rose. I know you won't. You're too clever for that. Duncan's brilliant smile bloomed again.
Goodbye.
He held out his hand. Royd grasped it, but instead of shaking hands, pulled Duncan into him. He hugged Duncan's slight body and ruffled his hair. Then when Duncan squealed with laughter, let him go. As your mother said, be good. With that, he turned to Isobel. Let me go down first. He suited action to the words. She'd elected to wear an ivory carriage dress, severe and form-fitting. When they met in office or shipyards, she routinely wore darker colours, most likely to better withstand the inevitable dust and grime, although no hue could mute her vivid colouring, certainly not in his eyes. The ivory outfit, with its matching hat, gloves and half-boots, made her a cynosure for all eyes, male and female alike. And although he knew she could swim, he would rather she didn't get dipped in the drink. His men wouldn't be able to catch her, but he knew her weight and could. He dropped into the tender, caught his balance and looked up. She was already more than halfway down. Accustomed to going up and down ladders, she knew the knack of accomplishing the feat in skirts. He'd never worked out how she did it, but her skirts never flared, nor did they tangle her feet. She slowed as she neared the end of the ladder and stopped on the last rung, leaving her swinging just above the tender's side. He reached up and grasped her waist. She clung to the ladder for an instant, whether to allow him to adjust to their combined weights or simply from surprise. Then she released her grip on the ropes, and he swung her inboard and set her on her feet before the middle bench.
Thank you.
She looked down, brushing her skirts. Royd glanced up at the deck and saw Liam Stewart looking down, a grin on his face. Royd sketched a salute. Command is yours, Mr. Stewart. Liam snapped off a salute in reply. Aye, aye, Captain. We'll see you in Southampton. The opening in the ship's side rattled back into place. Duncan's face appeared over the top edge. He waved energetically.
Goodbye!
Royd grinned and waved back. He glanced down and saw Isobel, seated on the middle bench, smiling and waving too. One set of hurdles cleared. At his nod, Williams, at the tiller, barked an order, and the 4 sailors seated on the benches fore and aft bent to the oars. Royd sat beside Isobel, and the tender came smoothly around and set off for the harbour and the inner basin beyond. We'll use the water stairs before the Castle Hotel. It has the best stables in town. We'll be able to hire a carriage and 4 there. She nodded. A moment later, she murmured, What you said to Duncan, that was clever, too. His gaze on the hulls ahead of them, instinctively plotting the course Williams would take through the maze, he replied, As we both know, there's no point hoping he won't have wild impulses. The best we can do is teach him to think through the consequences, that there always will be consequences, before he gives in to the wildness. She snorted softly.
Spoken as one who knows all about wildness?
He nodded. Just like you. Apparently, Frobisher captains used the castle hotel on the harbour parade frequently enough to not just be recognised, but welcomed as princes. The landlord greeted Royd effusively and, immediately on being informed of their need, showed them to a small, well-appointed private parlour, where they might wait in relative peace while his ostlers scrambled to harness the house's very best team to their fastest, most recently acquired carriage. That exercise didn't take long. Having declined an offer of tea, as soon as the head ostler looked in to report that their conveyance stood waiting, Isobel declared herself ready to depart. She'd spent the 15 minutes in the parlour, mentally listing all the subjects on which she needed to quiz Royd, in an attempt to force her mind and her witless senses from dwelling on the recent scintillating moments when he had touched her, when he'd lifted her from the ladder to the rowboat in a potent display of mind-numbing strength, then later, when he'd handed her from the boat to the water stair and had to seize her and steady her when her boot slipped on the slimy stone. In that case, she'd landed flush against him, breast to chest, and had lost her breath. Then she'd tumbled into his grey eyes and nearly lost her wits entirely. She'd only just resisted the urge to haul his head down and kiss him. She knew perfectly well what caused such reactions. There was no sense pretending they had never been intimate. But the effect of such moments was proving to be more intense, more distracting, and indeed, more discombobulating than she'd foreseen. Of course, he had to hand her into the carriage, but that much touch she could deal with. Even though there was no escaping the undercurrent of possessiveness that imbued even that minor gallantry, she could ignore it. After the head ostler shut the door and the coachman cracked his whip, the carriage, excellently well sprung and obviously new, rocked out of the inn-yard and wound its way out of the town and onto the highway. She waited as long as she could bear the impact of his nearness without reacting in any way. They were bowling along, the repetitive thud of the horse's hooves a steady, reassuring rhythm, when the sense of being private and alone with him at close quarters grew too intense, and she surrendered and broached the first topic on her list, or, at least, the first point she thought it safe to address. The implication underlying Royd's discussion with Duncan over breakfast that morning had been that, when in Freetown, she would accompany him off-ship. While that was precisely what she wished, she had to wonder how far his new policy of including her in his mission would stretch. Now, however, wasn't the moment to examine that issue. Better to wait until she knew more about Catherine's whereabouts and the details of his mission. That said, he would know she would have noticed the change in his tack.
I'll admit that while I'm reassured, appeased, impressed by your willingness to take me into your confidence with respect to this mission, I'm unsure as to whether you will be, for instance, interested in my opinions on the matter.
He was sitting opposite her. Across the carriage, he met her eyes. I am. I expect to hear your opinions. His lips twitched. Indeed, I feel supremely confident that I'll hear your opinions, whether I invite them or not. She sent him a distinctly unimpressed look. His smile deepened, and he settled more comfortably against the squabs. But yes, I expect us to work together on this. Unless your cousin has fallen prey to some other scheme entirely, which, frankly, is unlikely, not in such a relatively small settlement, then I expect our goals will align, and our paths forward will be intertwined. She studied him for a full minute, trying to see, to imagine.
You're no more likely to invite a woman to share command than the next captain.
But I'm not inviting just any woman to join me. I'm inviting you. The intensity in his grey gaze assured her he meant exactly that, with full knowledge of the consequences. She couldn't stop herself from baldly asking,
Why?
Because despite all the stormwater under our joint bridge, we've always, since I was 11 and you were 6, for heaven's sake, worked well together. Our characters are similar, so we understand each other instinctively, often without the need for explanations, which we both find boring, and our talents are astonishingly complementary. He hesitated, then went on. You might not realize how rare that is, but as a team, we're blessed.
Together we're more than each of us separately?
Exactly. He paused, then said, You know, my mother often sailed with my father, more or less whenever she could. When she was on board, she was Papa's first mate in every sense, except the actual sailing. That wasn't an interest of hers, but everything else to do with his voyages was as much her domain as his. He held her gaze levelly. So in my family, having the captain's wife aboard, functioning more or less as an equal partner, is not a novel concept.
She wasn't his wife. Except she was.
Rather than venture into that quagmire, one topic she was definitely not ready to discuss, she inclined her head and turned to the next item on her list.
Speaking of your family, who can I expect to meet in London?
Declan and Edwina. We'll stay at their house, and Robert's there at present, along with Miss Eileen Hopkins, who returned from Freetown with him. Robert and Miss Hopkins intend to marry, but because of the ongoing mission, they haven't announced their betrothal yet. She'd heard of Declan's wedding, held at a ducal estate somewhere in England.
I gather Lady Edwina visited Aberdeen after their wedding, but we didn't meet. She's a duke's daughter, isn't she?
Royd nodded. As you'll have noted, that didn't prevent her from sailing with Declan to Freetown and immersing herself in his leg of the mission. It seems her contribution was significant. She manages social situations very well. Declan had always struck her as the most conservative of the brothers. She found herself rather more interested in meeting his wife than she had been.
What do you know of Miss Hopkins?
I've never met her, but she's the younger sister of 2 Navy men I know. They have an even younger brother, who's a lieutenant with the West Africa Squadron, and like your cousin, he too has inexplicably disappeared.
He was one of those sent to look for the army engineer who vanished, wasn't he? That was in Declan's and Robert's letters.
Indeed. Royd paused, then grimaced. While I understand why Caleb took Robert's journal, I wish he'd left a copy.
By the sound of it, there wasn't time.
Royd humphed. He didn't waste time setting sail, so no one could stop him.
Why did he want Robert's journal? Is Robert's journal like yours?
He shook his head. Mine's more like a captain's log. Robert keeps a much more detailed record. There'll be lots of descriptions and sketches. It's a habit he picked up from my mother, and in circumstances like this, it's a godsend.
Presumably Caleb will bring Robert's journal back. You'll have time to read it before we reach Freetown.
He nodded absent-mindedly, his gaze shifting to the trees flashing past. The carriage was rocketing along. They'd passed onto a properly macadammed stretch, and the pounding of the horses' hooves resembled thunder. After the coachman took a curve at speed, forcing her to steady herself with a hand against the side, she looked at Royd.
Did you say something to the coachman about being in a rush?
I offered him 10 guineas if he got us to Stanhope Street before 3 o'clock. She considered that as the reckless, unquestionably risky pace continued unabated. The sooner they reached Stanhope Street, presumably where Declan and his Edwina lived, the sooner she'd be able to put some space between Royd and her, and the sooner her nerves, tense in a way she recognized from long ago, would ease. After weighing the risk against the reward, she concluded it wasn't in her best interests to protest. She sat back and, like Royd, stared out at the scenery whizzing past and waited for journey's end. Chapter 1. The carriage slowed and drew up outside a townhouse in a typical Mayfair street. Royd glanced out. He didn't have to check the house's number. The door stood open, and as he looked, Robert and Declan appeared in the doorway. They hadn't known he was on his way. He had to wonder what had brought them to the door, with, he noted, papers in their hands. He glimpsed Edwina beside Declan, and a lady with hair of a brassy shade that suggested she was a Hopkins, peering over Robert's shoulder. "It appears we've arrived at an opportune moment. For some reason, we have a reception committee." He leaned forward, opened the carriage door, and stepped down to the pavement. He looked up at his brothers and their ladies for a second, then turned to the carriage and gave Isobel his hand. She put her fingers in his, such a simple, mundane thing, yet he felt possessiveness surge as he closed his hand about her slender digits and assisted her down the carriage steps. Once on the pavement, she straightened. With her hand still in his, she too looked up at the group filling the doorway. Then she smoothly drew her hand from his and turned to look up at the postboy and direct him to hand down her bandbox. By the time the postboy had retrieved the box, 3 footmen had emerged from the house. Isobel consigned the box into the hands of the youngest, along with Royd's travelling bag. Leaving the 2 older, burlier footmen to wrestle with her trunk, she turned to Royd, just as, having paid off the coachman and postboy, he turned to her. He met her eyes, offered his arm, and quirked a brow. "Shall we? Shall we operate as a couple? Shall we try it again and remind ourselves what it feels like?" She looked into his grey eyes and read the challenge therein. Given that they would pursue his mission together, given the decision they would face when the mission was over and they returned to Aberdeen, seizing the opportunity to see how well they managed in this more social sphere was arguably wise. She arched a brow back, then, sternly suppressing her leaping senses, calmly laid her hand on his arm. Side by side, they faced his family. Then she raised her skirts, and they climbed the steps to the narrow front porch. Swiftly, she surveyed the reception committee. She maintained a serenely assured expression, but inside, she couldn't help but grin. While Declan and Robert were glad to see Royd, they were uncertain how to interpret her presence. They'd been at sea for most of her and Royd's hand-fasting. She had no idea what they thought was the reason for the failure of the relationship. As they, of all people, knew, Royd rarely failed at anything. Yet knowing him, she sincerely doubted he'd explained anything at all about her. In the few seconds it took to reach the porch, she decided to assume that Robert and Declan knew nothing beyond the bald facts. In stark contrast to the wariness evident in the men, the fairy-like blonde beauty peering around Declan and the brassy-haired lady by Robert's side appeared intrigued and keen to make her acquaintance. "Royd!" Declan held out a hand. Royd smiled, and the brothers clasped hands and buffeted each other's shoulders. "Robert." Royd and Robert repeated the process. Isobel struggled to suppress a grin. Both Lady Edwina and Miss Hopkins were all but jigging with impatience, not to meet Royd, but to be introduced to her. Declan turned to her. "Isobel." She smiled and held out a hand. "Declan, it's good to see you again." He bowed over her fingers, then turned to his wife. "My dear, this is Isobel Carmichael, of the Carmichael shipyards in Aberdeen. Isobel, my wife, Lady Edwina." Lady Edwina's cornflower blue eyes widened fractionally as she made the connection. She would have heard of the shipyards when she'd visited Aberdeen. She beamed and held out her hand.
Miss Carmichael, welcome to London and to our home.
Isobel clasped Edwina's fingers and returned her smile.
Lady Edwina, it's a pleasure to meet you. And please, call me Isobel. I understand we're throwing ourselves on your hospitality, at least until Royd learns what Caleb has found and receives his orders.
Declan blinked. Then he turned to Royd and Robert, who were exchanging news. Edwina brightened even more. Rather than release Isobel, she tugged her forward.
Do come in. You must meet Eileen.
She glanced frowningly at the trio of males, but they'd moved sufficiently to allow Isobel to slip past. She stepped into an elegant front hall. The brassy-haired lady had fallen back and stood waiting to offer her hand.
I'm Eileen Hopkins. I met Robert in Freetown, and I returned to London with him on the Trident.
Isobel clasped Eileen's fingers.
I'm delighted to meet you, Miss Hopkins. Eileen, please. It seems we all have an interest in what's been happening in Freetown.
The statement was a poorly disguised question, a transparent invitation to share. Apparently, neither Edwina nor Eileen was at all slow in observing and deducing. Isobel sobered.
Indeed. I'll be travelling there with Royd in pursuit of one of my cousins. I understand both of you have been in the settlement, so I'm particularly keen to speak with you.
She glanced from Eileen's hazel eyes to Edwina's encouraging blue gaze.
I need to learn everything you can tell me about a Miss Catherine Fortescue. Miss Fortescue?
Edwina's expression grew concerned. She put a hand on Isobel's arm.
I greatly fear, Isobel, that Miss Fortescue has been captured by slavers, possibly taken to work in a mine.
She compressed her lips and nodded.
Royd and I agree that her disappearance is very likely linked to his mission.
Edwina and Eileen swung their gazes to the men, still standing on the porch. Isobel looked too. The three brothers were holding various papers and notes, shuffling, reading, and exclaiming.
You've arrived at the perfect moment, Edwina said. Hornby, one of Caleb's men, arrived not 5 minutes ago with that satchel Robert's holding. It's full of reports and maps.
Edwina met Isobel's gaze.
It seems Caleb has found the mine and has remained to keep watch over the captives. He might have sent a list of said captives.
Eileen narrowed her eyes on the three men.
But we haven't had a chance to see.
Edwina exchanged a steely glance with Eileen, then looked at Isobel.
Do you need to go up and refresh yourself and rest, or—
She gestured toward the men. Isobel met Edwina's eyes.
I'm not the wilting sort. Let's get those papers and see what Caleb sent.
Edwina nodded once. Her chin firming, she bustled forward. Eileen followed in support. Isobel nodded to the butler, who was supervising the footman as they ferried her and Royd's luggage inside. She removed her hat, laid it on a side table, and pulled off her gloves. By the grace of God, she'd fallen in with like-minded women. Edwina might be a slip of a thing, a petite, delicate-looking, golden-haired damsel with bright blue eyes, but she possessed a great deal of energy and, for Isobel's money, a spine of steel. Like recognized like, and Eileen Hopkins seemed of similar disposition. Isobel watched with approval as, with a ruthless efficiency the Frobisher brothers had no hope of resisting, Edwina and Eileen herded the three off the porch, into the hall, and into a cosy drawing-room. Tucking her gloves into her skirt pocket, Isobel joined the women as, bringing up the rear, they swept into the room. Edwina paused on the threshold to instruct the butler, Humphrey, to prepare rooms for Isobel and Royd. Isobel grasped the moment as they arranged themselves on sofas and chairs to exchange greetings with Robert. Like Declan, he viewed her with wary trepidation, but cloaked it better. Then she sank onto a sofa beside Eileen. Royd claimed the armchair to her left. Edwina made a spirited bid to commandeer the satchel, but in that she didn't succeed. Royd had taken possession and stared her down. Then he leaned forward and spread the satchel's contents on the low table between the twin sofas. There's no sense attempting to discuss anything while each of us knows only bits of the whole. I suggest we each take a portion of these documents, read and assimilate, then pass what we have to the right. Once we've all absorbed what's been sent, we'll see what we can make of the current situation. No one argued. Royd divided the papers into 6 roughly equal piles, distributed them, and they settled to read. Silence descended, broken by the rustling of papers and the occasional humph. Accustomed to reading screeds of reports, Isobel reached the end of her pile first. She sat and let all she'd learned settle in her mind, like a jigsaw for which she was still missing too many pieces to even guess the shapes. Robert raised his head and tidied the stack of papers on his knee. Like her, he said nothing. From the slight frown on his face, she suspected he was adjusting some view he'd previously held. Eileen was the last to finish her documents, which included Robert's journal. She humphed and passed her pile to Robert. They all handed on what they'd read, received the next batch from the person on their left, and settled to read again. By the time each of them had read all the documents, the afternoon was well advanced. Edwina rang for tea, and Humphrey and a footman brought in trays loaded with 2 teapots, cups, saucers and plates, and a selection of cakes, including a heavy fruit cake sufficient to satisfy manly appetites. Royd waited until the ladies had sipped and nibbled, and he and his brothers had demolished the fruit cake, and their minds had had at least that much time to absorb all they'd just taken in, before, with the documents once again piled on the satchel before him, he said, "We should summarize what we've learned to this point, revised in light of what Caleb has sent." His brothers nodded. The ladies directed alert gazes his way, but didn't speak. Good. He set down his teacup. We now know that 3 instigators, for want of a better label, living in Freetown, devised the scheme. Somehow they learned of a deposit of diamonds deep in the jungle. It doesn't matter how they learned of it, only that they did. Consequently, they set up a mine to operate in secret, presumably to avoid all fees and excise and any government intervention. Also so they could use slave labor, thus increasing their profits. That much seems clear, Robert said. We know that Muldoon, the naval attaché, and a man named Winter, who has access to mining equipment and supplies, are 2 of the 3 instigators. And the third, Declan stated, an edge to his tone, is someone on the governor's staff, but as yet we don't have a name. Royd nodded. Initially, Lady Holbrook was a player in the scheme. Whether by choice or under duress is immaterial, as she's taken herself out of the picture. Just as well, Edwina muttered direfully. In order to establish the mine, Royd continued, the instigators needed capital, so they contacted people willing to finance illicit ventures. The captives call that group the backers, and there are several of them. How many, we don't yet know. The backers are most likely in England, and they are the ultimate perpetrators, as it's unlikely the scheme would have come to anything without their support. He paused, then went on. Dreaming up villainous schemes is not a crime. Putting them into action is, and enabling such an action is equally a crime, arguably a greater one. As the backers are presumably wealthy men well able to finance such a scheme, it's likely the bulk of the profits is flowing to them, which is raising the ire of the government for various pertinent reasons. Robert made a derisive sound. The government had to make all sorts of reparations after the Black Cobra incident last year. In the aftermath, they made slews of rash promises as governments are wont to do, assuming any repeat of a similar nature would be too far in the future to trouble them. Instead, they're now facing a different but equally horrendous situation, likely to stir the public to anger, scorn, and protest. Robert met Royd's eyes. Given the current state of the government, given the dissatisfaction with the monarchy, they can't risk another situation where the public sees them failing to act against perpetrators who are wealthy and influential. Royd nodded. Judging by the tone of Wolverston's communications, the government is exceedingly keen to have this scheme dismantled, the captives restored to the bosoms of their families, and the villains, instigators and backers alike, brought to justice. I've a strong suspicion my orders will focus on that last item, but once there, I'll be in charge, and, as usual, will do things my way. After a moment, he went on. Our priorities should be, first, to rescue the captives and get them to safety. Second, to dismantle the scheme. We don't want it starting up again later. And third, to gain evidence to convict the backers. Firm nods and murmurs of agreement came from the others. Aside from all else, Declan put in, said backers are almost certainly here and not there. The best evidence you're likely to get will come from the 3 instigators, and we'll be seizing them anyway. Once they're shown the noose, I imagine they'll be only too happy to implicate the backers. Robert grunted. I can't imagine there'll be any honour among such vermin. Again, all agreed. A moment's silence followed, then Royd shifted in his chair. Returning to the mechanics of what happened in the settlement, a local priest, Obo Undoto, was involved in helping a group of slavers identify adults from the European population with skills needed for the mine. As with Lady Holbrook, we don't know whether Undoto was willing or acting under duress, and given Caleb's success in eliminating the slavers entirely, at this point we can ignore Undoto. By removing the slaver Cale and his men, Caleb has disrupted the supply of slaves to the mine, and, from what Eileen had earlier learned, also the delivery of mining supplies. While those at the mine have alternative routes for delivery available, it will take time for them to realize they've lost Cale completely and put new procedures into place. He paused, then added, having no immediate supply of new captives will increase the incentive to keep those they have in good health. Which can't hurt, Eileen put in. Royd nodded. Viewed from all angles, Caleb's action in eliminating Cale's gang in the manner he did was inspired. As he himself wrote, not having to guard against the slavers supporting the mercenaries at the mine will be a significant advantage when it comes to seizing the compound. After a moment, he went on. To return to how their system operated, Undoto identified the adults, and Cale and his men kidnapped them and transported them to the mine. Acting directly, the slavers lured children into becoming captives too. Although a heartless and ruthless man, Cale treated his captives well, apparently under orders from the mercenary captain actively overseeing the mine. The major cost in running the mine would be the mercenaries, Robert said. Royd considered the papers piled before him. The mercenary captain is called Dubois. In taking the compound and freeing the captives, he will unquestionably be our biggest obstacle. Declan had tilted his head, the better to study Royd's face. You've used the terms we, us, and our several times. Does that mean you intend us? With his gaze he included Robert, and our crews to be actively involved in your leg of the mission. Royd met Declan's gaze, then his lips curved. Did you expect to remain here and enjoy, he waved, the social whirl? Good God, no. Declan looked appalled. But I wasn't sure if our ships would form a part of your plan, or if we'd just be following, tagging along. Royd nodded at the documents before him. Judging from the numbers Caleb has sent, even though my crew are unquestionably the most experienced in such exercises, I'm going to need far more men. Even more telling, we'll need to go in simultaneously at 2 different locations, the mining compound and the settlement. I can't see any way around a 2-pronged approach. And while it's helpful that Caleb recruited Lascelles on his way down there, if we're to get the captives out safely, we're going to need overwhelming numbers. His gaze on the papers, he went on. Between them, Caleb and Lascelles have given us a detailed account of the threats, dangers and obstacles we'll face. Add in the reports from inside the compound, from Dixon and Hillside, and the need to ensure that, once we initiate an attack, the mercenaries cannot reach the captives is clearly paramount. Exactly how we'll accomplish that is impossible to say, not without viewing the compound ourselves and assessing the possibilities. But one thing is clear. We'll need significant numbers, more than Caleb's, Lascelles, and my crews combined. Royd glanced at Robert and Declan, then waved the point aside. We can discuss numbers and how we get them later. The first thing we need is the basic framework of a plan to successfully carry off this mission. Isabel's gaze rested on his face. You've already got a framework in mind. So tell us. She knew how his mind worked, that he was quick to process information and define the necessary steps to achieve his desired goal. He looked around the group, then told them the outline of his plan. He wasn't surprised by his brother's enthusiasm, but their lady's enthusiasm almost made him renege. Then he noticed Isobel regarding him with a certain light in her eye, as if she could read his thoughts, and he decided his brothers were transparently able to look out for their ladies themselves. How soon can we leave? Isobel asked, and the others looked his way. As soon as possible, which means after getting my orders from Melville. He has to formally request my assistance and give me a letter of authority, which he won't want to do. Royd glanced at Robert and Declan. It's one thing to direct Decker to render all possible support, quite another to put the Vice Admiral directly under my orders. Robert smiled cynically. Melville will give you whatever you ask. Royd tipped his head. As well as dealing with Melville, and Wolverstone too, we need to sit down and work out those numbers. Most likely I'll need to call in some others, and that means at least a few days to learn who's available, where they are, and get any new orders out to them. Lachlan would be an obvious choice. Declan volunteered. I checked before I left Aberdeen, Royd said. With luck, he should be sailing into Bristol any day. Who else are you thinking of? Robert asked. Are you going to reach further than our own fleets, or... Royd grimaced. The problem with reaching to others is that I can't be sure of command. Lascelles and Caleb have worked together before, so I foresee no problems there. But with others, especially of the caliber we need, I'd rather stick with our own captains. Kit? Declan asked. Royd pulled a reluctant face, but nodded. For one particular aspect of this exercise, she and her crew are the best suited, so yes. I'm not sure she'll reach Bristol in time to leave with Lachlan, but that won't matter. She can follow and come in behind the rest of us. Isobel knew of whom they spoke. Kit Frobisher was an anomaly in the seafaring world, a female who commanded a ship and had for the past 8 years. Isobel had met Kit several times on the Aberdeen docks and had always found her, and her rather startlingly direct way of dealing with the world, quite fascinating. Edwina was staring at Isobel. Have you met Kit? When Isobel nodded, Edwina glanced rather pointedly at the clock on the mantelpiece, then declared, It's nearly time to change for dinner. Eileen and I will take Isobel up and show her to her room. Edwina rose, bringing the three men to their feet, along with an eager Eileen. Perfectly willing, Isobel rose too. It was time she learned more about the other two ladies. Regardless of what eventuated between her and Royd, these ladies were, or would shortly become, Frobishers, and therefore Duncan's aunts by marriage. Aside from any friendship she might strike up with ladies who, on the basis of just the past hours, seemed of similar bent, they might also be of additional support, even mutual support, whatever their future relationship became. After waving Isobel and Eileen to precede her, Edwina stated, "Dinner will be at 7, gentlemen. Don't be late." Royd watched Edwina sweep out of the room in Isobel and Eileen's wake, and resisted the urge to shake his head. Declan was never going to rule his roost, not with such a force of nature as his wife. When it came to forces of nature, Isobel had all the others trumped, even her scarifying grandmother. With that reflection sinking into his mind, he looked at his brothers and arched a brow. "We need to send word to Wolverston and Melville that Caleb's report has reached us. The sooner I can meet with Melville and get the orders I want from him, the sooner we'll be able to get down there, join Caleb, and get those people out." Declan exchanged a glance with Robert, then waved to the door. "Come to the library. You can write your missive to Wolverston there." Composing a note to Wolverston, stressing the need for an immediate meeting, and holding out the lure of information just received, was quickly done. Royd knew how to pique the ex-spymaster's interest. Once the missive was dispatched via Declan's senior footman, Royd leaned back in the chair behind the desk and waited for the inevitable interrogation. It commenced the instant the door clicked shut. Robert fixed Royd with a direct look. "What the devil is Isobel doing here?" In his mildest tone, Royd replied, "She's searching for one of her cousins, Catherine Fortescue." Briefly, Royd outlined Catherine's story as Isobel had related it to him. When Isobel and Iona finally got word of Catherine's disappearance, Isobel presumed on our past to ask that I take her to Freetown. I'd just received Wolverston's summons, so, he waved, here we both are. Neither of his brothers knew quite what to make of that. Eventually, Robert humphed. A happy coincidence, then, that Caleb actually met Catherine, so he could report that he spoke with her and heard directly from her that she was well. Robert grimaced, as well as could be in such circumstances. Royd nodded. Which, of course, means that Isobel knows where Catherine is. Declan stared at him. Whether in horror or shock, Royd wasn't sure. You're not going to take Isobel into the jungle with you? To the compound? Royd opened his eyes wide. Do you think I could stop her? Or that I'm fool enough to waste time and effort trying? Now she knows her cousin's in that compound. She's going to be by my side every step of the way. Because of Catherine, and for another reason entirely. But his brothers didn't need to know about that. They'd be taken aback, but for Royd's money, they should look to their own ladies before concerning themselves with Isobel. He would lay odds that, at that very moment, the three women were exchanging confidences, and once the other two learned that Isobel would sail with them, and would go into the jungle to the mining compound too, he seriously doubted Edwina and Eileen would settle for any more restricted roles. From their reactions to his plan, he'd gathered they too were committed to the mission, that like his brothers, they felt a burning desire to see the captives released and justice done. Although he'd met Edwina before, those encounters had perforce been on a social stage. Now he'd learned of her contribution during Declan's leg of the mission. He was leaning to the view that although Edwina and Isobel were very different women, they shared significant similarity under the skin. And if he was any judge, Eileen Hopkins was another cut from the same cloth. which meant the last leg of this mission, run according to his plan, looked set to be exceedingly interesting for the 3 oldest Frobisher brothers. He wished Robert and Declan luck. He was going to have his hands full leading the mission and dealing with Isobel. Neither Declan nor Robert had discovered any further comment they wished to make on the subject of Isobel. While Royd appreciated that a significant part of their concern was driven by a wish to support and, yes, protect him from a woman they believed had run roughshod over his heart, there was far more between him and her than his brothers knew, than he wished them to know. The time for revelations, including Duncan, was not yet. Declan stirred and threw him a puzzled look. "One thing. You don't seem overly perturbed by Caleb filching the reins as he did." Royd shrugged. "Given he'd learned of the ongoing mission, I wouldn't have expected him to do anything else. And for once, he seems to be behaving with the gravity due command." Robert snorted. "Taking on Cale and his men like that?" "It was a bold move, but a highly strategic one." It was almost certainly what Royd would have done had he been in Caleb's place. And judging by Lascelles' comments, Caleb behaved with the right blend of caution and forcefulness. He covered every contingency and had everything in place before he went in. Royd shrugged. "Our little brother is finally growing up." His lips twitched. "Thank God." "Amen to that," Declan murmured. Robert still looked unconvinced. But Royd had been waiting for just such a sign of evolving maturity in his youngest brother. He felt vindicated that his faith in Caleb was proving well-founded. Aside from all else, he had a strong suspicion he was going to need a more mature Caleb in order to steer his own future in the direction he wanted. Robert glanced at the clock. "Edwina said 7, didn't she?" It was just after 6. Declan sighed and rose. "We'd better get ourselves washed and brushed." It was an old saying from their childhood. Royd grinned, rose, and joined his brothers on the trek up the stairs. The conversation over the dinner table was revealing. Seated at Edwina's left with Royd beside her, Isobel ate, listened, and learned. She wasn't surprised by the assessing glances Robert and Declan directed her way when they thought she wasn't looking. Both knew her temper, and Royd's, well enough not to directly engage her on the point, but they were clearly wondering what was going on between her and Royd. She took a certain delight in pretending to be oblivious to their curiosity. As she'd expected, she'd got on well with Edwina and Eileen. The pair had accompanied her to the room Edwina had assigned her. Declan and Edwina's bedchamber lay to the left of the upstairs drawing room, which faced the head of the stairs. Eileen had mentioned that she and Robert had rooms along the corridor to the right of the stairs. The room to which Edwina had steered Isobel lay to the left of the stairs, had a lovely view over the rear garden, and, as Edwina informed her, was next door to the room she'd given Royd. Isobel hadn't reacted, but Edwina hadn't appeared to expect her to. Her hostess had sat in the chair by the fireplace. Eileen had sat in the window seat, and while Isobel had prowled the room, checking to see where her things had been put, the pair had engaged in a quick-fire exchange. Not about Isobel and Royd, but about the mission, the likely weather, and the necessity of commencing their packing forthwith. Isobel had found it impossible to keep a straight face. She had a strong suspicion that Robert's and Declan's views regarding their ladies' involvement in the mission did not match that of said ladies. She knew whom she favoured to win the upcoming arguments. When Edwina had declared they would leave her to change and had pushed up out of the chair, Isobel had realised her hostess was pregnant. Until that telltale move, the fall of Edwina's gown had hidden the evidence. 5 months, Edwina had confirmed, with a smile the quality of which would have made her condition plain to the most undiscerning eye.
But I'm entirely well, and if I wasn't ill on the way back from Freetown, and I wasn't, then I doubt I will be on the way down again."
She'd nodded at Eileen.
"And we think Eileen might be increasing too, but she's decided not to tell Robert yet. I dare say he'll want to wrap me in wool like some delicate porcelain, which I am most definitely not."
A militant gleam had shone in Eileen's eyes.
"No power on earth will keep me from getting to that compound and finding Will."
Isobel had bitten her lip against the impulse to share that she'd largely ignored the supposed restrictions of pregnancy, too, at least until she'd grown too heavy to easily move. Thankfully, Duncan had had the good sense to make an appearance 2 weeks later. She had grown up in what was essentially a matriarchy. She was accustomed to having other women, cousins of all degrees and others Iona drew under her wing, about her all the time. She had many women she would class as friends, yet none had had the freedom to chart her own life that she had had, and that factor in many ways set her apart. She wasn't entirely sure how the freedom she enjoyed had come about. Certainly being the only child of James Carmichael had been a critical factor, but if she hadn't seized the opportunities that status had afforded her, and pushed, hadn't been such a tomboy and scrambled all over the shipyards and fallen in with Frobisher, she would never have attained the uniquely unfettered position she now held. That was a point to ponder. Would taking up with Royd again change anything? Anything critical to her work, to who she now was? They'd reached the last course.
"Having experienced the climate in Freetown once, I must have a closer look at my wardrobe."
Edwina popped a grape into her mouth, chewed and swallowed. Isobel helped herself to several nuts, then passed the platter to Royd.
"I was glad of my half-boots when we were trekking through the jungle,"
Eileen added.
"And while bonnets or hats are to be recommended in the settlement, certainly if one is going anywhere on foot during the day, there's really no need for them in the jungle. The trees block well nigh all the light."
She glanced at Robert.
"From Caleb's and Lascelles' descriptions, it seems the mining compound is in jungle of a similar type to Cale's camp."
Reluctantly, Robert agreed. After a moment, he shot a look at Declan, then said, "The jungle's exceedingly oppressive. You really don't have to venture into it. It'll be much cooler waiting on board."
"Oh, no."
Eileen's hazel eyes widened to a remarkable degree as she faced Robert.
"I absolutely have to go to the compound. Quite aside from finding Will, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't check on those 5 children, the 4 boys and that girl. We had to let them be taken for the greater good. That I was forced to accept. But I won't rest easy until I know they're safe, and I see that they are with my own eyes. I have to be there when we get them out. You must see that."
Robert pressed his lips tightly together, then dipped his head in a gesture that might be interpreted as agreement, and wisely declined to argue. Having carried her point, Eileen happily returned her attention to peeling a fig. Declan looked down the length of the table at his delicate, fairy-like wife. He hesitated, but clearly felt forced to ask, "Am I to take it that you intend to march to the compound too, despite—" With a nod, he indicated her expectant state. Edwina grinned.
"Yes, of course. I'm only increasing, you know, something women have done for millennia. Even Dr. Halliwell has said I may go about as I please. Indeed, he quite recommends it."
"I doubt he had the African jungle in mind," Declan grumbled.
"Possibly not, but I'm accustomed to walking for miles at Ridgeware, and even on the moors when we were in Aberdeen. So as long as I take care not to overexert myself, it will all be perfectly fine."
Edwina looked down the table and watched Declan's jaw set.
"Besides,"
she continued, a note of steel sliding into her voice,
You wouldn't want me to regret that I'm carrying your firstborn at this moment, would you?
Royd swallowed the bark of laughter that nearly escaped him. There was absolutely no possible answer Declan could make other than... Declan shifted in his chair.
No, of course not.
He concentrated on peeling the pear on his plate. Shortly after, in sunny good humour, Edwina rose, and the company adjourned to the drawing room. The room had a pleasant ambience. Royd approved of his sister-in-law's taste, which apparently ran to comfort rather than the latest fashion. The women sat on one sofa and the nearby armchair. He claimed the armchair he'd previously occupied, leaving the other sofa for Robert and Declan. They sprawled, relaxed and at ease. Isobel asked Edwina if she had any social engagements planned over the next days, and from there, talk turned to more general topics. Royd learned that, on their ultimate return from Africa, Robert planned to visit Eileen's family in Scarborough. Royd asked about Eileen's brothers, which led to a discussion of the situation in the Americas. Royd contributed to the debate, but for the most part remained focused on Isobel. He listened to her opinions, which, of course, she had. She knew nearly as much about global shipping as he did. What he learned suggested that the past 8 years, while not altering anything fundamental about either of them, had nevertheless expanded their knowledge and experience in ways the other might not yet appreciate. That was a point he decided to bear in mind. The ringing of the doorbell was, minutes later, followed by the entrance of the butler, Humphrey. He bore a silver salver on which resided a letter opener and a white envelope. Humphrey paused by Royd's chair. "For you, Captain." Royd lifted the envelope, glanced at the writing, and straightened in the chair. "Wolverston." He picked up the letter knife, slit the envelope, then returned the knife to the salver. "Thank you, Humphrey." Humphrey bowed and departed. From the envelope, Royd drew out a single sheet. He unfolded it and read. "Well?" Robert asked. "We have an appointment with Melville at Wolverston House tomorrow afternoon at 2:00. Apparently, that's the earliest Melville can absent himself from the Admiralty."
"Excellent!"
Edwina looked at Isobel and Eileen.
"That means we'll have the morning free to further our own plans."
Royd looked at Edwina, then at Isobel's and Eileen's faces, and deduced that the males of the party weren't included in Edwina's hour, which suited him. He had arrangements of his own to make, and his brothers would have too. Against that, of course, lay the undeniable fact that the three women were fast connecting in a way that would forge them into a formidable supportive force. Royd knew all about the power that females in plural could bring to bear. Witness Isobel's grandmother and her largely female clan. Yet when he considered what the outcome would likely be, it wasn't concern he felt, but an odd form of contentment. Anything that helped bind Isobel into his family was to be encouraged. He sat back and smiled at Edwina. He was appreciating his sister-in-law more and more. Chapter 2. Early the following afternoon, Isobel found herself seated on an elegant sofa in the large drawing-room of Wolverston House. Beside her sat Minerva, Duchess of Wolverston, who had welcomed them and, somewhat to Isobel's surprise, had remained to hear Caleb's report. Although Minerva was only a handful of years older than she, Isobel hadn't expected the calmly serene Duchess to have any involvement in her powerful husband's intrigues. In that, she'd erred. Judging by Edwina's response to the Duchess, Minerva was of a similar mind to Edwina, regarding a wife's role in her husband's business, which left Isobel feeling unexpectedly at ease. Edwina had introduced her to the Duke and Duchess, blithely explaining that she hailed from Aberdeen and was sailing with Royd to Freetown in pursuit of a cousin they now knew to be among the captives held at the mine. Both Duke and Duchess had accepted the explanation at face value, but Isobel had seen Minerva's gaze divert to Royd in a considering fashion, Royd on whose arm Isobel had arrived. He was seated in a straight-backed chair to her right. Edwina sat on Minerva's other side, and Declan, Robert, and Eileen were in possession of the sofa opposite. The two key figures sat in armchairs angled away from the hearth to face the company. Wolverston wielded stillness like a weapon, with colouring much like Isobel's own, dark hair, dark eyes, pale skin. Neither his expression nor any movement of hands or body indicated his thoughts, much less his feelings. In sharp contrast, Melville, a corpulent figure with his corsets overlaced and his balding head sheening, fidgeted and fussed, his pudgy hands rarely still. He had the pasty-pale complexion of someone who spent all his life indoors. Despite his ancestry, his features were coarser than those of any other in the room, and the expression on his face was overtly fretful. The expression in his washed-out brown eyes was, Isobel considered, closer to hunted. She listened while Royd presented Melville, Wolverston, and Minerva with a concise summary of Caleb's findings. He concluded with, "Armed with Caleb's and Lascelles' information, as well as the reports from Dixon and Hillscythe, we have all we need to seize the compound." His fingers steepled before his face. Wolverston nodded. Although his gaze remained on Royd, Isobel got the distinct impression it was Melville Wolverston addressed when he said, "To adequately lay this matter to rest, we need to achieve 3 distinct objectives. The first must be to rescue the captives, to preserve their safety and return them to Freetown, with whatever compensation is feasible. We also need to dismantle the mine and subsequently ensure such an enterprise cannot flourish again. The latter will require changes to the settlement's governance, along with consequent oversight, neither of which is of immediate concern. Of more relevance to all here is the capture of those involved, the 3 local instigators, and, through them, the mysterious backers." Wolverston finally glanced at Melville. "I believe we're in agreement that the backers are almost certainly English, and of an ilk that means their exposure will provoke considerable scandal." Wolverston's voice didn't rise, but his tone hardened. "In the current circumstances, it's imperative we gather sufficient evidence to convict the backers. Identifying them alone will not be enough to take them down, and unless we do, the populace will howl." The First Lord's expression had grown almost petulant, his fingers agitatedly plucking his sleeve. When Wolverston spoke again, his voice was milder, yet his tone remained implacable. "I suggest that the government's best way forward will be to give Captain Frobisher whatever he needs to successfully complete this mission." Melville frowned peevishly and irritatedly waved. Yes, whatever is necessary. We have to have this settled. Have to have those damned backers in our hands with evidence enough to convict before the infernal news sheets learn of it." Royd and Wolverston exchanged a glance. Then Royd calmly stated, "I need a directive from you to Decker." Melville's frown turned confused. "I gave a letter to your brother here." He waved at Declan. "Caleb kept that letter in case of need. The correct decision in the circumstances. But even if he'd sent it back, it wouldn't be enough." Royd met Melville's gaze. "I don't need a letter directing Decker to give me all assistance. I need a directive placing Decker under my command. In order to complete this mission, it's imperative that I be able to give Decker orders that I can have confidence he will obey without question." Melville looked aghast. "You're asking me to give you, a privateer, command of a naval squadron, over a vice-admiral?" Royd let a heartbeat go past. Yes. When Melville huffed, Royd said, "It's essential that I be able to give Decker one particular order, and that he obeys immediately and without question or alteration. If he doesn't, if he vacillates, it will put the success of the entire mission at risk." At that, Melville's gaze turned wary. After a second, he glanced at Wolverstone. The Duke met his gaze imperturbably and arched one dark brow, as if to say, "What did you expect?" Melville looked down, then he humphed. From beneath his pale brows, he shot a look at Royd. "Very well. I'll have the orders prepared and sent over this evening." Melville glanced at Declan. "Stanhope Street, isn't it?" Declan nodded. "Number 26. Melville swung his gaze back to Royd. "Anything else you need?" The First Lord's tone was sarcastic. Royd nodded. "I'll need a similar letter from the Home Office, sufficient to guarantee Governor Holbrook's compliance with any orders given to him by whoever presents it, and another such missive from the War Office for the commanding officer at Fort Thornton. Don't make the latter specific. We need to ensure whoever's in charge at the time acts as required." Melville's jaw had fallen slack. Again he looked at Wolverstone. Again he received no support from that quarter, leaving him to shut his mouth, humph and fidget, and ultimately agree with a terse, tight-lipped nod. Wolverstone took pity on the First Lord and asked Royd, "When will you sail?" "The Corsair will have reached Southampton this morning. She'll already be provisioning. Once she's ready, she'll stand off, and the Trident and the Cormorant will provision as well. We'll send orders down tomorrow. After that, we'll need a day or so to get out further orders and complete our preparations." Royd met Wolverstone's dark gaze. "I'll be taking at least 2 other Frobisher ships down in support. So, all told, 5 ships' complements to join with Caleb's and Lascelles. At this point, I anticipate departing on Monday's tide." "Monday?" Melville grumped. "This is urgent. Can't you set out sooner?" "I could," Royd calmly replied. "But because the Corsair is faster than the other ships, there's no point me setting out in advance. After initiating Decker's action, I would have to skulk close to Freetown, waiting for the others to arrive before going farther down the estuary. And the more prolonged that stage, the greater the risk of one of the instigators learning of our presence and guessing our intentions. I need Robert and Declan to get into Freetown as soon as possible after I arrive and deal with Decker. That timing works best if we leave on the same day." Melville's face tightened. "Very well. The more important question is when you'll be back." His voice strengthened. "When can I expect this all to be over? Everything resolved and finished with, eh?" Agitated aggression coloured the demand. Royd held the First Lord's gaze for several seconds, then stated, "This will end when we have the backers in our hands and evidence enough to send them to the gallows." The meeting broke up after that. Melville left first. As Wolverstone walked with Royd and Isobel to the front door, he murmured, "As you saw, the prospect of political ramifications has the First Lord rattled. He knew this matter was a grave threat to the government the instant it came to his attention. That was why he called me in. For all his fluster and bluster, his instincts are sound. But he didn't expect it to be this bad." Isobel leaned forward and, across Royd, fixed Wolverstone with her gaze. "Exactly how bad is it?" Wolverstone slowed. The 3 of them halted a little way from the front door. Wolverstone held her gaze as he considered his answer, then said, "It's not this incident in isolation, but the compounding effect of this coming on top of last year's disaster with the Black Cobra cult. While the Black Cobra and her associates were finally tracked and brought to justice, public justice, the ramifications continued long after. The government is struggling to maintain order. We have an ostentatiously profligate king, while the coffers are low, and the country as a whole has yet to emerge from the dark days after the war. Against that background, the demands for reparation from the colonies over the atrocities of the Black Cobra cult fueled anti-government fury on several fronts. In response, the government adamantly promised such a situation would never be allowed to occur again. And now they have this. He paused, and they resumed strolling toward the door. The only saving grace is that the news and scandal sheets have yet to get wind of it. If we can end the situation in the settlement and deliver the backers to public justice, it will avoid an incendiary public reaction and demonstrate the government's resolve to no longer turn a blind eye to those of the elite who believe they are above our laws. The butler had opened the door, and the others had gone ahead. Royd paused on the threshold to arch a cynical brow. And is the government so resolved? Ulverston's lips quirked in an equally cynical expression. For the moment, yes. Let's take what we can get. Royd grunted. He and Isobel exchanged farewells with the Duchess. Then he escorted Isobel down the steps. They elected to stroll back to Stanhope Street. Her arm looped with Royd's. Isobel was glad of the chance to stretch her legs and breathe. While the smells of the city and the bustle and constant noise were a far cry from crisp sea air and the quiet shush of waves, she was equally at home in the clatter and clang of the shipyards, with the smell of tar and the tang of sawn wood and varnish surrounding her. By the time they turned the corner from South Audley Street into Stanhope, she had heard enough of Edwina's and Eileen's comments, floating back from where the other two couples walked just ahead of her and Royd, to appreciate the slightly grim, resigned expressions on Robert's and Declan's faces. It appeared they'd finally accepted that their ladies would be sailing with them. Isobel wasn't so certain that Declan and Robert had as yet agreed to what would happen when they reached Freetown, but she had every confidence that when it came to the point, Edwina and Eileen would carry the day. Royd was also watching the interplay between Declan and Edwina, and between Robert and Eileen. He knew his brothers were pinning their hopes on persuading their respective ladies to remain in relative safety in the settlement, while they led their men to meet with Royd's forces. He didn't give much for Robert's and Declan's chances, but he'd resolved to say nothing to burst their bubble. He had no intention of calling attention to, much less inviting questions about, his own tack with Isobel. In the not-so-distant past, he would have been the one most rigidly holding the line against allowing the women to endanger themselves in even the most minor way. But not this time. Not with Isobel. Sharing all with her was too vital to his long-term goal. They reached Declan and Edwina's house and trooped up the steps. In the front hall, Royd caught Robert's and Declan's eyes. Now we've got Melville's agreement. We need to get all our orders out, then put our minds to anything extra we might need. They'd spent the previous afternoon and all of that morning working through lists of men, stores, weapons and munitions. They didn't expect to have to use any cannon, but that didn't mean they would sail unprepared. The other two nodded and followed him to the library. The ladies, he noted, already had their heads together as they headed for the drawing room. In the library, he, Declan and Robert sat around Declan's big desk. Declan had surrendered the chair behind it to Royd and wrote detailed orders to their lieutenants. Declan had already requested Humphrey to call in 2 couriers. As soon as all the orders were complete, they were sealed and on their way to the Frobisher Shipping Company offices in Southampton and Bristol. With the most crucial aspects of their preparations in train, they settled to scan their lists again and work through the details. Royd retreated with his brothers to change for dinner. The ritual gave him a few minutes alone in which to review his plans. All his plans. Everything to do with the mission itself was as it needed to be. As for his plans for Isobel, he could hear movement in the room next door, the one she'd been given. The sounds focused his senses as well as his mind. He didn't need much thought to conclude that, with respect to reclaiming her, he needed to continue as he'd started. He harbored no doubts that the surest way to win her to his side again, to confirm her as his wife in all ways, was to treat her as if she occupied that position. In many ways, she did, and always had. That was why their handfasting had come about, and why she remained so very definitely the only wife for him. The reality of them was that the position of his wife was uniquely crafted for her. She slipped into it instinctively, entirely without thinking, and the more she grew accustomed to doing exactly that, and the more comfortable with him she became, the better. That was already happening in the social sphere and in their day-to-day life. But there was one aspect of their relationship neither had yet broached, even though the mutual impulses remained active, very much there. As he settled the fresh cravat he'd tied and anchored it with his gold pin, he thought back to all that had gone before, how that particular aspect had come about before. He frowned at his reflection in the mirror. He'd never wooed her. He'd never seduced her. They'd fallen into each other's arms as naturally as rain falling from the sky, without any effort whatsoever on either of their parts. Huh. He stared into his own eyes, then softly stated, "But that was then, and this is now, and that's not going to happen again." Especially not when she was watching him so closely and keeping such a tight guard on her senses, over all her responses. He refocused on his face and slowly smiled. They had 1 day and 2 nights more in London before they reboarded the Corsair, before they returned to more limiting surroundings and the inhibiting presence of their son. Obviously, it would be wise to engage on that front now. Isobel was instantly aware of the change in Royd, not in him himself, but in his focus. The intensity in his grey gaze was back, along with a certain calculation in his expression and a speculative glint in his eyes. If she had any sense at all, she would pull back and erect a barricade of haughty, chilly politeness beyond which he couldn't reach. She was perfectly capable of doing that. With any other man. With Royd, there had always been something about him that called to her. Inevitably, invariably, she would join him in any game. Even one as potentially dangerous as she knew this particular game might be. She knew from the outset where it would lead. Did she really want to go there again? To her inner befuddlement, no clear answer to that question appeared in her brain. Meanwhile, she allowed Royd to lead her into dinner. That was hardly surprising, given the other 2 couples went ahead, and just as they had the previous night, the pair of them brought up the rear. But this time, he closed his hand over hers where she'd rested it on his sleeve, and his thumb stroked over the sensitive skin on the back of her hand. Her breath hitched. Her diaphragm tightened. Her heart thudded just a touch harder. They reached her chair, and he released her. He waved the footman back and drew the chair out for her. She sat, and he pushed the chair in. Then he moved on to the chair beside hers. His fingertips trailed over her bare shoulder, lightly tracing a path from the outer tip of her collarbone to her nape. She had to clamp down hard to stop herself from shuddering. She still felt the shivery sensation to her marrow. She waited until he sat, then she slowly turned her head and smiled into his eyes. After that, the dance was on. And it was a dance of sorts, something like a cotillion, with them metaphorically circling each other, choosing to let their hands and fingers touch, here, there, accompanied by glances that were apparently innocent, but in reality were anything but. She'd forgotten how heightened her senses could become, how those glances and the flaring sexuality investing each otherwise mundane little touch could provoke her, could wind her nerves tight and ratchet anticipation to such a degree it was a battle to breathe, let alone maintain any semblance of rational conversation. But that was the challenge, and she'd never backed away from one in her life. The final outcome, she suspected, could be scored as a draw. She might have babbled in response to several questions from Eileen and Edwina, but when they returned to the drawing room, he, distracted by the surreptitious drift of her fingertips across his wrist as she lifted her teacup from his hand, completely missed a comment-cum-question from Robert, who called him to order. Royd shook his head as if to break a spell, then frowned and turned to answer. It was only as she was swallowing the last of her tea that it occurred to her to wonder why. Why had he taken it into his head to institute such a game now, tonight? They retired all at once, climbing the stairs in a group with the ladies in front and the gentlemen following. Awareness skittered up and down her spine as, on reaching the head of the stairs, the three couples parted, going their separate ways. Declan and Edwina entered their room and shut the door. Isobel heard the snick of the latch as she strolled with wholly unassumed nonchalance toward the door to her room. Royd prowled at her heels. She'd swept her hair up for the evening, leaving her nape exposed. She could feel his gaze on the sensitive skin, the sensation growing more intense with every step. She reached her door and swung to face him, to confront him. He halted mere inches from her, so close she had to tilt her face up to meet his eyes. In the shadows of the corridor, he appeared predatory, or so her senses informed her. He looked down at her for 3 seconds, then his gaze slowly lowered to her lips, and held there. She couldn't help herself. The tip of her tongue slid past her lips and cruised slowly over the lower. He caught her hands, drew them up and wide, and pressed them against the wood as, with the grace of a dancer, he stepped closer and backed her against the panel of her door. He gave her plenty of time to avoid the inevitable. Of course, she didn't. That had always been her problem with him. Where he led, she unfailingly followed. Always. His head dipped and their lips met. Sensation as precious as her fondest memory rolled over her, sank into her. Oh, God, yes! How she'd missed this, ached for this simple communion of the senses. Driven to taste, to savor again, she parted her lips, and he angled his head and his tongue found hers. Stroking, heavy and wet, heated and so welcome. She curled her fingers in his and kissed him back, long, slow, and he answered in the same vein, with a banked hunger that called to her own. Passion surged, but they skirted it, senses whirling, yet together, still so much in tune, attuned to each other as they always had been. So easy. It had always been so. In this sphere as in any other, they moved with one mind, with one aim, one goal. She couldn't hold back. She'd never learned the knack, had never seen the sense in muting her responses, not when they so patently pleased him, not with the scintillating web of sexual attraction spinning about them, fed equally by her as by him. Slowly it enclosed them, then tightened and ensnared them. As the kiss spun on and spun out into pleasure of a type, a kind, a depth Royd had forgotten could be. He hadn't expected the allure of the past to blossom and bloom so easily, to surge through them both so effortlessly in response to a simple kiss. He'd intended to take just a taste, just a teasing of their senses, but he couldn't draw back, pull back from the promise inherent in this kiss. Their first in 8 long years. Neither were who they had been, and who they now were, on this plane, remained to be defined. Their hunger for each other needed no definition, no permission. Entirely beyond his control, that hunger rose, then slipped its leash and roared. He plunged into her mouth, intent on taking more, and she met him as she always had. Met, matched, and brazenly encouraged. He was reaching for the handle of her door when instinct abruptly yanked on his reins. Not yet, not yet. It was too early for them both. They couldn't plunge over that cliff before either had made the decision to fly. His head pounded with the effort, and other parts of him throbbed too. But he wrestled his long-denied impulses down, locked them behind the wall of his will, and managed, step by step, to draw back from the glorious temptation of the kiss. Eventually, he raised his head, and their lips parted. From under heavy lids, he looked into her face, waited until her lush lashes rose and revealed her dark, lustrous eyes. At the sight, a sight he hadn't seen for too long, his libido howled and rattled its cage, but he clung to control and held firm, and saw awareness bloom in her gaze. Her eyes swiftly scanned his face. He had no idea what she could see, what might show to her educated scrutiny. But no words need be said. They both knew the danger, knew the power of what existed between them, of the compulsion that, if they let it loose, could and would overwhelm them. Years ago, it hadn't mattered. They had indulged without restraint. But now, they were estranged, and the consequences for them both were real, if undefined. Even as he registered the light flush in her cheeks, the faint swelling of her luscious lips, even as awareness of that dangerous compulsion swelled, a small voice in the depths of his mind asked, when had either of them ever drawn back from danger? But his strategist's mind had reasserted control. Yes, he could push, and she would yield. Yes, he could lead, and she would still follow. But it was too early for this, not with so much still unresolved between them. This was definitely not the way to persuade her to trust him again. He shackled his instincts in iron, eased his hold on her hands, and edged back. Her gaze locked with his. She tilted her head, trying to read his thoughts, even as, reaching blindly, she found the doorknob and turned it. The door swung open behind her. She held his gaze for an instant more, then stepped back through the opening. Immediately, he missed her warmth. He fisted his hands to stop himself from reaching for her. Although her eyes didn't leave his, he would have sworn she knew. A lilting smile curved her lips, and her gaze locked with his to the last. She softly closed the door, and finally the contact was cut. He exhaled. His gaze on the door, he drew in a deep breath, then turned and walked the few yards to his room. He opened the door, walked inside, and, as quietly as she, shut the door. His gaze fell on the bed. The empty expanse of coverlet mocked him. Feeling decidedly sour, he shrugged off his coat. He seriously doubted he would get much sleep. Chapter 3. The tide tomorrow will run in the afternoon. Royd attacked his breakfast, attempting to appear as hungry as he usually was. What sleep he'd managed had been racked by dreams the like of which he'd not suffered in years. A humbling experience to discover that one particular woman still held the power to so command his psyche. Then again, This was Isobel.
"Should we leave here today?"
Edwina asked.
"Or will tomorrow morning be soon enough?"
The men looked at each other. Then Robert shrugged. "I can't see any advantage to going down today. Our crews know what they're doing, and there's nothing we can do to speed the provisioning. All we would do is get in the way." Declan glanced around the table. "I vote we stay until tomorrow morning." He glanced at Royd. "We can leave as early as you like." Isobel felt torn. This was the longest she'd been away from Duncan, yet she was perfectly certain he would be enjoying himself hugely. Today or tomorrow would make no difference to him. As the others added their voices to the call to leave tomorrow, she felt Royd's gaze and looked across the table. He faintly arched a brow. She hesitated for another second, then shrugged. "Tomorrow, then." He looked at Declan. "I agree, but we should order fast carriages." Declan nodded. "I'll get Humphrey onto it. Consider it done." Robert was scanning a list he'd set beside his plate. "I've been reviewing the number of men. We'll definitely need Laughlin's crew, and several men from Kit's as well to be certain of having adequate numbers." He glanced at Royd. "What do you estimate their sailing times will be?" "I've told them to provision from the Bristol stores, then head directly south. They shouldn't be that far behind the Trident." Royd looked at Declan. "I'm assuming that, the winds being equal, the Cormorant will be the first into Freetown after the Corsair." Declan pushed aside his empty plate. "Exactly how are you imagining the arrivals will go? How will they align with what needs to be done?" Edwina glanced swiftly around the table. Everyone had finished eating. "Perhaps." She pushed back her chair and rose, bringing the men to their feet. "We should repair to the drawing room and allow the staff to clear the table." She shooed them toward the door. "We can sit in comfort and go over the plan step by step." They did just that. Ensconced in one corner of the sofa, Isobel listened as Royd, standing before the fireplace in a typical seafaring captain stance, his legs braced and his hands clasped behind his back, listed the major stages of the mission as he saw them. The Corsair will leave Southampton first and reach Freetown first. The Trident should follow the Corsair out of Southampton water, with the Cormorant following. I expect the Cormorant will overtake the Trident on the way down, but I need you to arrive as close together as possible, so bear that in mind. Once there, I'll slip into the estuary at night and stand well out from the harbour. I'll locate Decker's flagship and pay him a visit. We need him to act as soon as possible." Royd glanced at Declan. "Expect to find your way barred, but the squadron will have orders to allow all Frobisher vessels through, so be sure to fly the right colours." Declan dipped his head. "Duly noted." "In addition to that," Royd went on, "both of you will need to sail into the estuary under the cover of darkness. Assuming the Cormorant gets in first, we'll rendezvous and see where we are." "You're likely to get in at least a day, if not more, in advance," Robert pointed out. Royd nodded. "After I've dealt with Decker, I'll use the time to learn what I can regarding the situation in the settlement, although obviously I can't stride up to the governor's residence, knock on the door and ask." "So who will ask?" Isobel had an excellent memory for details. If he was going to slip into the settlement incognito, she wanted to know where he, and she, would be headed. Royd's gaze rested on her face, for a moment. Then he replied, "I don't yet know. We'll see how the land lies once we're there." He'd been using the pronoun I too much for her liking, a fact she was certain he now understood. "Once you arrive and we rendezvous," Royd looked at Declan, "I'll fill you in on anything pertinent we've learned and hand over the settlement side of the action to you and Robert. Your objective is simple enough." With his gaze he included Robert. "But achieving it might not be so straightforward. You'll need to bail up Holbrook and also the commander at the fort, and using the orders that should arrive this morning, convince both that it's in their best interests to place an effective perimeter guard around the eastern side of the settlement. We need to ensure that, once your presence in the settlement becomes known, no communication goes via land from the settlement to the mining compound. So those at the compound won't know we're coming, that rescue for the captives is imminent. Robert looked at Declan. You've met Holbrook. Better I leave him to you and take on the commander at the fort. Declan slowly nodded. You spent more time in the settlement, especially on the eastern side. You'll have a better understanding of where the pickets should be placed. He glanced at Royd. While we're doing that, I assume you'll be off up the estuary? As soon as I hand over to you, I'll use the rest of the night to push up the estuary. We should find Lascelles' ship standing off, a marker for where we need to go ashore. I anticipate making directly for the mining compound. What about Lachlan and the reinforcements for his and Kit's crews? Robert asked. The men left aboard the Corsair and the Raven will direct Lachlan to the right path. Royd paused, his gaze growing distant, as if envisaging the action. Then he refocused on Robert. I need to reach Caleb and to spend some time reconnoitering and assessing the possibilities, so that by the time you and Declan arrive, we'll have some idea of how to pull off the rescue. His expression tending grim, Robert growled, You and Caleb will wait for us, won't you? Royd grinned a pirate's grin, but then sobered. In this case, yes, unless something forces our hand. He paused, then added, If our aim is to rescue the captives with least risk to their lives, then it's imperative we attack with the strongest force we can muster. He glanced at Declan. So we'll wait for you to join us outside the compound. For obvious reasons, you shouldn't dally in the settlement longer than absolutely necessary to ensure all communication between Freetown and the compound is cut off. Declan nodded. Which brings us to the critical action, the taking of the compound. From all the information Caleb sent, unless he's discovered some way to get us inside prior to hostilities breaking out, us getting through a palisade like that without alerting the mercenaries isn't going to be easy. Indeed. Royd's lips thinned. After a moment, he stated, The greatest weakness in our position is that, even with numbers sufficient to overrun the mercenaries, with our forces all outside that damned palisade, and too few men with fighting skills inside it, there's no effective way to keep the mercenaries away from all potential hostages, away from the women and children, long enough to cut our way inside. And any such entry point is going to be obvious, Robert pointed out. We'll just set ourselves up for an ambush that way. The ladies had been paying close attention, their gazes switching from one brother to the other as they spoke. Isobel stirred. The palisade. She met Royd's gaze. I studied Caleb's drawing and read Lascelles' description. I agree with their assessment that trying to cut through the palisade as part of the attack isn't feasible. But what if we could weaken it ahead of the attack, enough to be able to quickly bring down multiple parts of it when the attack is launched? Some breaches might act as gates to get the captives out. Caleb has already established a way to let those inside the compound know what we're planning, so they could be ready and waiting. Other gaps opened simultaneously could let your men stream in. Royd's gaze, locked on her face, sharpened. Is there a way to achieve that? I don't know. After a moment's thought, she grimaced and glanced at the others. I can't be certain until I see it for myself, until I examine the construction. Frowning, she looked back at Royd. But there's something familiar about that construction, the lashing and binding, and once I remember where I've seen it. Anything I can put together, I can also take apart. Declan leaned forward and opened his mouth. "No." Royd held up a hand. "Leave her to think. It'll come to her if we let her mind work on it in peace." He did indeed know her well. She looked at the others. "It will come to me. I just need to give it time." Robert grumbled under his breath about not having that much time, which earned him a slap on the arm from Eileen. Royd grinned at the byplay, then sobered again. After a moment, he said, "There's really not anything more we can plan, not until we reach the compound and can see and gauge the possibilities for ourselves." The general, somewhat disgruntled agreement was cut short by Humphrey, who entered to announce that luncheon was served. They were surprised to realize the entire morning had passed. In a loose group, they made their way to the dining room, where talk turned to Frobisher company business and the short-term impact of having the pride of their fleet pulled away on a government mission. The three ladies listened avidly. All three put questions, establishing that, although the company derived no direct payments from the government for their services, they were covered for any losses of men or vessels, were not restricted with respect to any commercial activities they might engage in at the same time, and most important of all, in return for the provision of said services, whenever required, the company was the mandated first choice for shipping contracts from a wide range of government departments. Immediately after the meal, the three ladies retreated to their rooms to pack, while the men retired to the library to revisit their lists and go over their sailing plans yet again. With the problem of the compound's palisade revolving in her brain, Isobel absent-mindedly headed for her room, only to realize that, as she'd been living out of her trunk, packing took no time at all. After establishing that everything that could be packed had been, she wandered down the corridor to Edwina's room and stuck her head around the door. Eileen was already there, perched on one side of Edwina's big bed, while their hostess pondered a selection of gowns spread over every piece of furniture in the room. Edwina glanced at Isobel and invited her in with a smile, then returned to her pondering. "It's August. I'm not going to need heavy fabrics for the temperature, but in the jungle, from what you've said, I'll need my sturdier skirts." She arched her brows at Eileen, then appealed to Isobel. "Won't I?" Isobel glanced at Eileen, then looked at Edwina. "Breeches," she said, "and a lightweight jacket and riding boots." Edwina blinked, then her expression cleared. "Of course." Almost immediately her face fell. "But I don't have any breeches, and Declan certainly won't fit." Eileen grimaced. "I don't have any either, although you're perfectly correct. Lightweight breeches and a jacket would be the ideal attire for the sort of jungle we'll need to tramp through." Edwina looked at Isobel. "I suppose you have a pair?" "Several." Isobel pushed aside 2 confections in silk and sat on the dressing stool. "I came prepared. I usually wear them when climbing over hulls and rigs in the shipyards. As for jackets, summer riding jackets will work well enough." "The jackets I have, and the boots." Edwina whirled to her armoire. She hauled open the doors and started hunting. "But breeches—" Her muffled words trailed away into silence. Then she popped upright and swiveled to face Isobel and Eileen. The delight in her face made it clear she'd solved the problem. "I know just who to appeal to." She bustled across the room to her escritoire, sat, and pulled out a sheet of paper. "My brother's secretary, man of business, account keeper, or whatever his title, Jordan Draper. He's a magician when it comes to problems like this. He'll wave his magic wand and voila, we'll have breeches." Edwina scribbled madly, pausing only to survey Eileen. "You're much the same height as my sister-in-law, Miranda." And 3 minutes later, her note had been dispatched. Edwina shut the door on the footman.
I do hope Jordan isn't out prowling Julian's clubs. If he's in Dolphin Square, I expect he'll send something suitable around by the end of the day."
Isobel thought that estimation a trifle optimistic, but she held her tongue and allowed herself to be beguiled by a discussion as to the likelihood of them requiring evening gowns while in the settlement, or if they might need to attend a church service.
"And then there's the matter of the right gown to appropriately impress Governor Holbrook to ensure he toes our required line."
Edwina held up 2 elegant walking gowns, one in jonquil, the other in blue, displaying them to Isobel and Eileen.
"Which do you think?"
"The blue," they said in unison. By early evening, they were packed, even the men, who in Isobel's experience always left such things to the last moment. Trunks had appeared at the bottom of the stairs, along with travelling bags and sea bags. She noted the pile as she descended the stairs, and the clocks in the house struck 6 o'clock. The only items missing were Edwina's and Eileen's smaller cases and Isobel's bandbox, which would join the pile come morning. Footsteps on the stairs behind her had her lifting her head. The sensation that swept down her back told her who it was. She reached the last stair, stepped onto the tiles, and turned to watch as Royd descended the last flight. He too glanced at the luggage, then he looked at her and arched a brow. "Ready?" For what? But she was too wise to ask such a question of him.
"I gather the carriages have been ordered for 5 o'clock in the morning."
He nodded. "Even with 4 fast horses to each carriage, it'll take 7 hours to reach Southampton, and we can't afford to miss the tide." He waved her to the drawing room. She turned and walked that way. He followed close behind. Determinedly ignoring the phantom sensation, due to his hand hovering at the back of her waist, she asked,
"When exactly is the tide?"
3:30. We'll make it." They passed into the drawing room and found the others already there. Edwina had arranged for dinner to be served at 6, so they could retire early with a view to their pre-dawn departure. Humphrey appeared almost immediately to announce the meal. Royd caught Isobel's hand and wound her arm in his. She permitted it. There seemed no sense in attempting any distance, not when they both found a certain comfort with each other. Much in the way she sensed Declan and Edwina did. They'd been married for months, yet still shared private smiles, still touched in that unobtrusive yet telling way of established lovers. Robert and Eileen were heading down the same road. As for Royd and herself, as he sat her at the table, she owned to the truth that they had always been each other's other half. That was undeniable, but whether they could find their way to some place, some workable relationship that satisfied them both, remained to be seen. Inevitably, they returned to the subject that dominated their minds. "Do we try for Holbrook first, or the fort's commander?" Declan mused. "We do it simultaneously," Robert said. "I'll go to the fort while you go to the governor's residence." "One thing," Royd put in. "Send a group of men to block the path from the settlement to Cale's camp first. I'd rather not have any unexpected surprises wandering up to the compound from that direction." Robert nodded. "Easy enough. I'll send a small squad. They can guard the path until we're ready to march out that way, then fall in with us." When the discussion turned to the arguments most likely to make the situation, and how they were expected to respond to it, clear to Holbrook and the fort's commander, Edwina and Eileen made several excellent suggestions. However, when attention shifted to the logistics of the subsequent trek through the jungle to the mining compound, several comments dropped by Declan and Robert made it clear both were still labouring under the misguided notion that their ladies might be persuaded to remain in the settlement. Edwina ruthlessly put an end to their delusions with a cheery,
"Did we mention Eileen and I have acquired breeches? So just like Isobel, we'll be able to tramp easily down the jungle paths."
She smiled brightly at Declan.
"Jordan had them delivered an hour ago. Such a sensible fellow. He didn't even ask what they were for, but just sent a note saying, 'Wear these in good health.'" "Given the short notice," Eileen said, "I hardly dared hope, but the pairs he found for me fit perfectly. With my boots and the jackets I had made for my earlier visit, I'll have no trouble keeping up."
She looked at Robert and opened her eyes wide.
"Or even running, as we had to last time. Without skirts, it will all be much easier."
After a second's silence, Robert and Declan exchanged a glance, and subsequently said nothing, at least at that point. Isobel suspected they would pursue the matter with their ladies in private, but if they asked her opinion, she would advise saving their breaths. There was no way either woman would consent to being left in the settlement. Edwina might be pregnant, but she was carrying the babe well, and was not as yet encumbered by her increasing girth. As for Eileen, what was Robert thinking? That question raised another in her mind, one she resolved to address later, when she and Royd were alone in the corridor outside their rooms. Meanwhile, he and she continued to play their subtle game of mutual enticement, of minor, unexpected touches and suggestive glances that spiked the inevitable tension between them. Where such actions would lead, she didn't, at that moment, wish to dwell on. Time enough for that when they were back on the Corsair. It was mid-August and the pavements were baking, but Edwina's cook had excelled in providing a refreshing and delicious meal. Vichyssoise had been followed by jellied eels and trout in aspic. Then slices of roast turkey and chilled baked quail had been served with a medley of boiled vegetables, eventually giving way to sorbet. The meal ended with a platter of freshly cracked nuts and fresh fruit. As she helped herself to a fig, Isobel made a mental note to ensure the supply of fruit aboard the Corsair was sufficient to see Duncan through the journey. The market in Southampton wasn't far from the wharves, and she'd already decided she needed to make a quick visit to the local shipyards. The solution to the problem of the palisade was still nagging in the back of her mind. If she could see the things she normally saw, perhaps that would jar the required snippet of memory loose. "Here." Royd handed her a fruit knife with which to peel the fig. She reached out and took it, allowing her fingers to glide over the back of his hand as she did. From the corner of her eye, she saw awareness spark in the moody grey of his eyes and contented herself with a small smile. She peeled the fig, then made a fine production of savouring the plump fruit in a way she knew would make him distinctly uncomfortable. For several moments, his gaze was locked on her face, on her lips. Only when she had to swipe juice from her lower lip with the pad of her finger did he manage to tear his eyes from the sight. He shifted in his chair, swung his gaze to Declan, quietly cleared his throat, and asked about the cormorant's crew. Isobel swallowed a laugh. Royd would find some way to pay her back. Her reckless side was looking forward to it. Sure enough, when half an hour later, after deciding against wasting any time in the drawing room and dismissing any need for tea, the group climbed the stairs and, at their head, separated with good nights and reminders of the early hour of their departure, instead of letting his hand hover at the back of her waist, Royd set his palm firmly in place, as if reclaiming the right that once had been his to possessively guide her before him. She had too much control to overtly react. She smiled at the others and returned their good nights. But inside, waves of warmth spread from where his hand burned through the 2 layers of fine silk, separating his hard palm from her skin. One wave rose to fill her breasts, leaving them heated and swollen. A second wave sank to her hips, infused her womb, heated her thighs, and made her knees weak. Her lungs constricted. As with outward serenity she walked before him down the corridor to their rooms, longing flooded her. A yearning for him, deep and abiding. That yearning had never left her. Over all the years it had remained, dormant perhaps, yet always there, immutable and unchanging. As it rose and crashed through her, shaking her to her core, she realized that, if anything, the power of that yearning had only grown. But she wasn't the girl-woman she'd been 8 years ago, and he wasn't the man with whom she'd naively handfasted. She halted before her door and turned to face him, and finally his hand fell from her back. The temptation to reach out and re-establish contact surged, but she suppressed it and met his eyes. "Just so we're clear, you're not imagining I won't accompany you to the compound?" He'd halted when she'd turned. They were standing far closer than mere friends would, a wordless declaration of sorts. He studied her for a second, as if tracing her train of thought back to what had given rise to the statement come question. Then his lips twisted wryly. "I'm not my brother's." "No, you aren't." She'd never been the least intrigued, and even more importantly, challenged, by them. They were, if not typical, then reasonably predictable. He was not. With him, one assumed at one's peril. He confirmed that by stating, "Just so we're clear, from now on, I intend to share everything, every aspect of my life, with you." He held her gaze. Nothing held back. Not anymore. The promise in his eyes shivered through her. She arched a brow as if unimpressed. "Just as well." His gaze roved over her face, an intimate exploration all on its own. His eyes returned to hers. He held her gaze for an instant, then, his voice low, said, "We should get what sleep we can. Tomorrow will be a very long day." She didn't take her eyes from his. Couldn't. "Indeed." A pregnant second followed. Then they surrendered. Whether she stepped to him or he to her, she had no clear idea. Once she was in his arms and his lips were on hers, all rational thought faded, fled. She slid her hands up to his shoulders, gripped and clung as he surged into her mouth, and she gave herself over to sharing this moment, to giving and taking what she needed, now. With his lips on hers and hers on his, her senses drew into focus on the kiss, on the exchange, on the rioting sensations and the storm of feelings the simple communion unleashed. There was, Royd thought, drawing her deeper into his arms, angling his head to deepen the kiss yet further, nothing simple about what erupted between them, what still simmered, so hot, so vital, so demanding within them. It claimed them both, effortlessly, caught them and trapped them in this world in which they'd played before, in which their reckless, highly sensual natures instinctively revelled, freed to experience, to seize, to wonder, together to explore every pleasure. He plundered the dark haven of her mouth, savoured the lingering hints of fig on her tongue, while she moved into him, shifting sensuously against him, wordlessly urging him on. The kiss drew them both deep, more heated, more steeped in promise, because the very action of seizing the kiss, of giving in to the compulsion of the moment as they had, said something. Quite what? He wasn't yet game to define. With her, that would be premature. But that they'd both stepped forward meant they both were ready to go further. He was entirely as one with her as they did precisely that, their mouths melding, tongues tangling and inciting in ways far more potently evocative than they'd deployed 8 years before. 8 years before, they hadn't wanted with this much frustrated, pent-up desperation. The surging, swelling, tumultuous need was very much there, colouring each foray, driving them further. Her lips demanded, commanded, and he responded by ravaging her mouth, plundering her senses, and satisfying his. As always, her responses, her blatant wildness and her unscreened wanting, captured him and drew him on. Her passion had always been a siren song to him, an elemental call to the male inside him, an irresistible beckoning. But he couldn't let her lure him on. Not yet. He knew just when to draw back, when her hunger had flared and her desire surged. The effort nearly staggered him, but he raised his head and all but ripped his lips from hers. Ignoring the harsh rasp of his breathing and the rapidity of hers, he looked into her face, into the sultry depths of her eyes, and managed to smile, although he suspected it was crooked. She blinked at him dazedly. Her grip on his shoulders had eased. He grasped her upper arms and gently set her back from him. He held her until she caught her balance, then forced himself to release her. Her eyes, fixed on his face, slowly narrowed. At the sight, his smile grew more genuine and deepened. He stepped back and saluted her. "Until tomorrow at 4:30. He didn't wait for her reaction, but turned and walked the few paces to his door. He heard no sound from behind him. Curious, on reaching the door, he grasped the knob, then paused and looked back. In the soft light of the corridor lamps, he saw her eyes had narrowed to dark slits. They remained locked on him. Isobel waited a heartbeat, sensing, assessing the heightened tension between them, then softly said, "Two can play at that game, you know." Her tone made the words a sultry challenge. Across the 10 feet that separated them, his eyes held hers. The intensity of the connection was so weighty, so real, she would have sworn sparks flashed and smouldered. Then his lips curved slightly, tauntingly, and his deep voice reached her, dark and low. "Feel free to take me on, any time." Then the damned man opened the door and went into his room. She heard the door softly shut, leaving her struggling to breathe deeply enough to steady her whirling senses, and to wonder if the water in her pitcher would be cold enough to douse her fire. At 4 o'clock the following afternoon, Isobel stood beside Royd on the upper deck of the Corsair and, with a sense of excitement she'd never felt before, watched the sails unfurl. The ship surged. The wind whipped her hair. Fine spray stung her cheeks. She drew in a deep breath, her smile distinctly giddy. Still high in the western sky, the sun beamed down upon them, and the other ships following in their wake. An omen, a benediction. They'd led the departing ships out of the basin. The Corsair was well known. Larger ships gave way to her speed and agility, while smaller ships stood in awe of her power. The wind was brisk, and Southampton water already lay largely behind them. Ahead, the waters of the Solent glimmered and beckoned. Then the royals unfurled, and the ship literally lifted on the wind. Clinging to the forward rail beside her, Duncan cheered. Grinning, she looked down at him, drinking in the sight of his hair ruffling over his forehead, of the bright-eyed delight in the face beneath. As she'd expected, although he'd missed her, his life aboard ship had been filled with activities, the sort of activities he'd long dreamed of. When she'd finally come aboard an hour ago, a mere half-hour before they'd slid away from the wharf, he'd been waiting to greet her with hugs and smiles and endless chatter about all he'd done. He was happy, and she was content. She cut a glance at Royd. Standing behind the wheel, he was currently engaged in steering the Corsair into the Solent. She didn't know how much he'd already heard of his son's exploits. He'd come aboard before she had. She was sorry to have missed seeing how Duncan had greeted him. It might have told her more of how their son now saw his father. She looked ahead, and again felt a surge of exhilaration, and knew she wasn't the only one so affected. By the time they'd gathered for their early breakfast, They'd all been impatient and eager, gripped by a sense of needing to get on, to plunge into this mission, to get on the waves. Promptly at 5 o'clock, 3 carriages had arrived, and they'd piled in and set out. They'd rattled down the highway at a breakneck pace. On arriving outside the Frobisher shipping office, the 3 ladies had consulted, while the men had paid off the carriages. Subsequently, with Royd, Robert and Declan needing to get aboard their respective ships, Edwina and Eileen had accompanied Isobel on a visit to the local shipyards. Over breakfast, she'd explained her notion of visiting the yards in the hope the sight of familiar construction would jog her memory regarding some method of breaching the palisade. Royd had wanted to come with her, but he'd had too much to do aboard. He'd taken charge of her trunk and bandbox, squeezed her hand, wished her luck, and let her go. As a Carmichael, she was assured of being granted instant access to the yards. The name was synonymous with excellence in shipbuilding and revered in such circles throughout the British Isles. The foreman at the yard had gabbled a welcome and immediately sent for the owner. But before that worthy appeared, she'd spied what she, their mission, needed. When the owner had come hurrying up, the tails of his coat flapping, she'd smiled, complimented him on his yard, which had indeed appeared well run, and asked to borrow the special saw. The owner hadn't hesitated, pressing her to borrow whatever she needed. The tool wasn't expensive, although it was of a very particular design. After assuring the owner that the saw was all she required, and that she would return it to the yard on her return to the port, she'd parted from him in excellent humour. As they'd hurried back to the wharf, Eileen had asked, "Will it work?" "It's used to cut through tarred ropes, large ones that have been in position for years and are hardened and solid." She'd glanced at the oilskin-wrapped saw. "I'm as certain as I can be that it'll cut through those vines locking the palisade's planks together. To my mind, the only question remaining is how best to wield it." The satisfaction of having found the answer she'd been seeking buoyed her. The desire to reach the compound and find out if her hunch about the saw would prove correct only added to her innate impatience. Royd rapped out an order, drawing in a sail, getting just that touch more power from the wind angling at their backs. She glanced at his face and grinned. If she was impatient, he was equally so. And he'd infected his crew with the same keenness. They were looking ahead, all eager to get on. The Corsair was running hard before the wind. She turned and looked back at the flotilla of vessels departing on the tide, strung up behind them and dwindling in size as the Corsair leapt ahead. A moment sufficed to identify the Trident, graceful as a swan, as she eased into the Solent's deeper waters. The Cormorant lay not far astern, sails billowing, as Declan kept to the script and followed, rather than jockeyed for the lead. Neither ship had yet gone to full sail. As there were other ships around and before them, they would have to wait for the more open waters of the channel before they unfurled more canvas. She faced forward as Royd called another change and saw Duncan's lips move as, gazing raptly at the sail in question, he parroted Royd's words, no doubt committing them and their effect to memory. Raising her gaze from her son's face to his father's, she reflected that Duncan's wholehearted plunge into life on the waves was only to be expected, his inheritance, as it were. She now accepted she'd been wrong to keep him from sailing, not when the activity gave him so much pleasure. After a moment, she stepped back from the railing. When Royd glanced at her, with her eyes, she directed his attention to Duncan. He looked, then looked back at her, a question in his eyes. Was he interpreting her intention correctly? With a dip of her head, she consigned Duncan to his care and headed for the ladder. She went down to the stern cabin, checked her brown trunk, and put the brushes, combs, and pins from her bandbox back into the drawer in the washstand. Then she sat on the bed and gave herself over to her thoughts. Later, when they were well out in the channel and the corsair was slicing through the waves, having achieved a modicum of mental clarity, she returned to the deck. Instead of climbing to the upper deck, she strolled down the ship, making for the bow. One glance to the rear informed her that they were already far ahead of the other ships. She couldn't even see them. Idly ambling along the side, she realized that, out of instinct rather than intention, she was noting lines and checking ropes. Then she spied Duncan skipping down the opposite side of the deck. When he turned and called something to someone behind him, she looked and saw Royd pacing forward. He was, rather more deliberately, doing as she had been, checking that all was right on his ship, all as he wished it to be. He saw her and changed tack, unhurriedly crossing the deck and ducking under a boom to join her. She leaned back against the ship's side and watched as Duncan danced on, with Williams, the quartermaster, stepping into Royd's place and shadowing Duncan, keeping him safe. Royd settled against the upper rail beside her, his shoulder brushing hers. Her gaze on Duncan, she said, "I had to keep him away from the docks. If given the chance, he would have crawled and climbed all over, but everyone there knew of our handfasting, and he was instantly recognizable as your son." Royd considered the comment and why she was making it now, at that moment in time. While his immediate reaction was one of deep-seated anger, it was a useless emotion, one with no outlet, one that wouldn't help him attain his goal. He let the hurt flow from him, too, then thought to ask, "Does he know of your work?" She shook her head. "He knows I help his grandfather manage the shipyards. I suspect he thinks I'm some sort of secretary." Royd snorted. It was tempting to feel that Duncan, not knowing of her work, her worth, was a small penance for her having hidden the boy from him. Yet, that seemed wrong too. Equally wrong. Something else that needed to be rectified. Their son deserved to properly appreciate the brilliance of his mother, who'd borne him alone, birthed him alone, and raised him alone, until now. His gaze like hers following Duncan, he said, "I understand why you hid him from me. Now tell me how you managed it." It was important, he realized, that he learn the whole truth. The only source of that whole truth was her. "It wasn't as hard as you might think. Back then, Papa was doing everything himself, brokering the deals, handling all the details, and overseeing the design and construction as well. He was rarely home, and even less frequently did he visit Iona. If you recall, he and she don't often see eye to eye, and after we'd handfasted and you'd sailed, I'd moved to Carmody Place to live with her." He narrowed his eyes against the sun's glare. "Are you saying your father doesn't know?" "He didn't know. Not when Duncan was born. Not as he grew. Not until recently." She paused, then went on. "About 2 months ago, Papa came to see me at Carmody Place. It was Sunday, and I wasn't expecting him. There was an urgent issue with a build on which he needed my opinion. It was a sunny afternoon in June. All the children were playing outside, and I was in the kitchen with most of the other women. Iona had gone upstairs for a nap, so she wasn't about. The footman knew Papa, of course, and with no one around to direct him, he showed Papa into the parlour." "Let me guess. The parlour overlooks the area where the children were playing." She nodded. "By the time I was summoned and reached the parlour, Papa was standing by the window, and he'd already noticed Duncan, had already guessed he was a Frobisher." She drew in a breath, then exhaled. "But he still didn't know." She glanced at him, her eyes searching his face. He felt her gaze, but didn't meet it. "From a distance,
Papa couldn't see me in Duncan, so he still hadn't realized Duncan was ours. I breathed a sigh of relief and shut the parlour door. He glanced at her in time to see her lips quirk resignedly. We were discussing the problem at the yards when Duncan burst in to tell me something. She gestured with one hand. I still don't know what, but he flew across the room and flung himself at me. You've seen how he does, and yelled, "Mama, Mama, guess what?" He could see the scene clearly. He shook his head. Your poor father. Indeed. I believe he came closer to fainting than he ever has in his life. I had to push him into an armchair. I sent Duncan to fetch a glass of whiskey. He brought a full glass. Papa drained it. Royd was struggling not to laugh, but in that moment, he truly felt sorry for James Carmichael. The man had never been entirely happy about Royd wanting to marry his daughter, and as things had turned out, his reservations had appeared well-founded. To then stumble on Duncan in such a way and discover all Isobel had concealed. He glanced at her. So what happened next? Papa insisted we tell you, but we convinced him to hold his tongue, at least for the moment. By we, you mean you and Iona? And Mama and my Carmichael grandmother, Papa's mother, Elise, and his sister and Mama's sisters. She shrugged. Virtually all the women on both sides of the family. They all knew. Only Iona and Mama actually knew, so to speak, but of course the others all guessed. She glanced at him as if that should have been obvious. A baby, let alone a child like Duncan, is rather hard to hide. Yet you managed for 8 years. But the rancour he'd expected to feel wasn't strong enough to register over all the other thoughts and attendant feelings whirling through his head. Several thoughts clicked into a whole. That's why, in our recent meetings, your father's been uncomfortable and oddly short with me. Yes, he's distinctly uncomfortable about the whole thing. Hardly surprising. No, it's worse than that. It's not just you. Mama and Papa know your parents too, and Duncan is, possibly, your heir. There was no possibly about it. As his firstborn son, Duncan was his heir. Of course, he and she still had to tie that up in a legally acceptable way. Her gaze tracking Duncan as he rounded the bow and headed toward them, she sighed. Papa has hated every minute of not being able to tell. Bad enough what you'll think, but he worries more about your parents. He and your father go back a long way. Initially as businessmen operating in allied spheres, but as she'd noted, the connection had remained as James and Fergus had aged. It was one of the reasons many had deemed a marriage between him and her an inspired alliance. It still was. He pushed away from the ship's side as Duncan neared. Once we get back, we'll have to tell my parents. I've no idea how they'll react. I doubt Mama will forgive you for keeping Duncan from her any time soon, but that's something we don't need to concern ourselves with now. Isobel didn't disagree. She watched as Royd crouched as Duncan ran up, watched as their son gabbled excitedly about the fish he'd spotted from the bow, watched as the man she still loved rose and tousled their son's dark hair. Then he glanced at her, met her eyes, briefly nodded, then headed off to his stern deck with Duncan skipping alongside, still peppering him with questions. She folded her arms, leaned back against the side, and let her thoughts flow with the roll of the waves and the rise and fall of the deck. She knew Royd prioritized. He always had. It was the way his mind worked.
A large part of his success was due to the intensity he could bring to bear on any goal. And that intensity stemmed from his ability to focus on that which he wished to attain, excluding well-nigh everything else. Right now, his focus was on the mission, specifically on the mission's goals, which was, in the wider scheme of things, well and good, how things should be. That said, while she didn't disagree with his consigning telling his parents about Duncan to an unspecified date in the future, a date when he and she no longer had higher claims on their time and wits, there were several other matters unconnected with the mission that, in her opinion, would be better dealt with over the next days, in the hiatus before they reached Freetown and plunged into the heart of the action. She knew Royd well enough to be certain that, with the mission now fixed as top priority in his mind, he would leave those other matters unaddressed and unresolved. Men had one-track minds. She, in contrast, was all woman, and she was unwilling to wait until after the mission to bring those other matters to a head. Chapter 4. She bided her time, waiting until they'd dined, and she'd put Duncan to bed and watched over him until he slept, before making her way above deck. As she'd expected, Royd stood at the wheel, guiding the Corsair into the twilight. While at sea, he dined at 6 with the men of the first dog watch. Then at 8, he went on deck and took the wheel for the first 4 bells of the first watch. Occasionally, he claimed the wheel at other times, either to steer the ship through some tricky situation, or simply to spell Liam Stewart or William Kelly. She'd heard the second bell of the first watch rung some time ago. Now she'd made up her mind as to her next step. She had no difficulty drawing Patience to her. After wrapping her shawl more tightly about her shoulders, she walked down the deck. She felt Royd's gaze touch her back, but a snapping sail high above diverted his attention. He barked out orders, and 2 sailors leapt to the rigging. She reached the bench across the bow and sat. After a moment, she drew her legs up, knees bent, wriggled around, and set her back to the gunwale. They were still in the lower reaches of the channel, or so she assumed. Evening skies and steel-blue waves looked much alike to her. Although the first stars were already glimmering in the darkened sky, she wasn't sailor enough to use them to determine their position. In recent years, she'd sailed with Royd more times than she could count, when they took the ships they'd worked on out to test their modifications. Yet even when they were testing for speed, they never went this fast, this consistently fast. The sense of power, of unstoppable momentum, as the Corsair leaned before the wind, still made her catch her breath. The sensation thrilled her, stirred the wild side of her, and she could readily understand why Royd worked as he did to achieve this triumph of harnessing the wind. She drew her legs close, wrapped her arms about her calves, and rested her chin on her knees, and rode the waves and listened to the wind whisper. She was still sitting, simply being, at one with the wind, the sky, and the sea, when the 4th bell of the first watch was rung. A few minutes later, Royd walked out of the shadows cast by the running lights. She raised her head and swiveled to set her feet on the deck. "Are you going down?" He gave her his hand and drew her to her feet. "I'm done for the day. I thought you would have already retired." She tugged her shawl into place and shrugged. "I was thinking." Plotting and planning. Royd turned and walked beside her to the aft hatch. She'd been thinking. Sometimes she sat and thought, and the result was some new design or improvement. But at other times, her thinking was a prelude to danger. As he followed her down the steps and into the corridor leading to their cabins, he wondered in which direction her recent thoughts had taken her. He was tempted to ask, but they'd reached the doors to their cabins, hers dead ahead, his to the right. Her fingers closed about her doorknob. She released the hatch and turned to face him. Instead of the simple, good night he'd expected, that he'd planned on deflecting long enough to steal another kiss. She studied him for a heartbeat, then said, "There's an issue we need to address." They were standing mere inches apart. The unique perfume he associated with her, a combination of the herbs in her soap and the elemental scent of woman, was wreathing around his brain. With his senses and a good portion of his wits already distracted, he tried, but couldn't imagine what she meant. He arched a brow. What issue? Her dark eyes locked with his. This. She closed the distance between them, slid a hand behind his nape, drew his head down, and pressed her lips to his. Before he could react, she took one last step, and her body met his, her breasts to his chest, her hips to his, her firm thighs riding against the length of his. His brain seized, his senses flared. She parted her lips, and he was already falling. No power on earth could have prevented his arms from locking about her, his hands from splaying over her back and seizing, his lips and tongue from surrendering, avid and greedy, to her invitation. Then, quite deliberately, with a deliberation that was statement, declaration, and challenge rolled into one, having seized their reins, she let them go. Let them fall. And there was nothing left. No restrictions, no reservations, no reason at all, to stop them from plunging into the maelstrom of a passion too long denied. It erupted and swallowed them whole. Heated hunger rose. Need flared, far more visceral and demanding than mere desire. His arms tightened, crushing her to him. Her fingers speared through his hair, and her nails pricked his scalp like spurs. He angled his head and ravaged her mouth. Her other hand clutched his shoulder, while with her lips and tongue she taunted and provoked, dancing in the flames they'd invoked. Without warning, she pivoted, pulling him away from his door. Trapped in the kiss, he moved with her, obligingly swinging around. His shoulder hit her door. Already unlatched, it swung wide. With them still locked in the kiss, in their ever-tightening embrace, she surged against him, and he stepped back into the cabin. She followed in a heated rush of feminine curves, of demanding lips, greedy hands, and demanding desires. Understanding bloomed in his lust-fogged brain. She really did mean what her scorching kisses, her urgent hands, and her flagrantly blatant actions were telling him. She wasn't interested in any slow, step-by-step wooing. Had he really thought she would be? The point was moot given she showed every intention of waltzing them to the bed. He reached back and managed to shut the door without slamming it. The recollection that Duncan lay sleeping in the next cabin rose through the sensual haze, but he was certain she wouldn't have forgotten that. If she saw no reason to conduct this elsewhere, he could, he felt, safely follow her lead. That was the last rational thought he entertained. Her busy fingers had opened his shirt. She gripped the sides and yanked them wide, then her hands were on his skin. Sensations seared him, fracturing all thought. Passion ignited. Between one heartbeat and the next, it flared into an inferno that engulfed them both. She pulled back from the kiss, tipping back her head on a throaty moan as her splayed hands clutched his naked skin. His fingers had found the laces of her gown. He hauled in a tight breath that did nothing to steady his whirling senses. Her urgency had infected him. He wrenched the laces free, then reached for the shoulders of her gown. She came at him again, and he dove into her mouth. With one hand, he framed her jaw and held her face immobile as he ravaged and plundered. She'd never been one to yield. There was nothing tame or compliant, much less submissive, in her hungry, nay, ravenous response. Stripped of all civilized restraint, the kiss had transformed into a communion of hunger, of need already raging and passion too hot to endure. He set his hands to her shoulders and pushed down the bodice of her gown. Through the kiss, she muttered incoherently and released him long enough to free her arms of the sleeves, then immediately fell on him, gripped his shirt and yanked and tugged until he let her go, stepped back and shrugged out of his jacket and stripped off the shirt. From under heavy lids, her eyes locked on his chest. The corners of her lips kicked upward, and she uttered a distinctly feminine purr. Then she stepped to him, her hands reaching to explore. The intensity of her touch seared him, but he had a goal of his own before him. Her translucent chemise barely screened her breasts. The sight of the lush mounds had his mouth watering and evoked memories of the rosy peaks, and a sharp stab of desire to see if anything had changed now she'd suckled his son lanced through him. It was the work of a few seconds to unravel the ribbon ties, then the shimmering fabric slid down, revealing a bounty he remembered very well. He reached for her. The instant his hands closed about the firm mounds, she shuddered and stilled, her lids falling and her lips, now lusciously swollen, parting on a shaky breath. He squeezed and watched passion flood her face. It was like stepping into the past, yet a past that had subtly altered. So much was the same, yet the changes were real. Her nipples were a darker shade of rose. He bent his head and took one into his mouth, and pleasure, exquisite, exploded on his tongue. He suckled, and her knees weakened. He locked one arm about her waist and held her to him, and with renewed devotion, pandered to her senses and his. Gripping his head with both hands, Isobel shuddered under an onslaught infinitely more potent than anything in her memories. His body, the heavy musculature of his chest and arms, was, her giddy senses informed her, significantly more powerful than previously. Back then, when they'd been younger, not yet fully mature. Now they were both in their prime. In this sphere, that made a difference. A lot of difference. A lot more. Everything. But that was what she'd wanted to know, or at least a part of it. She'd needed them to step into this arena to see if they still reacted to each other as they had, if the depth of desire and passion they'd once shared was still there, still theirs to command. She had her answer on that score, but it wasn't as it had been. Now it was more, so much more. She dragged in a broken breath, raised her lids enough to look through her lashes and watch as he circled one damp nipple with his tongue, then licked. The long, slow rasp shot sensation to her core. She gasped, then gripped and tugged until he raised his head enough for her to duck hers and press her lips to his. He straightened, and she flung herself against him. Her aching breasts pressed flush to his hot skin, and for one instant, their hands gripping blindly, their mouths merged, their senses swirling, they both stilled, teetering. The dam burst and swept them away, tossed them into a tumultuous sea of aching needs and piercing wants that utterly consumed them. Nothing mattered but getting her hands on more of his skin, then filling her reeling senses with him. He came at her with equal fervor, as driven, as desperate as she. Boots hit the floor, clothes flew. Somehow, they made it to the bed and fell across the silk coverlet in a wild tangle of naked limbs and grasping hands, of skins so heated they burned, so hot they branded each other with their passion, snared each other with their desires and needs. He liked to stretch the moments out. So did she. They tried. They fought. He to hold her back enough to taste her skin, to devour her and feed both their hungers. She to relearn the contours of his body, to explore, caress, and drive him wild. But in precipitating this exchange, she'd let some genie out of a bottle, and it wasn't going to release its grip on them until they'd sated it. They were both breathing hard, their breaths coming in ragged pants, their skins slick with desire, their bodies tortured with wanting, when he finally broke, tossed her on her back, and covered her. Then he was inside her. They froze. Caught by a moment of exquisite sensation, they'd both forgotten held such power. She raised her lids and looked into his eyes, saw all she felt, every emotion roiling inside her, reflected back at her. The yearning, the never-ceasing longing, the sense of loss and of wasted time and of confusion that it had all gone wrong and they'd lost their way. They'd found it again, found each other again. Now they had to hold on. He withdrew, muscles in his arms flickering as he tried to control the pace. Then he thrust in again, deeper, burying himself inside her. She let her lids fall and felt her lips curve, felt her body unfurl and take him in and hold him. The feel of him inside her, so hard, so real, filling her and completing her and making them one again, sent heat laced with joy flushing down every vein. With an ease born of their past, they fell into a rhythm as old as time, as ancient as the sea. They rode from crest to crest, the landscape of intimacy unfolding before them as memory surged, and they adjusted here, shifted there, and built on what they knew. She wrapped her legs about his hips and tilted hers to take him deeper. He pushed back on his elbows, altering the angle of his thrusts, the better to pleasure her. They gave, they took, they clung and surrendered, and journeyed ever on. Until they reached the ultimate peak, and she flew. A starburst of pleasure, more intense than she recalled, flared, burned bright, and shattered her. Her nerves unraveled, her senses imploded, and she lost touch with the world as she soared. He joined her in that second, thrusting deep and muffling his roar in the pillows by her shoulder. Ecstasy claimed her, claimed them, rocked, shattered, and remade them, linked and fused them anew, forged them once again. Then flung them, hearts thundering, breaths soaring, into the void, into an oblivion that had never felt so deep, so profound, so blissful. They sank slowly, tension flowing from their limbs, subtle awareness seeping into their hearts. Royd sensed the silent reality and accepted it. He'd always known it might come to this reforging of a link that, now, would be too strong to ever be broken, to ever be put aside. So be it. If he was irrevocably linked to her, then likewise, she would be irrevocably linked to him. She'd softened beneath him, around him. Long minutes passed before he could summon the strength or the will to ease from the haven of her body and lift from her. She murmured and reached for him, calming the primitive male inside, wordlessly reassuring him that releasing her didn't mean she would pull back from him again. Unsettled by that unexpected glimpse into his own psyche, he wrestled the covers from beneath them, then slumped beside her and drew the sheets and silken counterpane over their cooling limbs. And was rewarded when, all but asleep, she turned and snuggled against him, until he closed his arms about her and settled her with her head on his chest and her body tucked along the length of his. One of her legs strayed across his thigh, and she sighed. Then the last vestige of tension left her, and she tumbled into sleep. He tipped his head to look past the tousled mane of her hair. For long moments, he let his gaze caress her face, drinking in the flushed beauty of her satiation. Eventually, he righted his head, settled it on the pillows, closed his eyes, and followed her into slumber. She woke to darkness and the sound of the ship's bell. For several minutes she lay unmoving, taking mental stock. Royd lay sunk in the bed beneath her. Judging by the rhythm with which his chest rose and fell beneath her cheek, he was still asleep. Which gave her a chance to think, at least about them. While lying naked together with his arms wrapped about her, she wouldn't trust herself to think worth a damn about anything else. Thinking about them, about what was taking shape between them, that she could manage. Her wits circled, almost wary, but eventually settled to the task. Had she achieved her objective? Had the issues she'd identified been sufficiently addressed? Gradually, the answer solidified in her brain. They hadn't clarified all she needed clarified. They might have exercised the past, enough to put it behind them, but she hadn't sufficiently exercised her passions of today to feel confident of where they now were. The interlude had been too driven, too fiery, too impossible to control to allow her to explore where she, the woman she was today, with today's wants and needs, stood with him, the man he'd grown to be. She'd remained relaxed in his embrace, staring unseeing across his chest into the softly shadowed room. Moonlight and starlight glimmered and shimmered. Dawn seemed hours away. And the object of her thoughts lay beneath her, and the key to the knowledge she sought lay in her hands. And her mouth. Silently, she eased up, sliding sinuously from his loose hold to lean on one braced arm and survey her battlefield. She plotted her course, her plan of attack. Then she put it into action. Royd woke to the sensation of silken tresses sliding across his chest. At first, his sleep-fuddled brain assumed she was simply shifting her head. Then he registered the warm, open-mouthed kisses she was pressing to his skin, and his nerves leapt and tightened. Then she shifted and straddled his thighs, and her lips trailed lower. Eyes still closed, he shifted to lie fully on his back beneath her. He realized he was smiling as he wondered how far she would go. They'd never ventured in this direction before, so he doubted she'd go much farther. 2 minutes proved him wrong. When she closed her long fingers about his erection, already rock hard, he sucked in a breath. His sharply tensing muscles had his spine arching, stretching. The caressing slide of her hair over his abdomen gave him an instant's warning before he felt her warm, wet tongue stroke, slowly, from root to tip. Then, delicately, she swirled her tongue about his broad head and gently blew across the hypersensitive surface. Of their own volition, his hands reached for her, but before his fingers tangled in her hair, she parted her lips and took him in. She enveloped his erection in the heated darkness of her mouth and sucked. His hand spasmed. His fingers gripped her head, only to discover that he was helpless to do anything other than hold her to him. While she toyed with his libido and ripped every last shred of resistance from him. Isobel gloried in the sense of power that ministering to him, holding him a sensual captive as far as he allowed, gave her. She'd waited to do this for 8 long years. Even back then, she'd known of the act, but the girl she'd been then hadn't had the courage to try it, to press for the chance. But the woman she now was knew what she wanted, and she hadn't been prepared to wait any longer. His erection was too large for her to take completely into her mouth. Fully engorged, it was thicker than her wrist, a rod as solid as iron with the flexibility of steel and corded with huge pulsing veins, the whole gloved in peach silk, a tactile contradiction that had always amused her. Instead of attempting the impossible, she drew back repeatedly to lick, to lave, lured by the complex taste of him, if wildness had a taste, and the tangy saltiness reminded her of the sea. The lingering musk of their earlier engagement added another note to the symphony. Yet the physicality of the act was the true lure. the drag of her tongue over the finest, most delicate, most sensitive skin on his big body, the feel of his fingers gripping her head, the restless shift of his limbs as she drew him deep and sucked, and his muscles tensed and tightened. To her mind, the moment embodied the confirmation that what had been was their past, and this, him and her together in this bed, was their now, where they now were, who they now were. They would go on from here. This was about establishing their current position in this sphere, on this plane, before they set any compass for the future. With increasing assurance, increasing abandon, she gave herself over to defining their coordinates. Royd had closed his eyes, tight. He didn't need to see what she was doing to feel the blatantly sexual tug all the way to his marrow. He was fast nearing the point of losing his mind and losing all hope of staving off release, yet he couldn't make himself stop her. The pleasure she was lavishing on him was simply too great. Suck by leg, she reduced him to chest-heaving, teeth-gritted, near-mindless desperation as he clung by his fingertips to control. Then she released him. Cool air washed over his burning flesh. He slitted open his eyes. She'd raised her head to examine the results of her handiwork. As he watched, she tipped her head, studying. He hauled in a massive breath, surged half upright, and seized her. Then he rolled and came up on his knees. Smiling in triumph, in keen anticipation, he tossed her back on the bed, her head on the pillows. Before she could react, he closed his hands about her thighs, spread her legs wide, then looked into her startled face. He smiled. Then he slid down the bed, bent his head, and settled to return the pleasure she'd pressed on him, with interest. Despite the raging of his cock, he was not of a mind to rush. He took his time savouring her as he never had before. This too had been one of those experiences that, 8 years ago, he'd left for later. Later hadn't come then, but the opportunity was here now, and he seized it with reckless abandon, and pleasured them both by reducing her to arching, sobbing, utterly witless abandon too. Her honey flowed freely, as tart as apples in the first flush of summer. It lured him like ambrosia, a nectar to which he could easily grow addicted. One addiction he would readily claim. And her responses, the shrieks she fought to smother, the way she bucked under his hands, only fed his determination to prolong this and push her as far as he could. His shoulders wedged between her thighs, his palms cruising their silken outer curves, he lapped at her softness and listened to her breathless gasps, then raised his gaze and surveyed the rosy flush of desire that now tinted her alabaster skin. He reached up and claimed one breast. After kneading the swollen flesh with a fingertip, he circled the tight peak, then closed his fingers about the distended tip and tweaked. She only just managed to muffle her shriek. Her eyes were opened wide. They locked on his. He'd never seen her quite so wild, so utterly unrestrained, so frantically needy. This was an Isobel he'd never had before. The realization sank in and drove him. With passionate ruthlessness, he took her up and over one jagged peak, waiting only until her sobbing breaths had reduced to panting before taking her up and over again, sending her soaring into mindless ecstasy. When she fell back to the bed, limp and wrung out, he knelt between her widespread thighs. She was tall, and most of her extra length was in her long, glorious legs. He slid his hands beneath the globes of her bottom and raised her hips, leaving her knees draped over his elbows. He entered her on one long, slow thrust and saw her breasts rise on a shuddering breath. Then he settled to find his own release in the scalding slickness of her welcoming sheath. He hadn't expected her to join with him again, Again, she proved she wasn't the woman of his memories. The lust that blazed between them now seared hotter and flared more fiercely. The conflagration caught them both, cindered all restraint, and left them riding through a raging firestorm of unadulterated need. It shattered them again, ripped them from this world in a blast of brilliant ecstasy that wiped their minds and left them floating on oblivion's sea like hollowed-out shells, left them clinging to each other in the aftermath, cleaving once more, each to the other, as they had so long ago. No. The simple denial echoed in his mind as, limbs and body still tangled, they slumped together in the cocoon of the sheets. A detached corner of his mind confirmed it. They were no longer those people who had handfasted years ago. This time, he didn't immediately fall asleep, and neither did she. As they disentangled themselves and settled once more as they preferred, with him on his back and her against his side, he was conscious of a calmness, a steadiness inside that hadn't been there before. Cathartic. The exchange had been that. The heated moments of passion had made them let the past go. They'd had to in order to engage with each other as they now were. But some things hadn't changed. Like the physical joy of having her beneath him, the deeply sensual pleasure he found only with her, and the sense of completeness that lingered long after the act. How important she was to him, she and no other, hadn't changed. If anything, the imperative to reclaim her had just grown significantly more pressing. Satiation had sunk to his marrow. Sleep tugged, but rather than surrender, he set his mind to replaying the encounter, like a cat reliving the wonders of an entire bowlful of cream. He refrained from licking his lips, although he did start to smile. Then a less welcome thought doused his smugness. How had the girl he'd known years ago come to be the woman in his arms, the siren who had so recently tortured him with pleasure? He told himself he shouldn't ask, that he had no right to do so. Yes, technically they'd been plighted all that time, and she was the mother of his son. But if he asked her, she might ask the same question of him. And what could he say? He certainly hadn't been celibate for 8 years. The risk in asking was too great. If he had any sense at all, he would let the matter lie. Where did you learn to do what you did to me? For several seconds, she didn't react. Then she raised her head from his chest and, through the shadows, looked him in the eye. Her eyes were so dark, he had no hope of reading any expression in them, but the sheer weight of her gaze had him tensing, especially when her eyes slowly narrowed. Where do you think I learned about it? And that was an even worse question than the one he'd feared. Her tone had been rigidly even, giving him no hint at all. He took refuge in a frown. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. She continued to stare at him for 5 silent heartbeats. Then she humphed. If you must know, women talk, and there are a lot of women at Carmody Place. She lowered her head to his chest, then shuffled to get comfortable, and ended somewhat huffily, turning so her back was to him. She yawned, and he almost missed her next words. I knew all about the theory 8 years ago. I've been waiting to try it out ever since. Ever since? By the time he'd convinced himself that her last sentence meant what he wanted it to mean, she'd fallen asleep. Through the dimness, he stared at her. Then he slowly smiled. She was lying on his arm. He turned and gently drew her to him, so her back was nestled against his chest. Then he spooned his body around hers and closed his eyes. He continued to grin smugly. He fell asleep, planning his next move. He woke her as dawn was streaking the sky. With slow, drugging caresses, he led her onto a plane where every touch sparked magic, and the subtlest pressure of a palm wrought exquisite delight. He'd searched his repertoire for a special gem, and this was what he chose to offer her. In reparation for his gaucheness, he gave her devotion and worship. Flushed, heated, awash with desire, Isobel floated in the mists of pleasure he conjured, barely able to breathe through the clouds of sensation he wrapped her in, trapped her in. But he kept hold of her. He pleasured her until she was aching, then joined with her. And while the warmth built and overflowed as it surrounded them, enveloped them, and flooded them, the pace remained slow. Exquisitely, excruciatingly slow. All the way to that moment of peaking sensation, where pleasure scintillated and glory beckoned. He held her even then, his fingers locked with hers as their bodies strained in naked harmony. And then came a part. Later, when their breathing slowed and their hearts no longer thundered, she lay slumped by his side and languidly reviewed their present. One point was clear. Their today wasn't going to be the same as their yesterday. This, the resumption of their intimacy, had been inevitable, unavoidable, something she, at least, had had to broach before they, could move on. Into whatever future awaited them now he was back in her bed, or she in his, as the case actually was. Now the step had been taken, and they discovered that, if anything, their physical connection was even more intense than memory had painted it, or perhaps the people they now were needed with a greater intensity than their younger selves had. The next question on her list was simple. What now? They were both awake. She shifted her head on the pillows so she could see his face. Where do you intend this to go? He would have a goal in mind. He always did. He glanced sideways and met her eyes. I would have thought that was obvious. Waspishly, she retorted, If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. His lips twitched, but almost immediately he sobered. His eyes remained on hers. After several seconds, he said, I want you as my wife, as my partner in life, as my helpmate in all things. All things. Yet his tone, his expression, what she could read in his steady grey gaze, said he meant it, every word. The realization shivered through her, and yet... And Duncan? She asked more to give herself a moment to think than from any real doubt. Will formally become my son and heir. He paused, then added, He already is, regardless. She didn't dispute that. But when she'd boarded his ship, even though she'd accepted that he and she needed to resolve their relationship, she hadn't anticipated this situation. So she hadn't yet asked herself the vital question, much less found an answer. His declaration, however, required some response. Obviously, the woman she now was had no reservations over trusting him with her body. That was one question answered, one critical issue resolved. What she didn't yet know was whether the woman she now was could ever again trust him with her heart. She had once, and he'd crushed it. Unintentionally, perhaps, yet pain was pain, and pain of that magnitude raised defenses that weren't readily susceptible to logic. She no longer blamed him for what had happened. That didn't mean she could erase the remembered pain, nor could she recalibrate her reaction to the thought of making herself vulnerable to such pain again. He'd articulated his goal clearly, and she knew him well enough to know he spoke truly. And his mention of all things, of sharing his life with her, all the varied aspects without limitation, had sparked a deep-seated, instinctive recognition that such a complete sharing was exactly what she wanted. It was the only prospect she would actively reach for, and he'd known her well enough to offer it. He was an excellent strategist, and an even better tactician, and he was sincere in offering her what she wanted, what she needed, today. It was easy to say the words, easy to intend to keep their promise. But just as she appreciated that the offer he, the man he now was, had made was a major, well-nigh unprecedented concession, one that cut across instincts and deeply entrenched preferences, knowing that it did, she had to wonder whether, when some unforeseen situation arose, he wouldn't find sharing too hard, and instead convince himself she didn't need to know. That had been his attitude before. She continued to hold his gaze as realization dawned. There was only one way to see if this particular leopard could indeed change his spots. Like her, he wasn't unnerved by long silences. He'd waited, patiently, for her to come to a decision. With a fractional dip of her head, she said, "Let's see where the winds take us." It wasn't the answer he'd hoped for. She saw that in the sharpening of his gaze, the faint hardening of his features. But then he inclined his head in graceful acceptance. They weren't going to get any more sleep. Moving together, they flipped back the covers and got up to meet the day. Chapter 5. 12 days later, Isobel stood beside Royd as, under the cover of darkness, he steered the Corsair into the wide mouth of the estuary, on the southern shores of which the settlement of Freetown sprawled. Peering across the dark water, Isobel could just detect glimmerings of light on the distant shore. It was imperative that the Corsair shouldn't be identified, preferably not even seen. They couldn't risk someone in the settlement realizing another Frobisher ship had arrived and alerting the instigators, who in turn might send word to the mercenaries at the mine. Isobel had been intrigued to discover that the ship carried false name boards and extra flags. She was currently the Pelican, and her pennants identified her as Dutch. Flying 3 black sails, the ship glided forward with barely a whisper. Isobel was impressed by how Royd finessed the onshore breeze to keep their forward momentum low, so the ship slid rather than splashed through the waves. They were breaking maritime law by sailing without running lights. Although it was overcast and the moon had yet to rise, there was enough starlight to see that their way was clear, and they weren't going into the harbour. Royd wasn't calling orders, either. The members of the watch were standing ready to act on his signals. All had sailed under his command for years. They understood the need for silence. Sound travelled all too well over water. She glanced at Royd. Eyes narrowed. He was gauging the distance to the harbour, some way off to starboard. As she watched, he swung the wheel, bringing the ship slowly around. They sailed on for 10 minutes. As the harbour drew nearer, a sense of expectation gripped her. Tonight would be the first real test of Royd's commitment to sharing all aspects of his life with her. Since that first night out of Southampton, they'd shared the bed in the stern cabin, more or less as a matter of course. That side of their present was now well established, stronger and more intense than it had been before, and something they both valued and enjoyed. All was serene on that front, and while she'd wondered how Duncan would adjust to the change, that hurdle had been surprisingly easily overcome. He'd woken early one morning and found them both in her bed. They'd roused to find him staring at them, a frown in his eyes. Then he'd asked the obvious question of Royd.
"Why are you in Mamma's bed?"
She had to give Royd credit. He replied without hesitation. "You know I'm your papa. Sharing a bed is one of those things mamas and papas do." Duncan had thought about that for all of 2 seconds. Then he'd smiled sunnily and asked when they were going to get up. She'd given thanks he hadn't seemed to notice that she hadn't been wearing a nightgown. Her mind shifted to where Duncan was now, fast asleep in his bed below deck. She was rather relieved he wouldn't witness the reckless adventure his mother and father were about to embark on. Assuming, of course, that Royd held to his declaration. Finally satisfied with their position, he steadied the wheel and pointed at the men standing ready at the mizzenmast. With very little rattling, the sail on the mizzen was lowered. In similar silence, the other 2 sails were successfully taken in, and the ship slowed, then bobbed on the waves, drifting slightly on the incoming current. Royd handed the wheel to Kelly, picked up the main spyglass, and walked to the starboard rail, the better to survey the harbour. Isobel followed. At this distance, to her unassisted eye, the vessels in the harbour were distinguishable only by their relative size, and, in some cases, their shape. She could guess how many masts each had, but she couldn't be sure. With the glass to his eye, Royd scanned the dark shapes, eventually focusing on one. After several moments, he murmured, "Our luck's in. It looks like Decker's at home." His tone conveyed satisfaction, and no small amount of anticipation. "Which is his ship?" He handed over the glass and pointed. "The 74 anchored to the right of the rest of them." Although she'd never worked on Navy ships, she knew what the designation meant. 74 guns. She put the glass to her eye and located the ship in question. "You assume he's there because there's a light in the stern cabin?" "I can't imagine anyone else being in that cabin at this hour, and the light's steady. A lamp, not a candle." A moment later, he said, "It's already after 10 o'clock. We should get moving. I'd rather not have to rouse the man from his bed." Good God, the thought. She handed back the glass and headed for the ladder. Royd returned the spyglass to Kelly, paused to signal Jolly to lower the tender, then followed. As he went down the ladder, then trailed Isobel through the aft hatch, down the companionway stairs, and along the corridor to the stern cabin, he reviewed his plan for reaching Decker. If all went as he wished, there should be no danger. Yet. His campaign to win Isobel was proceeding, if not as he'd planned, at least very definitely in the right direction. He'd assumed a slow wooing would work best, but he'd failed to allow for her innate impatience, or his. So she'd filched the reins and re-scripted his plan, and he certainly wasn't about to complain. The past 12 days and nights had been like finding port after an 8-year-long storm. That side of their relationship was now rock solid. But, of course, everything came with a price. Namely, now that he had her in his bed again, his aversion to allowing her to face any sort of danger had also rekindled and grown. How to balance the competing claims, 2 opposing compulsions, one an instinct, the other a need, he hadn't yet worked out. Walking into the stern cabin, the first thing he saw was Isobel bending over his armory trunk. He paused, distracted by the sight of her luscious derriere outlined beneath the thin fabric of her skirt. But after a second, he shook free and walked over to see what she was about. Testing the weight of knives was the answer. He had a good selection of various sorts in the trunk, and she was busy comparing the heft of 2 short blades. "This one, I think." She put the other knife back in its scabbard, then straightened, her selection in her hand. She glanced at him. "You don't mind, do you?" No. That much was true. He'd taught her to use knives himself, to throw and defend, but he doubted she'd ever had reason to use the training. He watched as she headed toward the bed, her full skirt swaying. "You're not going to be able to board Decker's ship, you know." When she swung to face him, he nodded at her legs. "Your skirts will make climbing up impossible." The tight-lipped, narrow-eyed smile she threw him suggested she'd been waiting for the quibble.
"Indeed."
She waved, directing his attention to the bed, to what lay on the coverlet.
"That's why I won't be wearing skirts."
He looked and inwardly swore. She presented a powerful enough distraction in skirts. In breeches, the only saving grace was that at least they weren't skin-tight. She'd set down the knife and was busy unlacing her gown. He left her to change and swung his gaze to the armory trunk and his attention to arming himself. His gaze he could control. His attention proved more problematic. He heard the rustles as she dispensed with her gown, then the sliding shush as those long legs, with which he was now intimately reacquainted, were sheathed in sturdy cotton. Unlike most girls, she'd frequently worn breeches throughout her childhood. As he'd heard it, her grandmother had advised her daughter, Isabel's mother, Anne, to accept the fact that Isabel would always be a tomboy, that was her nature, and as she was destined to inherit the shipyards, perhaps that was no bad thing. And if wearing breeches allowed her to safely scramble over the ships being built and learn what she would later need to know, it was a small and, indeed, sensible price to pay. Sensible, because there were many places in a working shipyard where skirts would constitute a hazard. As Isobel spent considerable time in the yards, he wasn't surprised to learn that she still occasionally wore breeches. He hadn't, however, seen her in breeches for over 8 years. After securing several knives about his person, he shut the trunk and turned to see her repinning her long hair into a tight bun on the top of her head. Standing as she was, with both arms raised and the long lines of her body displayed in short jacket, breeches, and riding boots, the impact of her appearance was every bit as bad as he'd feared. How in all the hells was he going to corral his thoughts into sufficient coherence to argue rationally with Decker, while she was standing beside him looking like that? How was he going to react to Decker seeing her like that? Or his crew? With a final pat to her last pin, she lowered her arms and swung to face him.
"Ready."
Her expression was plainly eager, but steely determination infused her eyes and informed the set of her lips. Faintly disgusted with his own susceptibility, he mentally gritted his teeth and waved her to the door. "Let's get going. We need Decker to move before morning." Half an hour later, the tender slid all but soundlessly into the deep pool of shadow beneath the prow of Decker's flagship. They'd approached via various stealthy tacks, using the bulk of other ships to screen them, then timing their crossing of the last short stretch, when they'd been on open water and clearly visible, for the moment when Decker's watchmen were as distant as possible. No challenge had yet come their way. All remained silent on the deck of the big ship. The plan was to board and reach Decker in his cabin without being seen and challenged by the watch, and preferably to leave equally secretly. The fewer to know of their visit, the better. As most naval commanders would when in their home port, Decker had only 2 men on watch, pacing slowly around the deck. Even from the tender, the pair were easy to track by their footfalls. Given the usual clutter on the deck of any ship, let alone a navy vessel of this size, avoiding being seen by the watchman wouldn't be difficult. Reaching the deck was a different problem. They couldn't risk the clatter of a grappling hook. That left the anchor chain. As usual with a ship of such tonnage, there were 2 anchors out, both chains attached at the bow. With the current in the harbour running as it was, both anchors had been set to starboard, the chains angling into deep water about 10 feet apart, helpfully within the shadow cast by the prow. Royd glanced at Isobel, seated on the middle bench beside him. She'd studied the ship and the anchor chains and was listening to the watchman pace. He leaned close and whispered, "You take the left chain. I'll take the right. We climb when the watchmen reach mid-deck. Pause when we get to the top and wait for the watchman to pass. Then we go over." She nodded, then glanced at him, met his eyes and grinned, all reckless delight. Then she breathed, "Let's go." She rose fluidly and, without rocking the tender, stepped to the left chain. He mirrored the movement. Grasping the chain, he looked at her. They held each other's gazes as they listened, waiting. "Now," he mouthed. She swung onto the chain and started swiftly climbing, hand over hand, feet bracing on the chain. She was fast. Stifling a curse, Royd swung onto his chain and started to climb. Isobel had more difficulty suppressing the impulse to laugh with sheer exhilaration than she had with the climbing. She'd climbed ropes, chains, netting, and webbing all her life, and the chain's links were large enough for her boots to slide in. A glance to her right showed that Royd wasn't catching up to her. His larger boots didn't fit into the links, and he was having to work to gain purchase on the chain. She reached the side of the deck first and swung on the chain to lean her shoulder and hip against the ship's side. Protected by the overhang of the deck, she wouldn't be seen unless the watchman leaned right over the side. She was breathing faster than she had been, but was by no means out of breath. Several seconds later, Royd wedged himself into the same position on the other chain, less than a foot away. They waited, listening. The footsteps of the approaching watchman were clearly audible. The man paused in the bow, more or less directly over their heads, then walked on, pacing down the deck. They waited for 2 heartbeats, then Royd shifted, but she was quicker. She tipped back on the chain, got the sole of one boot onto the sill of the slot where the chains left the ship, then she pulled up, flung one arm over the upper rail, and hauled herself up so she was standing on the slot, her head well above the rail. One swift glance showed the watchman's back steadily retreating. Courtesy of the bulkheads, masts, furled sails, hatches, capstans, winches, and other equipment that filled the center of the deck, the other watchman, pacing toward the bow along the port side, had no clear view of them. She tipped forward and flipped over the side, landing silently in a crouch. Half a second later, Royd joined her. She didn't wait for him to take the lead, but darted from the shadows of the raised side and melted into the deeper shadows cast by a bulkhead. From there, she flitted to the cover afforded by a sail locker. The differences between commercial and Navy vessels weren't sufficient to give her pause. She barely needed to think to know what structures lay ahead and which would afford them the best protection from the watchman. With Royd on her heels, she reached one of the ship's companionways. They slipped into the cave-like cowling, shielding the entrance from rain and spray, just as the bored watchman neared. They barely breathed as he plodded past, but as soon as he had, she slipped out and hurried on. They had to take cover again, this time crouching behind a winch casing, as the first watchman passed them again. Then they reached the aft companionway. She'd opened the door by the time Royd joined her. They paused and listened, but no sound reached their ears. With a touch on her back, Royd urged her on. She went silently down the stairs. In the corridor, she turned to the door that led deeper into the ship. As she'd expected, there were 2 bolts, mounted high and low, so the door could be secured. She slid both into place, then swung around and followed Royd as, soft-footed, he led the way to the door of Decker's cabin. On reaching the door, Royd put his ear to the panels. She squeezed in and did the same. No talk, no footsteps or hint of anyone moving. But there, the sound of paper being shuffled, followed by the scratch of a pen. Royd straightened and reached for the doorknob. He flicked her a hand signal. Me first. She had no argument with that. She stood back and watched him open the door and walk boldly in. Decker glanced up, a peevish frown on his face. Then he saw who it was who had dared disturb his peace. His eyes widened and his jaw slowly dropped. An expression equal parts horror and outrage infused his features. Battling a grin, she slipped into the room and quickly shut the door. In the next instant, Decker surged to his feet and all but bellowed, "What the devil's the meaning of this?" Calmly, Royd replied, "Keep your voice down. I've been sent to discuss a certain laxity on your watch." Decker blinked. The Vice Admiral wasn't unintelligent. He caught the implication of, "I've been sent," and probably guessed that there was some double meaning in the laxity on your watch. Regardless, Decker scowled. "What's the meaning of this?" The words came out in a low growl. Royd reached into his jacket and drew out a folded sheet. He tossed it on the desk. "New orders from Melville. Read, then I'll explain." Decker eyed the folded sheet as if it were a serpent, then, reluctantly, reached to pick it up. As he unfolded the sheet, from under beetling brows, he glanced at Royd. And that was when he saw her, standing before the door. His first glance showed him what he expected to see, one of Royd's crew. But although she wore breeches, she never pretended to be a man, and something in her stance, or perhaps her shape, made Decker look again. His eyes widened and he straightened. If he'd been shocked to see Royd, he was stunned to see her. His mouth opened. "Please sit," she said. "I prefer to stand." When Decker simply stared, she nodded at the missive in his hand. "You need to read that." Her tone earned her a suspicious look from Royd. Decker blinked, then he tore his gaze from her, refocused on the orders, and then he slumped into his chair. His face grew pale. He read the orders twice. Neither she nor Royd showed any sign of impatience while he did. When Decker finally looked at Royd, his face had set in belligerent lines. "This is preposterous!" Royd merely arched his brows. "You saw the signature." "Pshaw!" Decker's lip curled, and he flung the offending order on the desk. "Melville wouldn't know the first thing about commanding at sea." His calmness unimpaired, Royd tilted his head. "That might well be true. However, in this instance, although it falls within your bailiwick, the problem doesn't lie at sea, but here." With a wave, Royd indicated Freetown and the harbour. "In the settlement and beyond." He caught and held Decker's gaze. "If you knew what's been happening, you wouldn't be surprised to see me here or to receive those orders." That Decker did not have the first clue about any problem in the settlement could not have been plainer. He humphed and fidgeted, then, with a frustrated gesture, waved Royd to one of the chairs before the desk. "For God's sake, sit down, and tell me what the devil this is about." Royd reached for a chair. He looked at her and arched a brow. There was a second chair, but she shook her head. She was too tense to sit. As she watched him draw back the chair and, with nonchalant ease, settle, she had to wonder how he did it, how he concealed, or was it controlled, his emotions so well during such an engagement. This was a side of him, the secret side, she'd never before seen. She shifted so she could watch his face as well as Decker's. With an economy of words and, indeed, facts, Royd told Decker what he needed to know to comprehend the enormity of what had been occurring in the settlement, as Royd had phrased it, under Decker's watch, at least in part. To give him his due, Decker didn't flinch from accepting responsibility, or at least his portion of it. He asked several pertinent questions, which Royd answered candidly. Avidly, she watched the exchange. In some respects, it might be seen as the old meeting the new, but she thought it more correctly cast as the reckless but effective meeting the hidebound conservative. Decker was certainly the latter. He was specifically charged with holding the line against slavery of all kinds, but most especially slavery involving His Majesty's citizens. Although his remit primarily concerned the shipping lanes, that such a crime had been committed in his home port, literally under his nose, would be a blot on his record he wouldn't easily expunge. Doubtless, Decker saw all that. Regardless, when Royd reached the end of his explanation, which stopped well short of revealing their plans, Decker's jaw set pugnaciously. With his hands clasped on his desk, Decker viewed Royd through hard blue eyes. "I don't need you to tell me how to handle this." The words were uttered with rigidly entrenched resistance. Decker pushed to his feet, one hand rising to the cord of a bell mounted on the wall. "I'll contact Holbrook. He and I will have this matter contained. You will do no such thing." The power in Royd's voice reverberated through the cabin. Isobel had never heard such a tone from him. The intensity in the words, the unvoiced promise, gave even Decker pause. He froze with his hands several inches short of the cord. Royd held Decker's gaze mercilessly. His voice flat, his tone invincible, he said, "Make no mistake. If you attempt to act in any way that might endanger my mission, I will be forced to assume command of this vessel, and I will clap you in irons in your own brig." As ruthless threats went, threats the one threatening had the power to carry out. That, Isobel felt, took the cake. If Decker forced Royd's hand, and he did as he'd said, Decker's career would be over, ignominiously over at that. A full minute ticked past as the men, one past his prime, the other very much in his, stared at each other. She could almost see their wills clashing. Royd's fueled by his commitment to the mission. Decker's by his clearly deep-seated resentment at being placed under Royd's command. Royd, who she'd heard referred to as the Lord of the Privateers. No real wonder Decker was finding his new orders hard to swallow. That said, although she knew who would ultimately win, they didn't have all night. She folded her arms, shifted her stance, and focused on Decker. "For God's sake, Ralph, do you want my grandmother to write to you, and to your wife and Admiral Hart?" Startled, Decker looked at her. She walked forward, holding his gaze. It wouldn't help for Decker to notice Royd's surprise. "Do you?" She halted. "Because although you might have missed the reference, there's a comedy involved here, and no, I do not mean me. My cousin, Catherine Fortescue, is in that mining compound." She pointed to the east. "She was kidnapped off the streets of the settlement, on her way to the post office, no less, months ago. And she's been held against her will by the villains behind the scheme and forced to work in the mine ever since." No one had ever accused her of failing to extract the maximum drama from situations such as this. Her delivery had Decker reeling. She narrowed her eyes on his and reached for her ultimatum. "If you don't think Iona can make that your fault, you've obviously been out of her immediate orbit for too long. Trust me, if I do not report back that you did everything, absolutely
everything within your power, without any contemptible protecting of your own dignity, to aid the rescue of my cousin, Grandmamma will hang you out on a very long yardarm." She held Decca's now horrified gaze for a final fraught second, then more quietly said, "You know, Iona. You know she will." She tipped her head at Royd. "Perhaps you'd better do as he says." Royd fought to quash the impulse to applaud and worked at keeping his expression neutral. When, shell-shocked after Isobel's broadside and paler than ever, Decca finally glanced his way, he met the man's gaze with a non-threatening expression. The notion of Decca viewing him as the lesser of two evils made it exceedingly hard not to grin. Decca swallowed, then, slowly, he lowered his hand and resumed his seat. He looked down at the order from the First Lord, then raised his gaze to Royd's face. "Very well. What?" He drew in a tight breath and managed a more conciliatory, "What do you want me to do?" Royd told him. He stressed the timing and the need to ensure the action was passed off as a routine exercise. "We can't afford anyone in the settlement guessing there's a rescue afoot. That means you'll need to keep this from your officers. Give them the information they need, but no more." Decca nodded. He glanced at the clock mounted on the wall. "I'll send out the orders immediately." He paused, then said, "I'll say we've grown complacent and need to practice those maneuvers we don't regularly use, but might, at some point, be required to execute." He met Royd's gaze. "Some of my captains will think I've grown senile, but," he shrugged his heavy shoulders, "they'll do as they're told. That's all we need." Royd pushed out of the chair, glancing at Isobel as he did. She nodded and moved to the door. Decca came to his feet. He tugged his waistcoat into place. "Is there any, assistance I can offer? I take it you intend to depart as clandestinely as you arrived?" Royd hesitated, but the man was offering, which, in his experience, was a first. "For all concerned, the fewer to learn of this visit, the better. If you could accompany us on deck and, once we're under cover, engage your watchmen and keep them at this end of the ship for 2 minutes, we'll be over the side and gone." Decca nodded. He waved them to precede him. Royd led the way, Isobel behind him, with Decca in the rear. As they reached the stairs, Isobel pointed to the corridor door. "Don't forget to unbolt that later." Decca humphed, but he followed them onto his deck and did as Royd had asked. In the bow, Royd reached for Isobel to help her over the side and onto her chain. He grasped the second when their heads were close, to whisper, "Ralph?" She shot him a narrow-eyed glare. When they were both on the chains and, much more slowly than they'd come up, making their way down, she murmured, "It helps to remember first names. Sometimes they're useful, especially to order people about." The glance she threw him confirmed she wasn't talking about only Decca. Immediately he quipped, "And sometimes they're not." Like most people in his life, she'd never used his full first name to order him about or anything else. He saw the flash of her teeth as she grinned. Then she went more quickly down the chain and beat him back to the tender. She dropped into the boat without assistance. When he joined her, she turned to him with a radiant smile. He looked into her face and couldn't help but smile back. He'd forgotten this camaraderie, the way they pitted themselves against each other, challenging each other over just about anything in good-natured rivalry, yet always closing ranks and standing shoulder to shoulder against any outsider. Another aspect of having her in his life that he'd missed.
He sat beside her on the middle bench and gave Williams the signal to steer the tender back to the Corsair. Facing forward, reaching in the darkness, he found her hand, and their fingers twined. He held her hand as they glided across the night-dark waters. Chapter 6. After they'd returned from visiting Decker, Royd had taken the helm, called up a few sails, and steered the Corsair as far toward the northern shore of the estuary as the reefs lining the coast allowed. Finally satisfied, he'd murmured, "Only someone high on Tower Hill with an excellent spyglass and reason to search will be likely to spot us here." He'd ordered the anchors dropped, and he and she had retired to the stern cabin for the rest of the night. Now, with dawn lightening the sky, she stood beside him at the stern rail, and, through a second spyglass Bellamy had found for her, watched the ships of the Royal Navy's West Africa Squadron depart the harbour and take up station in a long line across the entrance to the estuary. As the last two ships tacked into position, Royd humphed. "If nothing else, Decker is efficient." He paused, then, his voice low, said, "Incidentally, while I appreciated your assistance with Decker last night, if I'm sharing all the information I have relevant to this venture, do you think you could return the favour?" She lowered her spyglass and looked at him. After a moment, he lowered his glass and met her gaze. When she didn't say anything, he arched a brow and waited. She studied his face, then evenly said, "All right." When he widened his eyes, she smiled and looked out at the blockade taking shape on the waves. "Truth be told, I wasn't sure he would recognize me. Once I realized he had, I decided to gauge his reaction to you and your approach before attempting to use the connection." Royd grunted. "It's a basic tenet of command to know all the weapons at one's disposal before taking the field. And obviously there are benefits to having a dragon-come-harpy for a grandmother." Isobel laughed, then added, "If there's anyone else in this mission against whom I have a lever we might use, I will let you know." Appeased, he inclined his head, then put the glass to his eye again. But there was little more to be seen. The Navy ships, mostly frigates, were well placed to effectively control ingress and egress from the estuary. No communication from Europe would reach the mine, or vice versa, through the blockade. If a messenger was truly desperate, they might try to come in or go out of the settlement via the coast to the west, south of the estuary, but Kit would soon move into position to block that route as well. Thus far, he lowered the spyglass, all is going to plan. Isobel lowered her spyglass, snapped it shut, and turned to lean against the stern rail. "So what have you planned for today?" He glanced at her and grimaced. "We have to lie low. There are too many who would recognize me to risk going into the settlement, at least not in daylight." He braced a hand on the rail, looking toward Freetown. "I can't even send any of the crew. One sighting of any of us, and the news will flash around the waterfront that the Corsair is somewhere offshore. The only thing we can do today is skulk out here." After a moment, he said, "I promised Duncan I'd teach him more knots." Something he could do in his sleep, but at least it would see him spending more hours with his son. He was enjoying introducing Duncan to all things sailing, to the small things about it that still thrilled him, far more than he'd foreseen. "When will we sail on down the estuary?" "As soon as either Declan or Robert arrives. We need them to lock down the settlement before joining us at the mine, and short of seeing them, there's no way of knowing they haven't been delayed by a storm or poor winds." "In the absence of any delay, when do you think one of them might get here?" He looked out to sea, beyond the Navy line. "I'm hoping at least the Cormorant will be here by midnight. If it is, we'll hand over to Declan, up anchor, and sail on." I want to reach the mine as soon as may be." She made a sound of agreement. After a moment, she asked,
"Isn't there anything we can do meanwhile?"
He turned his head and looked at her. She waved dismissively.
"Anything to do with the mission."
She was impatient by nature, and her impatience would only fuel his. He decided not to tease her further. "We can't risk a daytime visit, but it'll be helpful to learn whether there have been any relevant happenings in the settlement. When darkness falls, we can take the tender, go into the settlement, and call on Charles Babington. He'll have been keeping his ear to the ground, and he moves in the right circles to have noticed any changes that we ought to know about. Also," he tipped his head toward the squadron, "he'll be curious about that, and we might need him to keep Macaulay off Decker's back. Plus, we need to warn him of Declan's and Robert's impending arrivals." She could dwell on the prospect of action until it was dark enough to risk walking the settlement streets. It was easier to wait when one knew there would be some prize at the end. That was, after all, what he was doing with her. Waiting while she learned to trust him again, not because he was naturally patient, but because the prize at the end would be worth it. As if in promise of that, she gifted him with one of her open, sincerely delighted smiles.
"An excellent idea. I'll reread the relevant passages in Robert's diary."
She opened her eyes wide.
"So we leave at sunset?"
He grinned back. "We'll be away the instant darkness falls." With her hand on Royd's arm, Isobel strolled beside him, along what he'd informed her was the settlement's main street. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and the area was largely deserted. Even had there been people about, all they would have seen was a gentleman escorting a lady home. She was wearing a lightweight walking gown of dark green twill, with a small reticule dangling from her wrist. They'd come ashore 2 hours before. Royd had directed the tender to pull in at the end of a wharf used for local trading. Even though the squadron was out of the harbour, he'd elected to give a government wharf and the moorings frequented not only by the Navy, but also by all major trading vessels, as wide a berth as possible. He and she had disembarked, and, together with a small coterie of his men, had walked into the quieter, commercial side of the settlement. Once in the narrow streets, their party had split up. Royd's men had gone to lurk in taverns and see what they could learn. Meanwhile, driven by her curiosity, arm in arm, he and she had strolled the darkened streets into the fashionable district and all the way up to the fort on Tower Hill. They hadn't walked into the light cast by the flares outside the fort. They'd assessed the edifice from the shadows, then turned away. They'd found the address she had for the Sherbrooks, the family with whom Catherine had lived as governess. By local standards, it was a neat house, situated well within the boundaries of the supposedly safe European quarter. Royd had asked whether she'd wished to knock on the door and meet Mrs. Sherbrooke. She'd considered, then shaken her head. It wasn't her fault Catherine was kidnapped, and calling on her will risk advertising our presence for no real reason. She'd sensed his approval of her decision, although he'd said nothing, just accepted it with a nod. Subsequently, they'd gone to the small park Eileen had described. It was a pleasant spot, even by moonlight. They'd sat on a bench and looked out over the estuary. She hadn't previously journeyed anywhere more foreign than Amsterdam. While she'd been conscious of the warmth and humidity, she hadn't found the atmosphere overly oppressive. A light breeze had wafted past, dissipating the lingering heat of the day and leaving the sense of night-flowering plants to overlay the smells of surrounding humanity. The settlement ranked as the least civilized place she'd visited. Edwina and Eileen had told her the areas deteriorated the farther one went from Tower Hill. She was glad she was only visiting. The thought of Catherine living there. Iona wouldn't like it. Isobel didn't either. They'd remained in the park until Royd had deemed it time to make for Babington's apartment. As that lay close to the area Royd was keen to avoid, they exercised due caution in their approach, But they reached the stairs to Babington's door without anyone giving them a second glance. She led the way up the stairs. Royd joined her on the small landing and rapped on the door. No lights glimmered in any window they could see, and no one came to open the door. Royd knocked a second time, then reached into his pocket and drew out a set of lockpicks. Isobel observed without a word. There'd been times when they'd competed to see who could pick a lock the fastest. She'd usually won. The door popped open. He pushed it wide and ushered her in. While he shut and relocked the door, she found a lamp and tinder. A second later, flame flared. She lit the wick, turned it very low, then set the glass on the lamp. The faint light played over the furnishings, enough for them to see, but left the corners of the room in deep shadow. She moved to the sofa, sank down, and looked at him.
"Now what?"
Registering the impatience in her tone, he couldn't help but smile. "Now we wait some more." She narrowed her eyes at him, then sighed and sat back. He took the armchair to her left, the one facing the door. 15 minutes later, they heard footsteps on the stairs, then a key rattled in the lock, and the door swung open. Babington stepped into the room. He reached to set his hat on the sideboard, and saw Isobel. He blinked, bemused. Then his gaze shifted to Royd. Babington recognized him instantly, and relief flooded his face.
"Thank God!"
Royd arched his brows, then nodded at the still-open door. Babington turned, saw the door swinging, and shut it. "It's nice to be appreciated," Royd murmured.
"You don't know the half of it."
Babington crossed to the chairs. His gaze started to drift to Isobel, but then he grasped the back of the armchair opposite Royd's and locked his gaze on Royd's face.
"Is there a rescue underway?"
"Yes, but at present it's a covert operation. For reasons I'm sure will be obvious to you, we can't afford to tip off any of the villains or their contacts in the settlement." Babington stepped around the armchair and sank into it.
"As to that, we've had some interesting developments and unexpected visitors."
Isobel shifted to better view Babington's face, distracting Babington again. Royd inwardly sighed, but clearly he was going to have to get used to that. "My dear, allow me to introduce Charles Babington, of Macaulay and Babington. Charles, this is Isobel Carmichael, Frobisher, a connection of Catherine Fortescue, a young lady taken from the settlement and currently a captive at the mine. Isobel is working with me." Babington knew him of old. He wouldn't have missed that, "my dear," nor the oddity of him allowing any female to travel with him, much less acknowledging her as a partner. Babington blinked several times, then Isobel extended her hand, and Babington's well-honed manners kicked in. He smiled and shook her hand.
"Enchanted, Miss Carmichael."
"I would we were meeting under less fraught circumstances, sir. I understand your intended is also in that infernal camp." Babington's expression grew bleak.
"She's been gone for months."
More gently, Isobel said,
"You're likely unaware of it, but Caleb, Royd's brother, reached the mining compound. He sent word that all the captives were in good health and has remained there with a group of his men to watch over them, albeit from outside the palisade."
Babington glanced at Royd, the intensity of his hope almost painful to see. Then he looked at Isobel.
"Caleb mentioned Mary specifically?"
Isobel nodded.
"He sent a list, as well as reports from inside the compound. They've confirmed that all the captives were well. The long and the short of it is that the mercenary in charge prefers to keep his workers healthy, and as he's using the women as hostages of sorts to ensure the men's compliance,
The women have not been molested. Babington took several seconds to take that in.
Along the lines of you can't threaten to damage something you've already damaged?
Exactly, Isobel said. Babington's relief ran deep, easing the rigidity in his frame and the sharpness of his features. He met Isobel's gaze.
Thank you for telling me. You needed to know. However, when the time arrives to close down the mine, the mercenary captain will no longer need the men, and then he'll no longer need the women. So we need to get everyone rescued before matters reach that point.
Babington's gaze flicked to Royd.
Did Caleb suggest closure was imminent?
Not as such, but all the evidence we've amassed, the reports from those at the mine, plus all we've been able to deduce about those behind the scheme, strongly suggests that the instant production starts to wane, the backers, for want of a better term, will order the mine closed. We need to get to the mine and rescue the captives before any such order can reach the mercenaries running the mine.
Babington locked his gaze with Royd's. Anything I can do, you have only to ask. And, he drew a deep breath, if possible, I'd like to go with you to the mine.
As to that, we'll need your help in securing the settlement. Robert and Declan will soon be here, and they'll be running that part of the operation. You can't come with me. I'll be making for the compound as soon as possible, but you're welcome to join them. My men will reconnoitre and prepare, but if at all possible, we'll wait until Robert and Declan's forces join us before storming the compound.
Babington nodded. Count me in on that action. But what do you need me to do here?
You can start by explaining what you meant by developments and unexpected visitors.
Babington paused to gather his thoughts, then recalled his duties as host and offered them drinks. Once they were supplied with glasses of whiskey, including Isobel, whose preference for the spirit had faintly shocked Babington, he resumed his seat. He sipped, then sat forward, clasping his glass between his hands. The first development was the disappearance, entirely without warning or subsequent trace, of the naval attaché, Mr. Silas Muldoon. He was here one day and gone the next. Holbrook huffed, and I gather Decker was none too pleased when he sailed in and found his office at 6s and 7s. But apparently Holbrook decided that Muldoon's disappearance was just another instance of men falling victim to the lure of the jungle. Babington shook his head. I can't for the life of me understand how an otherwise reasonably sane man can be so blind.
Royd sipped, then said, It might not be blindness, so much as relying on the advice of someone who has a vested interest in Holbrook refusing to act over the disappearances. We're fairly certain someone in Holbrook's office is one of the villains. Someone other than Lady Holbrook, who now appears to have been only tangentially involved, most likely by passing on information on potential kidnappees.
Babington arched his brows. As far as I know, there are only 3 men in Holbrook's office who have his ear.
So Hillscythe, one of those kidnapped, said. He was attached to Holbrook's office to investigate the disappearances, but was kidnapped before he even got a chance to assess the 3.
Well, Babington said, no one from the governor's office has done a bunk in recent times, but about 10 days ago, the assistant commissar at the fort, one William Winton, also up and vanished. In his case, along with a very large amount of army stores, supplies which shouldn't even have been brought into the settlement, let alone been lying around as surplus. The commissar, who incidentally is Winton's uncle, is in a complete flap. They're still trying to determine what and how much has gone, but as the assistant commissar managed all the orders... Babington shrugged. At this point, they have no idea how much they've lost. These supplies... Isobel tilted her head. Could they be used in a mine? Babington nodded.
All the items I heard mentioned, yes, they'd be most useful in a mine. So Muldoon's vanished, and Winton's followed. We have to assume both might be at the mine. Royd considered the possibilities, then said, Given we have someone on the governor's staff still lurking, that's not going to change our plans. The next piece of news might. Babington met Royd's gaze. Those unexpected visitors. He tipped his head toward the door. I've just come from a dinner party hastily convened by Macaulay and his wife to entertain two unexpected arrivals, Lord Peter Ross Courtney and a Mr. Frederick Neale. They arrived on a merchantman yesterday, direct from London. Royd stilled. Is that so? Babington nodded. They don't seem to be friends, but behave like business associates. The story they tried to put about was that they're merely interested in looking around the settlement, getting in some game hunting, some fishing, that sort of thing. A poorly thought-out excuse, because if that was true, why come to a place like this? Macaulay knows of both men. Apparently they're extremely well connected politically and socially, and also very wealthy. Both are known as investors, although neither dabbles in anything so crude as business. Babington paused to sip, then continued. Over the port, Macaulay pressed. He wanted to know what the pair was about. After hemming and hawing, Neale said they were considering investing in a scheme to develop suitable areas for housing and were looking to get in ahead of the rush, to get agreements over the best areas before they were snapped up. Royd frowned. Is there any rush? This seems an unlikely region for any major expansion. That was where things got interesting, for Holbrook was at the dinner too, and he hadn't heard any whisper of such a thing. Nor had Macaulay or anyone else. There were several captains of local industry present. But Ross Courtney tapped the side of his nose and murmured to Neale that he really shouldn't have told. After that, of course, everyone was falling over themselves to be helpful. However, the critical upshot was that, out of all the offers of assistance made, Ross Courtney and Neale accepted Holbrook's offer to allow his principal aide, a Mr. Arnold Satterley, who happens to be a connection of Ross Courtney's, leave to escort Ross Courtney and Neale on what they described as a perambulation cum safari through the jungle surrounding the settlement. Isobel straightened. Royd exchanged a glance with her, then met Babington's gaze. This interests me greatly. As well as rescuing the captives, I've been charged with gathering all possible evidence to expose and convict those behind the scheme. Babington nodded. I hoped that might be so. He drained his glass. So, Isobel said, we have this Satterley person, who is Holbrook's senior aide, and also a connection of this wealthy lordling, and he's to lead this pair of gentlemen, who've arrived in the settlement unheralded and with no known motive, into the jungle. She caught Royd's gaze and arched her brows. Dare we leap to the conclusion that Satterley is the instigator from the governor's office, and Ross Courtney and Neale are two of the London-based backers? Royd grimaced. That's more than tempting. However, while I agree with your reasoning, I'm finding it difficult to credit the two such highly placed gentlemen, who, if they were backers, would surely understand the dangers of being identified as connected with such an enterprise, would take the risk of appearing at the site. If just one person, like Hillscythe, sees them and then escapes, they're done for. Isobel tilted her head one way, then the other. I don't know. If they're supremely confident that no one in authority has even noticed the enterprise, much less is focused on it, and you've all been to such pains to maintain that fiction, then I've certainly met men arrogant enough to assume all will continue to fall their way. She met Royd's eyes. And, of course, they're assuming that the captives won't live to bear witness against them. Royd held her gaze for several seconds, then said, "What worries me is what the real reason for them arriving now might be. Are they, perhaps, getting nervous enough to want to determine for themselves how much more value might be extracted from the mine before making a decision to close it down, and as they would see it, ending all risk to themselves?" She thought for a second, then pulled a face. After several moments' unsettled silence, Babington set down his glass. "You were going to tell me what you need me to do. Just say and consider it done." Royd nodded. "First, you'll no doubt have noticed the blockade of the estuary." Babington laughed hollowly. "Noticed? Even though we have no ships in port and are not expecting any until later this week, Macaulay nearly had an apoplexy. He sent messages to the office of the naval attaché, but with Muldoon gone, there's no one there willing to take responsibility, and the 3 juniors say they've been told it's an exercise." That's the story Decker decided to put about. In reality, he sealed the estuary to all shipping to ensure no messages travel between London and the settlement and mine. If possible, keep Macaulay off Decker's back. Not that he's going to be able to reach him. His flagship is in the line. Wise man. Babington thought for a moment, then shrugged. "I'll tell Macaulay I've heard whispers that while the blockade is, at this point, an exercise, there might be a bigger threat in the offing, and Decker is taking potentially preemptive action." Babington threw Royd a glance. "Macaulay's paranoid about pirates and other nations' privateers." Royd grinned appreciatively. "That will do nicely. As for the rest..." He outlined the steps he expected Robert and Declan to take once they arrived in the settlement. "They would appreciate your input. I'll tell them to call on you as soon as they arrive, so they don't waste time casting around in the wrong direction." Babington nodded. "I'll post a boy on the docks to let me know when they sail in. Will they be coming in as themselves, so to speak?" "Yes." Royd pushed out of his chair. "The Corsair is currently the Pelican, but we'll lose the disguise once we sail on. I'm expecting Declan, at least, later tonight. Robert shouldn't be far behind." He offered his hand to Isobel. She took it, and he drew her to her feet. "We should get going." Babington walked with them to the door and held it open. Isobel walked onto the landing. Royd stepped through the doorway, and as if Babington could no longer hold back the question, he asked, "How long do you think it'll be before the captives are freed?" The fear in Babington's voice, fear of loss, of not succeeding in saving his Mary, rang clearly in Royd's ears. He glanced back and met Babington's eyes, haunted and hopeful at the same time, and answered conservatively but truthfully, "My best guess is within a week." Relief, combined with a wariness over believing, etched Babington's features. Royd inclined his head and followed Isobel down the steps. It was just past midnight when the Cormorant, currently the 2nd fastest ship in the Frobisher fleet, slipped through the cordon of Navy vessels and, minutes later, changed tack to come alongside the Corsair. Isobel hadn't gone deck to deck on a rope for more than a decade. Once again in her breeches, she bit back a squeal, not of fear but of giddy exhilaration, as she swung and dipped across the gap between the ships. It was dangerous, but so much fun. She landed on the deck of the Cormorant and, laughing, stepped out of the footloop and released the main rope. Declan, who'd been waiting to steady her if needed, sent her a look of resigned frustration. As she moved past him, he murmured, "You are going to be a terrible influence on Edwina," which made Isobel laugh again. Edwina was waiting to greet her on the stern deck. Isobel swung up the ladder, then grinned when she saw Edwina's outfit. The petite woman twirled. "What do you think?" "That if the modistes in London could see you now, you would set a new fashion, At least for those ladies in an interesting condition. Edwina sported loose-fitting breeches and well-worn riding boots, plus a voluminous peasant shirt that did an excellent job of concealing her expanding girth, rather than calling attention to it.
It also lets in so much more air.
Edwina fanned the hem of the shirt.
I'd forgotten how hot it gets here.
Movement on the main deck caught Edwina's eye, and she leaned on the forward rail to call down to her husband, who had now been joined by Royd.
Why don't you gentlemen come up here? That way, you'll only have to tell your story once.
The hidden threat in the words wasn't lost on Royd or Declan. Isobel swallowed another laugh as they exchanged looks, then walked to the ladder. Royd came up first. When he saw Edwina, he grinned, but immediately wiped the expression from his face, and, as Declan joined them, favoured her with a simple nod. Edwina, how was the trip down?
Quick and easy.
She smiled approvingly on Royd, then arched her brows at both him and her husband.
So what happens next?
Royd dutifully reported what they'd learned from Babington. Isobel cut in to say they'd confirmed for Babington that Mary Wilson was among the captives, and, as far as they knew, still well. Edwina tisked.
The poor man must have been quite frantic.
I don't know about frantic. Royd glanced at Declan. But he's keen to offer all assistance to you and Robert and to accompany you to the compound. Declan nodded. Another sword, especially a motivated one, won't go amiss. Indeed, and he knows who's who in the settlement better than any other source. So what else did he say? Declan asked. Royd had already mentioned the disappearance of Muldoon and Winton. He went on to describe the two unexpected visitors who had recently arrived.
Good gracious!
Edwina looked stunned.
Lord Peter and Mr. Neil.
Royd's gaze sharpened. You know them?
Not personally, but in a social sense. Lord Peter is one of the King's closest confidants. He's a gentleman of the bedchamber and a duke's son. He moves in the highest circles, but he's a bachelor and largely keeps to his clubs and the company of his own sex. On the few occasions I've met him, he struck me as the arrogant sort who believes he's better than virtually everyone else. As for Frederick Neil, he's a scion of a noble house, but a lesser branch, obviously. Nevertheless, he's parlayed his birth into two very advantageous marriages. His current wife spends her days in the country, as did the late Mrs. Frederick Neil. Although I believe the Neils entertain in a quiet manner in county circles, they do not socialize in London. Edwina frowned, head tilting as, patently, she scoured her memory. Both men are wealthy. Neil especially is known as an investor, but both are also known to spend lavishly and be, well, forever on the lookout for ways to amass more wealth. So they're greedy? Royd asked. Edwina pulled a face. Yes, but it's well-concealed greed. Both men value their social positions exceedingly highly. So, Isobel said, picking up Edwina's train of thought, while they might well be the sort to finance a slave-worked diamond mine, they are also the sort to make certain that their association with said illicit and highly illegal mine remains forever concealed. She looked at Royd. You were right. That is why they're here. To assess how much longer to keep the mine operating. They're heading for the mine? Declan asked. We can't yet be sure of that. Royd frowned. Then he quickly outlined all Babington had told them about Ross Courtney, Neil, and the interesting connection between Ross Courtney and Holbrook's principal aide. Satterley, Edwina said. I remember him. He showed us in to see Holbrook, remember? Declan nodded, his jaw set. He must be the one in Holbrook's office. Most likely, Royd conceded, but we still need to tread warily.
He paused, his gaze unfocused as he juggled possibilities. Then he looked at Declan. Regardless of what we believe about Satterley, Ross Courtney and Neil, as far as I'm concerned, the captive's safety comes first. You'll get no argument from me. Declan glanced at Edwina and Isobel. From any of us. However, Isobel planted her hands on her hips. I would really hate to see any of the backers slip through our fingers. If we can trap them at the same time as we free the captives, Edwina said, that would be the best of all outcomes. Royd grimaced. I agree, but experience has taught me we rarely end with the best of all outcomes. However, let's see how far we can go in giving Satterley, Ross Courtney, and Neil rope with which to fashion their own nooses. In this case, literally, Declan growled. Royd dipped his head. Indeed. So here's what we're going to do. Isobel folded her arms and, along with Declan and Edwina, listened as Royd listed the objectives he needed Robert and Declan to achieve in the settlement, while he, Isobel and the Corsair, sailed on up the estuary and made their way by the shortest possible route to Caleb's camp outside the mining compound. From everything we've learned, those from the settlement don't use that north-south route to and from the mine. They come through the jungle, most likely via Cale's camp, which means we should reach the compound and join forces with Caleb at least a day before they, Satterley, Lord Peter and Neil, can get there. Royd paused, then went on. When they arrive, if there's any sign they intend to close the mine immediately, we'll attack. But, he held up a hand to stay Declan's protest, if at all possible, we'll wait until Robert and you arrive with Babington and your crews. He met Declan's gaze. Given all I've read about Dubois, I would infinitely prefer to go in with overwhelming numbers, and preferably with some well-thought-out and certain-to-be effective distraction in place. That's going to take time to arrange, so, unless Ross Courtney and Neil immediately move to shut the mine, you're not going to miss the action. Declan humphed. All right, but I want it noted that having you and Caleb together is just asking for trouble in that regard. Isobel pursed her lips against the impulse to grin. Declan was right, but few people knew just how reckless Royd truly was. He'd always concealed his wild streak much better than Caleb ever had. Edwina frowned. But if we're to cordon off the settlement from the mine, won't Satterley and the other two notice and pull back? If they see guards along the paths, won't they take fright and stay in the settlement? That's the one change to our plans, the rope we're going to let them take. Royd glanced at Declan. The first thing you and Robert need to do is to locate Satterley and the other two. My guess is that they'll be staying with Holbrook, but Babington's sure to know. Once you've found them, hang back and give them a chance to set out for the mine. Trail them to make sure they're on their way, but once you're certain, you can notify Holbrook and the commander at the fort and proceed with all the steps we've discussed to lock down the settlement, just in case, by all that's holy, we've missed someone. Declan nodded. Or we find that Muldoon and Winton have been somewhere other than at the mine, and they pop up back here. Precisely. Royd paused, then said, So we're set for orders. He glanced out to sea. Do you have any idea how far back Robert is? Declan grunted. Not that far. Once you modify the Trident as you have the Cormorant, his will be the faster ship again. Royd grinned, and Declan went on. I would expect to see him by dawn, if not before. Excellent. And Kit and Lachlan? Did you get any sighting of them? Robert signalled that he'd seen Lachlan, and that Lachlan had confirmed that Kit was trailing him. Royd nodded. It looks like we're set, as far as we can be. Edwina frowned.
Did I understand correctly that Kit will be the one to patrol off the coast to discourage any would-be blockade runners and take action should any ship try to slip out?
Royd answered, Her consort has the best firepower of all our ships, and in such a situation, she's the most capable of any of our captains, and I include myself in that number. Declan grumbled, Bloodthirsty woman. Edwina looked intrigued. She glanced at Isobel.
Kit sounds like someone I definitely should meet.
Isobel grinned.
You'll like her. She's very...
She looked at Royd and Declan, and her grin deepened.
Forthright.
Declan humphed and turned to Royd.
That reminds me. Robert passed on a message from Kit for you. She's put some of her men aboard Lachlan's Sea Dragon. She said as consort is just holding station, they can be spared.
Royd nodded. We're going to need every well-trained and reliable hand we can muster. He looked at Isobel. Now we all know what we're doing. We should make a start. Isobel's eyes lit, and she turned to make her farewells to Edwina. Royd thumped Declan's shoulder. Today's the 31st. I'll expect to see you, Robert, and your crews, no later than the 3rd. Declan thumped him back. We'll be there. In short order, Royd and Isobel returned to the deck of the Corsair. The instant everything had been settled, he'd felt an upsurge of impatience, of needing to get moving, needing to sail on. Even before he gained the upper deck, he snapped off orders to up the anchors and set sail. Going up the ladder in Isobel's wake, he strode to the wheel. Liam Stewart yielded with a smile. And we're off! We are indeed. Royd called up more sail. Within minutes, the Corsair glided forward, leaving the Cormorant wallowing in her wake. Royd steered the ship wide until they were sufficiently beyond the settlement to risk swinging into the main channel leading east, farther into the estuary. Isobel came to stand beside him. He glanced at her, took in the way the wind twisted the loose strands of her hair, saw the excitement in her face, gilded by moonlight. After several minutes, she leaned her shoulder briefly against his arm.
I'm going down to get some sleep.
He nodded. I'll join you once I have us on the course I want. We might reach the path inland before dawn, but we won't go ashore until it's light. With a nod, she walked to the ladder and went down. Once he had the Corsair gliding silently on the correct heading, he handed the wheel to Liam and followed. Chapter 7. Not that many hours later, Royd was dragged from sleep by a scratching at the cabin door. He gently disengaged from Isobel's embrace and silently rolled from the bed. He yanked on his breeches and confirmed with a searching glance that Isobel hadn't stirred. He debated waking her for only an instant. He suspected he knew what the question was, and she would need her sleep for the trek to come. He ran a hand through his dishevelled hair as, his boots in his other hand, he walked to the door. He opened it to find Williams leaning against the corridor wall. Royd stepped out of the cabin and closed the door. Williams murmured, "We've spotted a ship anchored close into shore, a bit ahead. We think it's Lascelles Raven, but we're not sure." Royd nodded and bent to pull on his boots. "I'll come and take a look." A minute later, he swung up to the stern deck and accepted the spyglass Williams offered. He walked to the corner of the deck, put the glass to his eye, and studied the vessel in question, still at some distance off the starboard bow and tucked into the lee of a small promontory. Clouds had obscured the moon. In what light remained, it was difficult to discern the colour of the hull. Was it black or some other dark colour? The ship had no lights on deck. Neither did the Corsair, but that was standard practice for any covert venture. Royd angled the glass upward and inspected the ship's masts and yards. The Raven ran with a distinctive angle on her upper yards. He lowered the spyglass and handed it to Williams. "It's the Raven, which means we've reached our destination." He paused, then beckoned Williams to follow and walked to stand beside Kelly, who had replaced Liam Stewart at the wheel. "They can't see us any better than we can see them, and the Corsair is even less distinctive than the Raven." To Kelly he said, "Take us in on their laboured side, but slowly." Turning to Williams, he ordered, "Light the running lights and run our flags. We need to let them know who we are before we get too close. And once we are close enough, confirm by hail." He eyed the distant bulk of the other ship. "We can't assume whoever's on watch will recognize us, or know how nervous they might be. No need to start this junket off with an unnecessary alarm." Kelly and Williams grunted in agreement. Royd headed back to the cabin. There were several hours yet to daybreak. He paused in the corridor to remove his boots. On impulse, he opened the door to Duncan's room and looked in. Duncan lay sprawled in the bed, sound asleep. Smiling, Royd closed the door, then opened the door to the main cabin and, his boots in hand, padded inside. He stripped and crawled back into the bed, raising the covers to slide his length alongside Isobel's soft, slender limbs. The touch of her delicate skin against his tougher, rougher hide soothed something inside him. She was facing away from him. He settled his head on the pillow behind hers and spooned his body around hers. Only then did she stir. He lifted his head and skated a hand over her bare shoulder. "All's well," he whispered. "Go back to sleep." He saw the upper corner of her lips lift. Then she took him at his word, and all tension flowed from her, and she slid back into slumber. He studied her face, in sleep stripped of the dramatic animation that so often distracted an observing eye. Regardless of what she might think when awake, her trust in him ran bone deep. Trusting him was an all but unconscious act. The realization sank in and settled in his gut, or perhaps slightly higher. His lips curved. He dropped his head to the pillow, settled one arm across her waist, closed his eyes, and joined her in dreams. Over an early breakfast, Isobel listened as Royd led the necessary negotiations with Duncan over him remaining aboard. It was a novel experience to be able to sit back and consign the difficult and touchy task to one who, she had to admit, was better qualified than she to accomplish it. There remained not the slightest doubt in her mind, or, she suspected in Duncan's, that Royd understood him better than anyone else possibly could. That was borne out by the tack Royd took, explaining that he and she needed to concentrate on saving the poor people held captive at the mine, and they wouldn't be able to do that, or keep themselves safe, let alone everyone else, if they were anxious and worried about him. It would never have occurred to her to appeal to Duncan's nascent leadership abilities. She gathered that Royd had previously described the situation to Duncan, telling him about the children and what Caleb had reported about their lives in the compound. Given that, she wasn't all that surprised when, his expression sober, Duncan solemnly swore he would remain on board under the care of Kelly and Jolly. As Duncan had already struck up a friendship, more like an apprenticeship, with the boatswain, Jolly, and was on friendly terms with Kelly, who had a son of his own of similar age, Isobel had no reason to imagine their son wouldn't be actively entertained, as well as adequately supervised, over the days she and Royd were away. She was less certain about his safety. Leaving him aboard ship while said ship was in Southampton harbour was one thing. Leaving her precious son aboard his father's ship on an isolated African shore was something else entirely, or so her maternal instincts insisted. Unfortunately, said instincts didn't offer a solution. So she said her goodbyes to Duncan. Careful to conceal any hint of her concern, she hugged him fiercely, mollified by the strength in his answering hug. But he didn't cling. He released her, stepped back, and grinned up at her.
Papa said that while the ship is anchored here, Jolly and the others can teach me to climb the rigging, but only as far as the first yard."
Quashing her immediate thought of broken bones, reminding herself that he climbed trees much higher when at home, she shouldered a satchel containing extra clothes, a brush, and sundry other necessities, and managed a creditable smile. Discarding a range of admonitions that poured through her brain, she settled for, "Be good." That, she felt, covered all possibilities. Unable to help herself, she caught his face between her hands, drew him to her, and planted a kiss on his forehead. Then she released him, stepped back, looked at him for one more instant, then resolutely turned and walked to where a rope dangled over the ship's side. He ran to steady the rope for her. She grinned, stepped onto the rope, waved with her fingers, then slid down into the tender to be rowed ashore with a batch of Royd's men. They massed on the beach just short of where a path led into the dense jungle. While waiting for the tender to ply back and forth, ferrying more of Royd's crew to shore, she studied the two ships, now moored side by side. The Raven was black-hulled, a touch smaller than the Corsair, but she rode a fraction deeper in the water, and to Isobel's educated eye, looked to be carrying a significant number of guns. She raised her gaze to the Corsair's deck and saw Royd preparing to leave ship. The returning tender drew alongside, and more sailors eagerly slid down the ropes, almost filling the rowboat. After giving final orders to Kelly and Jolly, who would remain with 5 other men as a skeleton crew, she watched Royd turn to Duncan. He ruffled Duncan's hair, then said something, and Duncan grinned and snapped off a crisp salute, which Royd returned. Then, his pack slung over his shoulder, Royd stepped out onto the rope and slid down, dropping lightly into the waiting tender. Immediately he sat, the tender pushed out from the ship and headed for the shore. It beached not far from where the Raven's tender also crunched on the sands. 5 men waded to shore from that tender. Royd sent his men ahead and crossed to speak with the men from the Raven. A hand shading her eyes, Isobel watched the exchange. There'd been a short conference conducted over the ship's sides that morning, with Royd sharing their plans to march to the compound with the Frenchman, Lascelles' crew, so that they could decide what to do. Apparently, some had elected to join the party. She watched as the largest of the 5 men greeted Royd with a broad smile and offered his hand. The pair shook heartily, friendly acquaintances at the very least. After nodding respectfully to Royd, the other 4 French sailors slogged through the sand to where Royd's men waited. Isobel heard the murmurs as they introduced themselves, and Royd's men reciprocated. Bringing up the rear, Royd and the large man headed for her. Royd halted beside her and waved to the other man. "Jacques Renaud, Philippe Lascelles' bosun. Isobel Carmichael." Renaud grinned and bobbed a bow. "Enchanté, mademoiselle." Isobel returned a smile as Royd continued. "Renaud was in command of the group who escorted Hornby back to the Prince, and saw Caleb's ship on its way back to London." "Aye," Renaud said. "I am glad the Prince got through, and even more glad to see the Corsair. Renaud and the men who walked out with him are going to return to Caleb's camp with us. They know the way." "You have Hornby, c'est vrai." Renaud raised a hand in salute to Caleb's steward. He was standing with Royd's men and saluted Renaud back. "But more men who know the terrain will be of help." "Indeed." Royd cast his eye over his men. To Renaud, he said, "Why don't you, Hornby and Williams take the lead? Mr. Stewart and Bellamy will take centre, and Miss Carmichael and I will bring up the rear." "Very good." With a nod to Royd and another to Isobel, Renaud crossed to where the others waited. Seconds later, the men formed up in a line and started marching into the jungle. Isobel fell in with Royd at the rear, but when they reached the point where sand gave way to beaten path, she paused and looked back at the Corsair. Duncan stood in the bow, with Jolly nearby. Duncan waved. Isobel waved back, but she didn't smile. She felt Royd's gaze touch her face. Lowering his own hand, he murmured, "He'll be safer there than he would be with us. There are 14 men aboard those 2 ships, and enough firepower to discourage any marauder. On top of that, the Corsair is the Corsair again. Any pirate captain worth his salt will recognize both ships and steer clear." Isobel sighed. "And..." Royd closed his hand about hers and drew her around and on. "Sea Dragon will be mooring alongside, most likely within 24 hours. Trust me, no one's going to take a tilt at those ships. Any pirate will take one look and pile on sail." She sighed again, this time resignedly. "I know you're right, but a part of me still doesn't like it." He grinned, but said no more. She lengthened her stride and picked up her pace, and they marched into the warm dimness. Although uneventful, the trek through the jungle proved more demanding than Royd, or, he felt sure, Isobel had expected. The path led them more or less directly south, but went up and down, wound about the flanks of small hills, and dipped into gullies. Given several groups had been up and down over the past months, the path was unobstructed, but the surface rippled with tree roots and vines snaked across, a risk for the unwary. Looking down and concentrating on where to place one's feet became a habit. They glanced up only occasionally to check their direction and keep their bearings. Not that there was much to see. The boles of trees and palms hemmed them in. Rarely could they see as much as 10 yards beyond the path's side. The farther they slogged from the coolness near the shore, the more oppressive the atmosphere grew. They were all sweating freely by the time Royd called a halt for a late lunch. After taking stock, he decreed they should rest until the sun westered and the temperatures started to ease before moving on again. No one argued, not even Isobel. As he settled beside her on the ground sheet she'd spread over a patch of fallen leaves, he suspected that, of their company, he was the most impatient to get on. A familiar urgency was rising inside him, the impulse to go to Caleb's relief. He'd felt it often enough in the past to recognize the prodding for what it was, but this time there was a shift in the emotion behind the prod. Previously, he'd been driven to protect his youngest brother. This time, he felt no real fear for Caleb's well-being. As far as he could tell, his little brother had matured and had run his leg of the mission with exemplary good sense. He had little doubt that Caleb was well, most likely busy plotting and planning. No, this time, his impatience had more to do with wanting to be there and take a hand in the action, similar to Declan's worry over being left out. As he closed his eyes, Royd admitted he was looking forward to what was to come. Hours later, when they finally made camp for the night, in a hollow large enough to hold them all, while still impatient to reach Caleb's camp, Royd was feeling rather less sanguine about the time spent getting there. At least the temperature had started to fall, and a light breeze ruffled the treetops, enough to stir the air below and make them feel they could breathe again. Somewhat to his surprise, Isobel, who as far as he knew hadn't even tramped the moors, had managed the trek fairly well. She'd survived rather better than some of his heavier men. She was carrying much less weight. Without anyone asking, no one would have dared, she took charge of preparing the meal. Taking charge meaning giving explicit orders, but none of his crew minded. In the state they were in, they were entirely willing to have anyone point them at something and tell them what to do. Isobel was very good at that. Leaving her to it, he consulted with Hornby and Renaud. They pored over Lascelles' map. It appeared they'd travelled more than half the distance to Caleb's camp. "So," Royd said, "if we wake early and walk on while it's cooler, before the temperatures rise, we should, with luck, Make the camp by early afternoon. Hornby nodded.
Aye, and we'll be climbing through this stretch.
He indicated a section of the path on the map, the first stretch they would tackle the next day.
That'll be easier going in the early morning, and it'll be a touch cooler once we get onto the level of the mine.
Good. Royd folded the map. That's what we'll do. They woke before dawn and were on their way before sunbeams started to slant through the canopy. The pervasive gloom of the jungle enveloped them, along with the smell of decaying leaves and rich soil, spiced here and there with heady drifts of perfume emanating from deep-throated flowers, depending from various vines. As on the day before, there was little talk and no conversation. Everyone saved their energy and attention for the steady upward climb. Bird calls cut through the silence, raucous and strident, quite unlike the genteel twitterings of home. The higher they climbed, the more often they heard rustlings in the dense growth around them. Several men tugged small crossbows from their packs, but although Hornby and Renaud confirmed there were wild goats and probably boar in the area, no one sighted any prey. Finally, the upward toil ended, and they stepped out along a flatter, more even stretch.
Not far now, Hornby told Royd. Less than a mile to the camp.
Eagerness caught them all. They picked up the pace, swinging along. Royd moved forward to take the lead, and Isobel went with him. As he passed his men, Royd warned them to keep their voices down and their eyes peeled for Caleb's scouts. 20 minutes later, Renaud, walking just behind Royd, pointed past him to their left and whispered,
That's the opening to the track that leads to the camp.
Royd halted at the entrance to the track, little more than an animal trail. Strung out behind him, the column of men came to a shambling halt. Standing beside Royd, Isobel saw his eyes narrow as he stared down the track as far as he could. Then he looked down. After a moment, he crouched and examined the leaves that littered the ground. Slowly, he straightened. To Hornby and Renaud, he murmured, Pass the word. Everyone keep their eyes peeled, but I strongly suspect Caleb and his crew are no longer in this camp. While the order was passed down the column, Royd turned to her, a question in his eyes. She shook her head, then jerked her chin forward, silently informing him that she wasn't about to retire to the rear of the column. She waited to see what he would do. He held her gaze for a second while he waged some inner debate, but then he nodded. Leaning nearer, he whispered, Stay close. He started down the track. She followed. She could be as quiet as he creeping through the jungle, and if her eyesight wasn't on a par with his, her hearing and her instincts were every bit as good. They crept down the track so very silently, she doubted anyone could have heard them. When the track cut to the left a little way ahead, Renaud reached past her to tap Royd on the shoulder. When Royd looked back, Renaud signalled, indicating that, after the left turn, the path dropped through a series of steps, and then the clearing in which the camp had been would open up before them. Royd nodded and led the way on. In the end, their caution was wasted. There was no one there. They filed into the clearing, turning this way and that, searching for what, she didn't know. Royd turned in a circle, surveying the clearing's floor. No sign of any fight that I can see. He raised his head, but kept his voice low. Anyone see anything useful? Negative murmurs came from all the men. Hornby had paled. He suddenly looked haggard.
They must have got caught.
Royd clapped the old sailor on his shoulder.
Believe it or not, that might not be a bad thing.
Isobel glanced at him and wondered what he meant. He'd been sunk in thought through much of the trek there. She knew he'd been juggling this, trying out that, piecing together scenarios in his mind about what they would find, as well as how they would act and ultimately rescue the captives. His relative calmness suggested that Caleb not being there, that Caleb and his men having been captured and taken to the mine, had featured in at least one of those scenarios. Royd shrugged off his sea bag and let it fall to the ground. "Make camp. Liam, set our pickets." He glanced around. "We need more information. We're going to find that rock shelf and see what we can see." He included Isobel with his gaze. She promptly tossed her satchel beside his sea bag. Among other weapons, she'd borrowed one of the mid-length knives from his armory chest. It rode in a scabbard belted at her hip and tied along her right thigh. She loosened the blade and stood ready. "Hornby and Renaud, you know the way." Hands on his hips, Royd scanned his men, then pointed to two. "Giles, Macklin, you two come as well. We'll be setting up a constant daytime watch from that shelf regardless." That made 6. They left the others sorting out the camp under Liam Stewart's eye and followed Hornby and Renaud into the jungle via a different path that, again, was little more than a goat track. She'd memorized Caleb's sketch of the mining compound and its surrounds. It took her a little while to orient herself, but then they glimpsed a small lake to their left, and she knew where they were. As they climbed the narrow, rocky path up the flank of a hill, she caught tantalizing glimpses of the compound's roofs through the brush and trees to her right. Renaud led them unerringly on. He and Hornby looked grim. For both of them, their captains were missing, along with friends. Eventually, they reached the rock shelf. They clambered onto it, then sat with their backs against the rock wall and avidly focused on the scene below. The mining compound lay spread before them, 100 feet or more below. The open gates lay almost directly opposite their position, with the mine entrance concealed beneath an overhang that was part of the rising flank of the hill on their right. The central hut that was the mercenaries' barracks lay a little to their left, a long rectangular building running right to left across the middle of the cleared and palisaded space. A crude guard tower rose above the far end of the barracks. Beyond the tower lay several buildings they couldn't see well due to the barracks lying between. It was mid-afternoon. While there was a pair of armed mercenaries ambling about, another pair propped against the posts of the open gate, and 3 in the hut at the top of the tower, there weren't any captives visible. Isobel leaned forward, then pointed. "The girls who do the sorting are under that awning. If you watch, you can see them when they reach out to the piles of rocks." Some time later, a gaggle of ragtag children came out of the mine, lugging woven baskets. They tottered to the piles of ore close by the awning and upended the baskets, adding more rocks to the piles. Isobel's gut clenched. Many of the children were younger, certainly smaller and thinner than Duncan. She vowed then and there that she would get all the children out, and then she would turn her attention to whoever had enslaved them. The afternoon dragged on. Then Renaud sat up. He stared down at 3 men, dusty and begrimed, who had come out of the mine to help themselves to water from a barrel nearby.
"That's Ducasse, our quartermaster, and Fullard, but I don't know the other man."
"Good." Royd leaned back against the rock wall. "So some of them, at least, are there." Over the next hour, with growing relief, they identified more men from Caleb's as well as Lascelles' crew, but of the 2 captains, there was no sign. Isobel rarely looked away from the hut Caleb had labelled the cleaning shed. On 2 occasions, a woman came out, walked down the compound and around the mercenaries' barracks, and disappeared, only to return some time later, but neither woman was Catherine. Finally, as the afternoon was fading, the cleaning shed door swung open, and 2 women emerged. Isobel sat straighter. Her gaze locked on the slender woman with soft brown hair. She felt painfully certain, but didn't want to be wrong. Then the woman turned to smile at her companion, and relief flooded Isobel. She nudged Royd.
That's Catherine.
He was studying the women as well.
The brown-haired one?
Yes.
Isobel watched as her cousin crossed the beaten dirt of the compound to where the group of girls worked under the awning.
This must be the checking Caleb mentioned.
After 20 minutes or so of working with the children, Catherine and her companion turned and, carrying baskets of ore, headed back to the cleaning shed. They dumped the ore on a pile outside the door, then set the baskets down, climbed the steps, and went inside. Isobel sat back. Catherine was alive and well, and apparently in good spirits. Isobel breathed in, then out. Then she glanced at Royd. Now if only they could sight Caleb and his friend Lascelles, all would be well. Instead of looking back at the compound, she continued to study Royd's face. His gaze was fixed on the activity far below. His features were rarely revealing, and they certainly weren't informative at that moment. Yet still, she sensed he was curiously patient and not at all concerned over Caleb. Given Royd's protective streak, a trait with which she was well acquainted, that seemed distinctly odd. They were sitting at one end of the rock shelf, with a corner beyond her. The other men were far enough away to risk a quiet conversation. Leaning back against the rock wall, close enough that her shoulder brushed Royd's, she murmured,
"Why are you so certain Caleb's still alive, and that he's down there somewhere?"
Royd glanced sideways at her. After a moment, he murmured, "I suppose, logically speaking, I don't know. Yet, I do." He looked back at the scene below, then went on. "Of the four of us, Declan's the most rigid, the most conservative. Robert thinks he is, but he's always had another side. He's just quieter than Caleb or me. Caleb and I are cut from the same cloth. We might not be twins or anything like that, but if he was dead, I'm sure I'd feel it. I'd just know." She arched her brows.
"I always thought you, of the three of you, rode Caleb the hardest, and I always thought that was very much the pot calling the kettle black."
He grinned. "You're right, but that's why I did it. The only difference between Caleb and me is that I learned early on to curb my wildness and direct it toward those instances when I could get away with letting it loose. So I understand the lure, the attraction he feels to that sort of behavior, but I also appreciated much better than he did, or at least than he used to, the dangers of becoming wedded to the risks and thrills."
"Than he used to?"
He nodded toward the compound. "I've been waiting, especially over recent years, for him to bring that wild side of himself into line, under his control, to learn how to exercise that control and when to do so. His strength, like mine, lies in leading men, but to claim his true position, the position he could fill, he needed to learn how to harness his wild streak." He paused, staring down at the compound. After a moment, he went on, his voice still low so only she could hear. "Finally, with this mission, I've seen him take that bit between his teeth. Step by step, he's made the right decisions, and for the right reasons, despite all temptation, and I'm sure there would have been plenty in a situation like this. He's held to what he needed to do, and not given way to his wilder impulses." He shifted, stretching his legs, then drawing them up again. "I've hauled him out of dangerous scrapes too often to enumerate, but this time, it's different. This time, I'm coming in to join with him to effectively deal with a truly difficult situation." Her gaze still locked on his face, she tilted her head.
"More like a partnership, instead of older brother leading the way?"
His smile was swift. "Exactly. This time he gets to run a part of the mission all by himself. but as to why I feel so certain he's down there. He paused for long enough to make her look down at the compound to see if there'd been any new appearances, but there hadn't been. As she glanced back at him, he said, "The one insurmountable difficulty in safely rescuing all the captives was that there weren't anywhere near enough men who were effective fighters inside the compound." She blinked, then looked back at the compound. "You think Caleb somehow got himself and his men taken in as captives?" "I think that something happened, and he saw the opportunity and seized it." He lifted one shoulder. "It's what I would have done, and in action he thinks and reacts very much as I do." He refocused on the area below. "We've seen the men who were with him. Most of them are there. I'm just waiting to see if Caleb and Philippe are too. If Caleb managed to pull the wool over this Dubois's eyes, enough for the man to allow Caleb inside his palisade. If Caleb has managed that, then he'll have removed the biggest stumbling block lying between us and a successful rescue." He shifted his shoulders against the rock. "And I cannot tell you how grateful I'm going to be if he has." She arched her brows, but said no more. She sat back and let all he'd said sink into her mind and reshape her views of him, of Caleb, of his relationship with his youngest brother. Royd's view that they were very alike rang true. She'd always thought he was especially harsh on Caleb, but of the four brothers, she'd known Caleb the least well. Yet as Royd had been acknowledged as the greatest seafaring hellion of his time, his criticisms of Caleb had seemed two-faced. The sun had dropped below the hills to the west, and shadows were starting to swallow the compound. Abruptly, Royd sat up. Isobel looked into the compound, saw what he had, and sat up too. Men were streaming out of the mine, men who'd ventured out before, but also lots of men they hadn't previously seen. Someone sent up a shout of, "Food!" and the captives streamed toward one of the buildings screened by the barracks. "Caleb's sketch put the kitchen over there," she murmured. Royd nodded, his gaze locked on the men who were exiting the mine in small groups. The exodus reduced to a trickle, and Isobel realized she was holding her breath. Then Hornby nearly leapt to his feet. "There he is!" He managed to keep his voice down. Renaud heaved a huge sigh of relief. "And Philippe also." The pair, as begrimed as any of the men, their dark hair liberally greyed with dust, were among a group of 6 who were last to exit the mine. Unaware of the intense scrutiny aimed at them from above, they ambled, loose-limbed and clearly free of any restricting injury, across to join the line of captives waiting to be handed their plates. The women and children had already been served, and had returned to logs arranged around a fire pit to sit and consume the simple meal. Once Caleb and Lascelles reached the front of the barracks and passed out of sight, Royd sat back. Then he rocked to his feet and smoothly rose. He reached a hand down to her and smiled as he hauled her to her feet. "He's there, as is Lascelles. So now it's time to go back to the camp and rework our plan." Chapter 8. It took time to pick their way down the hill in the waning light. By the time they reached the camp, black night had fallen. Only Renaud's memory and the faint glow from the campsite saved them from wandering for hours. The men had succeeded in catching a wild goat, which they'd cooked at a distance, then carried the resulting stew to the camp. Dinner was positively festive. Now they knew Caleb, Lascelles, and all their men were inside the compound. Captives, yes, but apparently hale and whole. That was better than most had hoped for when they'd found the camp deserted. Isobel sat on a log. Royd sprawled beside her, and they ate with unrestrained appetite. Royd waited until the meal was over. While his men tidied, he stared into the small lantern they'd set in the middle of the clearing, then glanced at Isobel and saw she was similarly pensive. He tapped her knee. When she looked at him, he rose and motioned her to join him by their bags at the clearing's edge. He retreated to the spot, rolled a log into place, swept it free of leaves, then waved her to it. She sat, and he sat alongside her. "So?" she asked. He opened his mouth and closed it as a soft bird call floated through the palms. He looked at Liam. Liam's nod confirmed the sound was from one of their pickets. A second later, they heard the tramp of marching feet, muted by the thick carpet of leaves and the soft jungle earth. Royd rose. Isobel came to her feet beside him. Lachlan led the way into the clearing, ducking under a low-hanging vine. He grinned. "Good evening, gents." He located Royd and saw Isobel standing alongside. "And lady." Lachlan crossed to them, his grin converting to a full-blown smile. "Isobel." He opened his eyes wide. "Fancy meeting you here." The Carmichael shipyards had refitted Sea Dragon not so long ago. "Lachlan." Isobel bestowed a cool nod. Royd stifled a frown. Lachlan was an acknowledged flirt. That said, he was just a flirt. Measured against Royd, Lachlan was relatively harmless. Lachlan's men filed into the clearing and exchanged greetings with Royd's crew. Hornby introduced Renaud and the other Frenchman to the newcomers. Then Royd caught sight of a blonde head at the back of the group. He stared, then growled at Lachlan.
"What the devil is Kit doing here?"
"I suggest you ask her." Lachlan's tone suggested he refused to take responsibility for his cousin's presence. Predictably, Isobel's expression brightened. "Where?" She went up on her toes to peer over the heads. "Over there." Royd raised a hand, caught Kit's attention, and beckoned her over. She wove her way between the knots of men. The setting of her features as she neared stated that, while she recognized Royd's authority, she was in no mood to have her decision to join in the action disputed. With Isobel by his side, Royd was aware he had very little by way of leg to stand on. Kit halted beside Isobel. "Royd?" She gave him a curt, hard-faced nod, then looked at Isobel. Her expression softened as she smiled. "Isobel, lovely to see you here." Royd didn't doubt Kit's delight. While she and Isobel weren't precisely close, they knew each other well enough to instantly band together and shared a habit of ignoring boundaries they didn't wish to recognize. Still, he narrowed his eyes on Kit's face.
"I specifically placed you and Consort on mop-up duty because,
truth being the best argument,
you outperform any of us in that role."
Kit turned her smile on him. "Why, thank you, cousin. But Consort's performance isn't due to me alone. My crew is perfectly capable of functioning in that role without me. Ronsard can deal with any blockade runners. It'll do him good to have command for a week or so." There wasn't anything he could argue with in that. Truth was, indeed, the best argument. More, despite her gender, or perhaps because of it, Kit was an effective, if unconventional, fighter. She was eagle-eyed, knew how to gauge a fight, and was an experienced commander. Any man in the Frobisher crews would follow her without question. All in all, she was an asset he would be unwise to attempt to turn aside. An extra commander he could rely on, appearing just as he was realizing he would need more such commanders than he had. He contented himself with a disaffected humph. "As you are here." Kit's smile brightened by several degrees. Royd looked at Lachlan. "We need to get working on our plan for the actual rescue. It can't be an attempt. We'll have only one chance." "Where's Caleb?" Lachlan had been scanning the crowd. "I thought he was here." "He's joined the captives inside the compound." Both Kit and Lachlan blinked, then chorused,
What?
Royd waved them to fetch logs. He and Isobel resat. Once Kit and Lachlan had claimed logs of their own, Royd explained where Caleb, Lascelles, and their men were. He picked up a stick, drew a rough sketch of the compound in the dirt, more or less replicating Caleb's drawing, and described what they'd seen of the place thus far, then restated their goal and outlined the problems they faced in achieving it. Caleb, Lascelles, and their men being inside the compound gets us past the first problem, having enough fighters inside the palisade to protect the hostages during the initial phase. But we still have several hurdles to overcome. I agree with Lascelles and Caleb's assessment of the mercenaries. They may look bored beyond belief, but they're experienced, and won't hesitate to seize women and children at the first sign of trouble.
You spoke of a distraction, Isobel said. One that looks like an innocent accident and is sufficient to capture Dubois's and his men's attention. A look-over-here type of distraction.
Royd nodded. That's the next thing we need. I'm hoping Caleb will have some suggestions.
The distraction will have to occur inside the compound, won't it?
Kit widened her eyes.
This Dubois doesn't sound like the sort to send his entire force outside to deal with anything.
He won't, and you're right. Royd tapped the stick to the center of his sketch. The distraction has to be inside the palisade.
So it's going to have to be arranged by those inside,
Lachlan concluded. Anything we do from outside will instantly alert Dubois to our presence, and he'll immediately seize hostages. So yes, the distraction isn't something we can provide. Royd paused, then said, Until I make contact with Caleb, let's leave the distraction to one side and focus on what we can address. Namely, what should happen after the distraction pulls the mercenaries' attention away from the captives. Specifically, away from the likely hostages, the women and children. The instant the distraction hits, we need to get the women and children, all of them, out of the compound and far enough away that the mercenaries can't re-seize them.
So we need a defendable location and a protective force to escort and guard them,
Kit said. There's plenty of jungle. Royd waved. We can select a suitable spot and supply escorts and guards. But first, we need to work out how to get the women and children out. Lachlan studied Royd's sketch.
Any chance of simply opening the gates and having them race out to us?
No. With the stick, Royd tapped the gates. Although they're open during the day, there are 2 mercenaries flanking them, and whatever the distraction, they'll be the last to leave their post. Regardless, it's most likely we'll strike in the evening, once the women and children are gathered in this hut. He pointed at the rectangle to one side of the gates, and by then the gates will be shut with 2 heavy beams barring them. Lachlan humphed.
In that case, we need to cut our way through the palisade.
That's the only viable option, but the palisade's construction means that's not a simple thing. Royd glanced at Isobel. You thought the tool you picked up in Southampton would do the trick. Where is it?
In the bottom of your sea bag.
When he blinked, she said,
I put it in before you packed.
He cast her a look, then reached back, snagged his sea bag, and hefted it onto his thighs. He searched, working his way down. Eventually, he pulled out an oilskin-wrapped package. This?
Yes.
She took it and set it on her lap. She undid the bindings and folded back the oilskin, revealing a curious implement. The heavy, curved, serrated-edged triple-blade tool had a thick wooden grip, and the teeth on the parallel blades, separated by perhaps half an inch, were set in a peculiar fashion, flaring out to both sides of the blade's spines and interdigitating. Isobel picked up the tool, angling it so the others could examine it.
It's used to saw through tarred ropes or corked lagging. According to Caleb's report, the palisade is held together with rope made of twisted jungle vines.
Cutting through them with an ordinary blade will take far too long. She brandished the tool. This should be more effective. Royd set aside his sea bag. I've already got an inkling of how to get our men inside the palisade once the distraction takes hold, but it'll depend on what the distraction is and where it's located in the compound. He grimaced. We can think up ideas, but there's no point trying to finalize our plans until I've spoken with Caleb, and we know what the distraction will be. And, he nodded at Isobel's blade, until we know whether that will work and we'll be able to get the women and children out through the palisade. For Kit's and Lachlan's benefit, he added, according to Caleb, a boy called Dickon comes out of the compound every day to collect fruit and nuts. He'll take a message to Caleb, but with Caleb in the mine until dusk, he and I won't be able to meet until tomorrow evening.
So, until you consult with Caleb, Kit said, all we can do is work on our options for the subsequent phases of the rescue.
Exactly. How to get the women and children out and where to hold them. Royd listed the points on his fingers. How to get our men into the compound in light of whatever the distraction is. How to get weapons to the men in the compound.
Rules of engagement for dealing with the mercenaries,
Kit put in. Royd met Lachlan's gaze. And how we deal with the others we think might be in there, Muldoon and the ex-assistant commissar, Winton. Lachlan frowned.
You didn't see them?
No, but our vantage point is here. On his sketch, Royd pointed to the rock shelf. If they're staying in the barracks, which apparently has a porch, then we won't see them unless they go strolling about the compound. He paused, then said, in addition to learning which of the instigators are there and confirming the number of mercenaries, I need to learn from Caleb whether there's any urgency about the rescue that we don't know about. He glanced at the others. Given the quality of the mercenaries and the abundance of hostages, we should wait until Robert and Declan and their men reach us. Overwhelming numbers would be a good thing. Lachlan and Kit nodded. Kit asked,
when are you expecting the others?
I hope by the day after tomorrow. They should make it by then. Royd grinned. They have incentive. Kit and Lachlan chuckled. Royd went on. Given I can't liaise with Caleb until tomorrow evening, then the following evening, after Robert and Declan arrive, is the earliest we could launch a properly planned rescue. I'm hoping that, tomorrow evening, Caleb's not going to tell me the captives need immediate rescue. He looked at their men, spread out in the clearing, and grimaced. That would be significantly more difficult. They fell silent. Then Isobel reached across and filched the stick from his fingers.
Regarding where to gather the women and children,
she pointed to the round blob he'd drawn to indicate the lake at the base of the cliff that curved around the compound.
This is a small lake. The mercenaries only go to it in the morning to oversee the captives drawing water for the day. We haven't yet explored, but from glimpses, it appears to be surrounded by jungle and not easy to approach except via this path, the extension of the beaten path that runs across the front of the compound. With Kit and Lachlan, Royd studied the sketch. In addition, Isobel continued, Caleb and Lascelles buried a cache of weapons by the jetty. If the women and children are in their hut when the distraction starts, then if we use my tool and cut a gate in the palisade behind that hut, and according to Caleb, the hut has a rear door, we can remove the women and children before the fighting actually starts, before any mercenaries might think to come after them. We could place a cordon of guards along that path. With his eyes, Roy traced the route around the palisade to the lake. And once the women and children are at the lake, Lachlan said, if there's a position that's defendable, we'll only need a handful of men to guard the group. The rest in the cordon can regroup and come in through the gates. He glanced at Isobel. Assuming that handy tool of yours will allow us to cut the gates open, too. She wrinkled her nose.
I won't know until I see the gates. Royd studied the sketch for a moment more, then glanced at the tool in Isobel's hand. Then he raised his gaze to her face. I think it's time we tried out your tool. Her face brightened. Now? He straightened and stood. We can't go much further until we know it works. Naturally, Lachlan and Kit invited themselves along. Royd saw no reason to rebuff them. It would be their first sight of the compound and would give them a better feel for the position and terrain. For himself, he was keen to get a closer look at the palisade. The four of them took the track out of the camp, then walked quietly and cautiously up the main trail that ultimately led to the compound's gates. The instant Royd spied the top of the palisade, a different shade of black against the mottled expanse of the small mountain behind the compound, they diverted into the jungle. He led the others in single file on a course roughly parallel to the palisade, and halted when he judged they were level with the women and children's hut. He beckoned the others. Once they'd gathered shoulder to shoulder, he murmured, No guards patrol outside the compound. We don't think the guards in the tower can see anyone on the path skirting the palisade. Regardless, we'll take no chances. No talking from here onward. Use hand signals, and we keep under cover as far as possible. They nodded. He turned and led them toward the palisade. Before leaving the camp, Isobel had rewrapped the wickedly sharp triple blade and tucked the tool carefully into her breeches pocket. After following Royd into the deep shadows at the foot of the palisade, she waited until Kit and Lachlan joined them. Then they waited to make sure they hadn't inadvertently raised any alarm. Nothing stirred. Finally, she drew breath and eased the blade from her pocket. She unwrapped it, handed both tool and oilskin to Royd, then, conscious of the excitement coursing through her, stepped back from the wall. The others watched as, her hands on her hips, she widened her eyes, the better to see in the dimness, and examined the construction. Caleb's and Lascelles' descriptions had been accurate. The bindings holding each plank in place were more than solid enough for the purpose. She stepped closer, splayed her hands against 2 planks, and pushed, testing for any give. As near to none as made no difference. She grimaced, then leaned close and examined the twisted vines. She tested their resilience with a fingernail, then reached for the tool, hefted it, and set the wicked teeth to the hardened vine. She pressed in and sawed. The technique for using the blade was neither sawing nor cutting, but a blend of both. The blade shredded through the vine easily enough, quietly too, but a minute was enough to demonstrate that it was going to take far too long to sever the bindings for the cutting to be a part of the storming of the compound. But they could get around that. She lifted the tool, inspected the teeth, used the wrapping to wipe the blades clean, then rewrapped it and returned it to her pocket. A peremptory tap on her shoulder had her turning her head to meet Royd's questioning gaze. She raised a finger. Wait. She stepped back again and looked up, surveying the tops of the planks, confirming that the highest bindings were some 10 feet from the ground, yet still a good 4 feet below the top of the palisade. She looked again at the vine she'd cut, then bent, scooped up a handful of dirt, and rubbed it over the mark. She examined her handiwork. Unless someone specifically checked the bindings, no one was likely to notice the cut. The observation led to another thought. She stepped closer to the planks and started searching for gaps, nicks, knots, any spot through which she could look and confirm that they were, in fact, at the rear of the hut. The others realized what she was doing and started to search too. Eventually, Lachlan reached across and tapped her shoulder. When she looked his way, he pointed at the planks and mouthed, "The hut." She pushed to where he was standing. He pointed to the hole through which he'd looked, too high for her to look through, but that didn't matter. She placed one hand, fingers pointed toward the palisade by the edge of that plank, then she extended her other hand, similarly pointing, to her left across the planks, miming that she was trying to define the position of her gate. The others' expressions cleared, and they continued searching for gaps to the left of the hole Lachlan had found. Kit found a nick in the side of a plank, low to the ground. After squatting and looking through, she beckoned Isobel. She knelt and peered through and saw the back of a wooden hut raised a few feet off the ground. She swiveled and looked to either side. As far as she could see, the hut stretched away on either side of her position. She rocked back, rose, grinned at Kit, and mouthed, "Perfect." As it happened, her original cut could function as a marker for the left of her gate. She returned to the plank Lachlan had identified. Using hand signs, he indicated that the hut extended to either side of that position too. She took out her tool again and cut into the bindings holding that plank, then disguised the cut with dirt. Satisfied, she looked at Royd, pointed to herself, then held up her hand and wiggled her fingers. Then she pointed along the curve of the palisade toward the gates. His expression was hard, as impassive as ever. He stared at her for several heartbeats, but then nodded. He flashed her a hand sign, palm parallel to the ground and moving downward, that she interpreted as an order to go slowly and quietly. She smothered a snort and fell in behind him as he led the way around the palisade. One glance at the gate's hinges put paid to any thought of cutting through there. Instead, she examined planks to either side and selected two positions, one to the left and one to the right of the gates. She quickly marked the bindings as she had previously. Finally, she stepped back from the palisade, looked at Royd, and tipped her head toward the jungle. As always, he led the way. She tramped at his heels, and Kit followed her, with Lachlan bringing up the rear. They didn't speak until they were on the main trail and nearing the animal track to the camp. Royd fell back to walk beside her, and Kit and Lachlan drew closer. "So it's going to take too long to cut through the vines," Royd said. "But obviously, you have a plan." "Indeed." As they covered the remaining distance to the camp, she explained her thinking, and how her suggestions would mesh with the actions Royd had already foreseen. Although she sensed he wasn't thrilled by the way her involvement in the rescue was evolving, he didn't argue, much less protest. Her idea would deliver the vital openings they needed to make the storming of the compound a success. They walked into the camp to find most of the men bedded down, and all in order. Despite feeling buoyed by the knowledge that she would be making a real and significant contribution to the rescue effort, she discovered that the long day had taken its toll. As they moved through the camp, she stifled a huge yawn. Royd noticed, but said nothing. Kit and Lachlan went off to find their bags. Isobel followed Royd as he led the way to where they'd left theirs. He crouched beside his sea bag, rummaged, and drew out a folded oilskin. She unbuckled her sword belt and set it by her satchel, along with the wrapped tool. He shook out the sheet, then spread it on the ground. With a wave, he directed her to it. "Your couch awaits, my lady." She stifled a giggle and sat. Smiling, she shrugged off her jacket, folded it into a pillow, then, with a heartfelt sigh, slumped full length on the sheet. She looked up at Royd as he stood over her, unbuckling his sword belt. Unable to resist, she whispered, "Where are you going to sleep?" He gave her a look. Seconds later, he stretched out beside her. Still smiling, she turned on her side and wriggled her back against him. He grunted softly and turned toward her. His arm slid over her waist. She closed her eyes, then felt him lift the heavy fall of her hair and press a gentle kiss to her nape. Still smiling, she tumbled headlong into dreams. Chapter 9. The men had returned to the mine after the midday break. Along with the others, Caleb was painstakingly slowly chipping away at the rock face in the second tunnel. As decreed by Muldoon, he was using a hammer and chisel to tease a diamond free of the crumbling ore, just in case that particular diamond proved to be one of the rare blues. Muldoon's discovery of blue diamonds among the whites the mine generally produced had enabled the captives to stretch the mining out, ensuring they would live long enough for rescue to reach them. From Caleb's perspective, and that of several like-minded males, they were now more in danger of dying of boredom than at mortal hands. Half the time, they only pretended to chip at the rock, making up the day's production from the stockpile hidden in the first, now abandoned tunnel. Occasionally, they drew on the stockpile the children had secreted among the piles of discarded ore. They needed to leave enough diamonds in the rock face to ensure that, through his frequent inspections, Muldoon continued to believe that there were plenty more diamonds yet to be mined. In reality, the pipe that angled along the side of the second tunnel was now mere inches thick. Much more mining, and they would risk having no more diamonds embedded in the rock to wink and gleam and make Muldoon's eyes light up with naked avarice. Dixon, the army engineer kidnapped to direct the opening and subsequent operation of the mine, carefully monitored their progress. Today, he decreed they should take no more than 2 diamonds each from the pipe. Caleb had